Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom in Afghanistan.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
The assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Melon Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? Oh, shit. Room service just showed up. Hold on. God damn it.
Diving headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hasan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Got to fix the camera a little bit. Too dark. Perhaps. Is this a little bit better? Anyway, coming to you live from not as gloomy as it was. New York. What is this? Why isn't it focusing well? What? It's 8. Alarm. Title says Epstein's Fury Day 8. Okay, what day is it? What day actually is it? Did I say California? I'm in New York. I'm not in California. Guys, hold on. There's a lot going on in my life, okay? I'm going to tell you why. And we're coming to you live from New York City, New York, baby. One of the greatest cities of all time. One of the greatest cities on the planet. New York, folks. Stolen Lenape land. Okay? Thank you for the blast offs. Which day is it? Is Epstein Fury Day what? Do you iron your shirt? Yes, but it looks not It looks disheveled. I don't know. Nueva York. Day 6, 7. Okay, fuck you guys. Epstein Fury. You know what? I'm going to say 87. Okay. 87 based on your last title. Okay, so congrats. You were on the Patrick Bet David
Let's
podcast.
go to the next story. Next one I want to get to is a...
Oh, dude. Hell yeah. I'm fucking value tame. I'm ready to be value tame, baby. We'll look at that in a little bit. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive. A lot's going on in the world. I'm going to tell you all about it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. Obviously, international criminal, dangerous terrorist, the dangerous radical Hasanabi Piker. I'm a numbers guy. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy. Okay. But yes, I am here. I'm ready to go. And I'm ready to be value tamed. Patrick uses AI for his arguments. Hell yeah, that's my goat. Be careful, Big Red. J. Edgar Hoover wants your head. True. We'll get to all of that and more. As far as personal news goes, I know I usually say I'm a chud-ass loser and I do nothing in my life, nothing of worth, nothing at all. But the reality of the matter is, it's been quite the eventful past couple of days, as you guys know. This is day 2 of the feds are up my ass. We'll be talking about all of that and more, but yeah, I did a photo shoot yesterday in the morning before the stream, and then there was a nighttime component as well. It's going to be a cover. Okay, it's going to be a cover. Very exciting stuff. And I think I look really good. I can't show you anything yet because obviously there's an embargo. It's like serious stuff, right? So unfortunately, there's an embargo on it, so you guys won't be able to see it until it's out. And I won't tell you which magazine it's for, but your boy looked pretty good. Your boy looked pretty good. Fox News is watching as always. Shout out to the Fox News watchers. Shout out to all of you. I'm wearing one of the suits that I literally wore in the shoot that I bought off the stylist for the photo shoot. It's a fucking awesome suit. You were on Fox News again. It's not surprising. We'll cover all of that and more. Speaking of cover, Wemby was cooking OKC last night. Sheesh! I didn't watch. I have no idea what happened because I was literally doing the photo shoot. There's a typo in your tweet and reply? What do you mean? I don't fucking know what you're talking about. But anyway, I wasn't able to watch because I was working. I was being a model. I was setting up a future career for myself in the world of modeling, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what I was doing last night. Because I had to, I have to look for alternative careers now as an international criminal. In any case, folks, we're live. We're alive. Watch this shot. And I didn't get done until like 12 last night. And by the time I got to my hodl, I passed the freak out. I was so unbelievably tired. I slept quite a bit, actually. I went to bed at like 12, woke up at 10. I had like a 10-hour sleep session, which was good. I caught up on a lot of lost sleep. So that's good. And other than that, nothing else. I had an interview with, I did a podcast with Jeremy Lafredo, who's previously been arrested by the IDF for literally doing journalism, Many such cases, of course. But yeah, I had a convo with him. We shot that. Not sure where that's going to be released, either Dropsite or Al Jazeera or one or the other. But yeah, outside of that, not much else. But I guess that's understandable. You might have ops, but you have moms who will protect you. Yeah, I saw. We have many ops, but we have some lovers as well in unlikely places. My ultra conservative Nana prayed for your soul last night when she said grace before dinner after she thanked the Lord for guiding Trump to save the country, of course. Pray for my soul? Does that mean like I'm a lost soul? Is that what it is? We'll take it. We'll take those in a column of defense. But yeah, I'm live. I'm alive, baby. So that's it. Let's take a look at Wemby now. I've never seen anything like it. I already know it's going to go in. Instagram started pushing a lot of anti-Hassan propaganda for me. I know. I have noticed that as well. Ever since this subpoena announcement came out, it has been my own algorithm has been inundated with like literally any and every centrist Democrat that's like, oh my God, this is so awesome. Oh my God, this is such a fucking awesome thing. Fuck around and find out. Like people, it's just like liberals celebrating Trump. It's been strange. It's been strange to watch. Hold on. Is this better? I can't tell if it's better. Yeah, I feel like my algo has been tweaked a little bit. It's been tweaking. My algorithm has been tweaking a little bit, for sure. Stop scrolling. K-Hive is just out there celebrating. I mean, Jasmine Crockett is fucking celebrating. We'll talk about all that and more. It's very strange. I don't know why they think like this administration will spare them. I feel like they are they're celebrating their own demise. I even went on Threads. I saw some threads and I was threading up. My Twitter feed has turned into mostly ultras and anti-Hassan left. There's a lot of ultras that are also, most ultras have decided this is ridiculous. Like they're on my side. They're doing the reluctantly defending Hassan shit where they're like, I don't really like him and I think he is still, harnessing the radical energy of the left and like funneling it back to the Democratic Party, but I reluctantly must defend Hassan here. I hate that I'm doing it. That sort of thing is what I've heard a lot, with some exceptions, but like the liberal commentariat that is speaking to I would say like a comparatively tiny audience as the ultras are, although they have a lot more prestige internally within the party. I think liberals, by and large, when they hear this kind of thing, they're shocked, they're horrified by it. But the increasingly smaller audience of like anti-left liberals on Twitter, they are celebrating, and it's very weird. It almost comes across as like coordinated, like their messaging has been almost coordinated. I don't know what the fuck that's about, but yeah, they're stupid. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's just look at hope you rot in prison. Okay, man.
Wembanyama, I think he's gonna go from midcourt.
That's disgusting. A contested 3-point shot from half court. A contested half court shot where he has not one, but technically 3 guarding him at half court. They're doing a full court press. Obviously, there's only a couple seconds on the shot clock. They get it to Wemby. Wemby goes up half court. Unbelievable.
Gonna go from midcourt.
Yeah, stop him. Just pray. That is beast mode. That's aura. God, Wemby has so much aura. He's so fucking sick. Wemby has an identical stat line to Steph Curry down to the true shooting percentage. Do you agree with this theory? I can't believe I might be the first one pointing this out, but it seems like they took these pictures of Hassan the Hun to do a story on Collargate, realized that the control the dog walker had on them was the vibration collar, and sat on them until this came up. I don't know. I don't know if that's a conspiracy or not. I don't think that's like. I don't think that's the. I mean, maybe. I doubt it. It is weird that there was creep shots of Kaya in that article. I know why Fox News posted those photos, though. That's a threat. For the record, that's a threat. They did that to be like, we know where you live. We have constant surveillance on you. You know. But maybe initially, because I think it's a paparazzi. It's pap snap. And I don't know if it's from January. I think I said initially that these photos are from January, but I think it might be from April, or it might be from May. I might have been wrong when I said initially that they're from January. But yeah, they have stationed a photographer outside of my house for sure. Someone has. But article says May 12th. Please move on from this. Who cares? Your chatter, your brain is rotted. I'm just explaining why they have a person stationed. Anyway. Wembanyama is the GOAT. Just wanted to point that out one more time. He's incredible. Is Wild at Fox News paying somebody to sit outside your house and watch your dog take a shit? Yeah, that's also fucking crazy because, like, Kai's not even taking a shit in that photo. She's pissing. And I saw on Twitter there were motherfuckers who were like, classic social. Dude, 99% of things that people say about me, 99% of grievances that people have about me are made up. It's actually incredible. Like, it's genuine. I mean, obviously there's a concerted effort to like disparage everything that I do. There's a concerted effort to like negatively frame everything I say. Let me blast off real quick and we'll get into that because we're gonna be looking at some of that stuff. It's actually crazy. Like, they just make shit up. I guess it's normal. It's Twitter, right? Like, they make shit up on Twitter all the time. That's kind of what happens on Twitter, but I don't know. It's just like it's still a little bit shocking to me how much they make shit up. Anyway. But yeah, we got a big day ahead of us regardless. So get excited for that. Get in now. Hold on. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Okay, let's blast off. And let's let the people know that we are live and we are alive. Okay? Calling you all kinds of names, big dog. Yeah, no, the Nazis are celebrating. The conservatives are celebrating because they're like, oh, he's scared. He's scared. Like, I don't know why these guys think I'm just going to shut the fuck up or something. Like, yeah, of course I'm worried about not just my own personal safety and security. I'm worried about the future of this fucking country, man. What are we talking about? Like, this government is very clearly actively trying to target political dissidents. Well, how is that not a fucking cause for concern? It's the most powerful government on the fucking planet. Yeah, they're saying I'm like shaken. I'm shooketh. Hasan Piker looks shaken on stream. Like, this is the meta where they're like, he looks shaken. Yeah, it's not a great environment to live in, you fucking idiots. That doesn't mean I'm gonna stop doing what I'm doing. You fucking wish, asshole. Suck my dick. This should be a huge cause for concern for anyone that is, regardless of political ideology, anyone that is in any way, shape, or form invested in the continuation of democracy, or at least like certain aspects of liberal democracy that are unbelievably redeemable, that I like free speech, and a court process that hopefully will still maintain an investment in defending the truth. You know, it's a terrifying situation for all of that. It's really fucked up. It's a turning point in American history. It's so funny that they're just like fantasizing about, they have their own little fucking hug box where they're fantasizing about how like, we got him. It's over. He's going to prison. Or he's terrified. He's scared. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm fucking, I've said it from the start. Okay. You kill me, you jail me. There's going to be other people, you know, you're not going to be able to stop the people from feeling the way that they do. You know, you're going to have to concede on their demands at some point. It is what it is. You know, I personally still believe that the democratic process is perhaps the most successful method of dealing with discontent. But ultimately, people are frustrated. I'm only one guy, you know? I'm only one person. Dude, it's not like you were indicted. I know. Dude, calm down. This is the expectation. That's what we're, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't even received the fucking subpoena, so I don't know. But yeah. But yeah, that's the blast off meme, everybody. Feds are after me. Blue MAGA Nazis love it. New York City, Iran war ceasefire, Israel maulding, Epstein's Fury Day 87, no war with Cuba, Daraliza on stream later, get in now. It's an administrative subpoena. They have another target, but want to bring you in for corroboration. I think you'll be fine. I've done this before. Yeah, I think that the target is, I think that ultimately the target is probably Singham and his operation from PSL to Answer Coalition to Co-Pink, like anything that he has ever financed. And it's not new. It's been around for a while, but it's obviously it's held through regardless because like it's ridiculous, right? It's like totally fucking ridiculous to try and you know, to try and stop like the political advocacy of an American citizen, right? Roy Singham is a American citizen. He lives in China now, and he's a centimillionaire. I think he like has almost $1 billion. Not sure how much money he has now, but like he's been a funding vehicle for a lot of like political movements in the country, like a lot of activism. And they hate that shit. Like the American government hates that shit, so they're trying to jam him up. You know, they're trying to hit him on anything and everything they possibly can. That's it. That's the goal here. That's the broader goal, and it's great from the administration's perspective because I think they get to chill speech, right? They get to say, listen, we will fucking destroy your life if you even think about doing activism against us, right? I mean, it's a much larger goal of the administration, the idea of like counterterrorism initiatives being focused entirely on left movements, you know, solidarity campaigns and the like. It's not new. This is something that they've signaled that they wanted to do. And this is just the next step in line with that agenda. Many Americans are, as I've said over and over again, sleepwalking into fascism, completely and utterly oblivious that the administration has declared war on anti-fascism. And you only do that if you are a fucking fascist. This is a fascist administration that has decided that some of the telltale markers of terrorism in this country are people who are anti-capitalist, anti-fascist. They say radical transgender activists, and even things as vague that captures virtually every liberal as well. Things that are anti-family values. Right? And Sebastian Gorka is behind it. So just so you understand. Now, of course, the number one hurdle that these guys have, ahead of them is the First Amendment. In this country, the First Amendment has literally stopped the American government from prosecuting the Klan. Well, that and also the fact that, you know, some of those who are in the force were also wearing the robes themselves. But regardless, like, the First Amendment is one of the most important rules in the rule book. It stopped the government from actively prosecuting the Klan. And it's literally something that has in the past stopped the government from actively prosecuting certain groups, even though they've done other things like the McCarthyist trials, obviously. So libs refuse to even talk about MPSM 7, much less think about how it includes them too. Yeah. But is the subpoena even real though? The media says you've already been served it. Yeah, I have not. I have not been served it. So I don't know. So we'll get into that. But I was saying, like, a lot of my haters have invented reasons to hate me. Some of them have different motivations. Like, this guy is a fucking asshole, right? I don't understand. Why don't you think liberals are evil bootlicking genociders? Why would you want their solidarity anyway? I said, well, you've sufficiently proven what you are, buddy. We didn't expect anything from you. I don't know why the centrist liberals on Twitter think they have any sort of motion in the real world, by the way. They don't. It's them chirping into the fucking void. It's very strange. There's this, like, since the subpoena announcement came down, there has been a lot of talk on centrist Twitter, like Blue MAGA, Blue Anon Twitter, talking about how this is awesome. Like, this is great. Oh, we're I'm uncommitted on this war between Trump and Hassan, just like Hassan was uncommitted, like all this stuff, right? Like they're doing this, they're doing this back and forth, but it's not dissimilar to their chirping of like of pro-Israel sentiment. Like it's identical to the same thing I told all of you back then when they were fucking constantly talking about, Democrats can't drop Israel, Democrats can't drop Israel, Democrats can't drop Israel. And it's really funny because I kept repeatedly saying over and over again, it doesn't matter what is popping off on Twitter. It doesn't matter at all. In the real world, Democrats absolutely are done with Israel, right? Like real Democratic Party voters, self-identifying liberals, are directly at odds with what goes viral on Twitter. Okay? No matter how much this loud minority chirps and gets an algorithmic boost, for example, on Twitter or on Threads or all these other fucking social media platforms, in the real world, most people, if you ask them like what they think about Israel, they're like, oh, gross. Democrats, I mean, of course. So that's where we're at. Like you can cry about how like these socialists are not a part of the fucking party whatsoever, but here's a New York Times Siena opinion on socialism poll. Opinion on socialism among potential Democratic supporters, which we're not even just talking about like Democrats. We're talking about potential, as in Democrat lean voters. And it's favorable, plus 27%. Socialism as an ideology has a higher approval rating than the Democratic Party does among Democrats. Like, I feel like I need to match this up against Chuck Schumer. You know what I mean? Or pro-Israel Democrats. Like, the socialism is a more popular ideology among Democrats and Democrat-leaning voters than Israel certainly is, right? Israel's approvals are probably the exact opposite, if not worse than this, right? So what are we fucking talking about? What are we talking about? Like, what's the argument here? What are you complaining about on Twitter? If your job as an analyst or as a free commentator who LARPs as though they're getting paid by the DNC when you're not getting paid by the DNC is to make it seem like you have a profound understanding of where the streets are, where this movement is going, then you have to recalculate. You have to recalculate in accordance to where the base is. It's not just Democrats, leftists that felt hurt when you didn't support Kamala 100% are trying to say you deserve it too. I really didn't believe that it's time to try and stop fighting them and convince them to help understand how important this is for all of us. Who are the leftists? Who the fuck is a leftist that would say that? They're not a leftist at all if they're saying that. Please point to me an actual quote unquote leftist person who is in any way, shape, or form. Like, Midas Touch is not going to fucking say that. Midas Touch is going to obviously fight back against this, and they're liberals. They're not even leftists. I truly wonder who you are getting this information from. If anything, there are people who are mad at me for offering too much support to Kamala Harris on the left. People to my left. I mean, this tweet is apt, not this one. This tweet is apt. There are leftists that hate Hasan Piker because he voted for Harris. There are liberals who hate Hasan Piker because he didn't vote for Harris. Schrodinger's vote. It's true. People on Threads that I know are leftists, but not that famous, to be honest. Yeah, they're not. They're not leftists then. I'm sorry. They're fucking not. I can say that with my full chest. Anyone who claims to be a fucking leftist that is chirping or that is like currently that is currently in any way, shape, or form lending credence to the fascist encroachment on all civil liberties that this administration is engaging in because they have a personal distaste about my politics is not a fucking leftist at all. They might as well be near a motherfucking Tandon. Libs hate you for voting for Jill Stein. That's so funny. I've literally... All right, I'm not even going to get into it. Okay. Yeah, Neera Tandon's defense of me was so fucking stupid. It's not a real defense at all. She says, I'm an adult, so I can say the Trump admin weaponizing the justice system against dissenters on its Cuba policy is wrong. I can also say people who encourage people not to vote for Kamala were fascist enablers, and it's ironic they're expecting the Dems they attack regularly to defend them. And I can also understand people uncommitted on this topic because they don't want to support the lesser of two evils. I said, Dem incompetence led us to Trump twice. The left has never stopped opposing Trump. This insane convo only exists on this fucking website. Most people are mad at Dems for not doing enough. All of the spokespeople for the party on this stupid website are out of touch with the masses. That's it. This is a shrinking contingency of people that are constantly engaging in hysterics. In the real world, if you ask the average Democrat, like the lifelong, blue-blooded, down-ballot voter, if you were to ask that person, how do you rate the Democratic Party's current attitude towards the fascist encroachment of Donald Trump? They would give it a very low mark, if not an F, maybe a D. Okay? So, what goes on Twitter or on Threads amongst some of the most schizo fucking posters is utterly immaterial, utterly irrelevant. Look at the fucking polls. The people, the lifelong Democrats, people who vote for the party are frustrated with the party. They're still voting. They're still voting for Democrats, but they're looking for different kinds of Democrats to vote for. The kinds of Democrats that I work with. Democratic socialists, anti-Zionists, people who are pro-Medicare for all, people who say enough is enough, no more corporate sponsorships, people who don't want to vote for Democrats who will put the interests of corporations against the interests of people. I don't even think blue sky libs are fucking with this either, by the way. Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with her? Jasmine Crockett Boost video mocking Hasan Piker after subpoena from Trump admin for bringing food and medicine to starving Cubans. Kamala would have never. That's what you get for telling people to vote third party. Not the kind of shit a member of Congress should be doing. Also, seeing all the weird K-Hive accounts doing some goofy-ass victory lap because the fascist federal government is targeting a streamer they don't like is really telling about what some of their core beliefs actually are. Also, not that it matters, but Piker voted for Harris. He spent the 2024 campaign warning people about how bad Trump would be. He did not tell his audience to vote third party, no matter how much K-How weirdos insist he did. It's the same crap that people pulled when they got outraged about Chappell Roan saying they vote for Harris, but not offer some sort of formal endorsement. It's never enough for the cultists. It's not enough to vote for their candidate. You have to be their little cheerleader. I feel like this is the logical endpoint for a lot of the FAFO and leopards eating faces party stuff. It ends up just being an excuse to opt out of having to care if something bad happens to someone you don't like for one reason or another. And I have not actually fucking maintained this position with one exception. Okay, they've gone into the stockpiles and found a video of me literally saying fuck Adam Schiff. If Donald Trump goes after him with a sham trial, I don't give a fuck. Okay. And Adam Schiff, I voted for him. Okay. He's my fucking senator. He's literally my goddamn senator. Will he actually defend me as his constituent? Probably not. I know for a fact he didn't defend his other constituents that were getting fucking tortured in an Israeli prison when they participated in the Samud flotilla. Fuck Adam Schiff. Now, I have an ideological opposition to Adam Schiff. Okay? I have an ideological opposition to Adam Schiff. Explain to me if you are a random, uninitiated LARPer who LARPs as a DNC consultant but doesn't get paid by the Democratic Party at all. Explain to me what your ideological opposition to me is. Tell me in great detail what policy prescriptions I have that you are at odds with. Explain to me why you hate the future that I am fighting for, the future that this community is fighting for, the future that the candidates that I work with are fighting for. Tell me and everyone else why we would be better off doing business as usual politics. What is the opposition here? I can tell you with absolute certainty what my opposition to Adam Schiff is. I can tell you exactly what it is. Are you brave enough to tell everybody that you just really care about Israel? Because I'm pretty sure Adam Schiff would say it. He's my senator. Yeah, reminder that Hasan hoped that Adam Schiff was sent to prison when, and also I'm not even being fucking super serious here. I'm fibbing, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And it's funny because other liberals are like, be better than him. It's not that difficult. Yeah, be better than me, bitch.
Part of that.
Oh my God.
Part of that is.
Oh my God. Senator Adam Schiff under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. Oh my God, I hope they arrest him. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Like, I'm fucking memeing. But also, I voted for him. Suck my dick, you know? Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, this is political. Sure, I don't care. Lock him up. Like, I'm doing a Trump voice. I'm doing a motherfucking Trump voice. This is your thing? The same clip, the context you were shitting on Trump? Yeah, I know. What, do we have the longer version of this? I'm sure I turn it around on Trump again and be like, he's unfavorable, he sucks, and that's why he's doing it. You know? I'm not an elected official, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. I'm a fucking political commentator. You know? Crooked Adam Schiff, now a senator, needs to be brought to justice. Dude, mortgage fraud? You're a real estate developer. That's what you've done. Like, always. This is the most says you moment. Donald Trump going after Barack Obama for trying to do a coup, and also simultaneously going after Adam Schiff for mortgage fraud. What's next? Going after Bill Clinton for pedophilia and being a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate? I see what you're doing there, sir. He's fixing the SEO. He's fixing the SEO, dude.
Because the Democrat Party is.
By the way, I don't remember hearing about Schiff getting subpoenaed. No, I don't even know what happened at that point. I think it's just like it went nowhere, obviously. I mean, this administration is unbelievably litigious and will aggressively file as many fucking lawsuits as possible and try to prosecute as many people as possible. These guys have said falsely encourage people to either not vote for Kamala, vote third party, or not vote at all. They're living in complete delusion because you explicitly said Trump was worse than Kamala Harris and not to vote third party. No, I just said don't vote for the Green Party. Okay? I said I would not vote for the Green Party, and that's why a lot of people to my left are frustrated with me, where they say like, you're fake, you're phony. You take all the trapped revolutionary potential and like feed it back to the Democrats. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Adam Schiff, but I said, if Adam Schiff comes out and defends me and apologizes for not defending other constituents of his that were trapped in Israeli prisons being tortured when we were asking him to release a statement or to pressure the Israeli government as an American senator, if he apologizes to those people, or if he, fucking tries to apply pressure to the government, I'll change my calculation. I'll apologize to Adam Schiff. I don't care. Be a very different world that we're living in, you know? But yeah, these guys, ultimately, the reason why, I want to stress this one more time. Like, these guys are chirping into the fucking void. They don't have a real constituency. They're just talking to one another and hyping each other up. It's like a bunch of fucking losers trapped in an echo chamber that's like shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And they're consistently telling one another, yeah, everyone believes us. Everyone actually is very frustrated with the fact that these like insurgent campaigns are coming out of nowhere. They hate that these guys are disloyal to the Democratic Party, and that loyalty to the Democratic Party is absolute. And there's also this like weird thing that they have deluded themselves into thinking, which is, I mean, there's a lot of delusional schools of thought here, right? Like one is that I'm somehow a kingmaker that refused to endorse Kamala Harris, and that's what did her in, even though Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, and that didn't do shit, right? Beyonce, Taylor Swift, all these celebrities endorsed Kamala Harris, and that certainly didn't work. And that the party or the campaign is infallible. It can't fail. Voters can only fail the party. You know, this opinion is idiotic. It's like fundamentally the opposition to theoretical democracy. So I despise it. I find it unconscionable. I'm very frustrated by it. But then the other delusion that they have that I find very funny is that they have any motion at all. Like as if they got out and were like, if all these fucking centrist liberals got out and were like, hey guys, this is a bridge too fucking far. Trump needs to put an end to this right now, that somehow that would mean anything. Like, don't defend me, dumbass. Expose what kind of a fucking crook you are, what kind of a creature you are. I don't give a shit. What is this? If you want to see the vid with all the K-Hive talking points, Hasan Piker stands are angry. I understand, I'm angry too, so let's respond to some comments. Who is this person? Tabitha Speaks. Yeah, I don't care. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this at all. I don't care about like the fucking delusional hug box that these guys have created that's like increasingly shrinking, that doesn't speak to any valid constituency at all. So I'm not going to do that. Okay? I know why Kamala Harris lost. I've talked about why Kamala Harris was going to lose if she didn't fix certain aspects of her campaign. She chose not to do that. She chose to lose. I think we should be less forgiving of profoundly powerful institutions and candidates that, for one reason or another, treat this election carelessly. Hillary Rodham Clinton did this, and they ran around saying it was Russia that was the reason why she lost. They did the Bernie's the reason why Hillary lost nonsense in 2016. And now they're still doing that. Except now the very same people who participated in 2016 in the Bernie is the reason why Hillary lost, the Bernie bros. Now those people are saying Bernie would have won. So at least in 2016, back when they were doing this whole like Bernie is the reason why Hillary lost, you guys are fucking selfish, you're disgusting. At least there was also like a decent amount of people who agreed. A decent amount of people in the constituency, in the base of the party that believe that idea. In 2026, a decade of Trumpism, they don't believe that idea anymore. The base is now completely shifted to Bernie was right. Bernie would have won. They stole the election from Bernie. That's what the fucking Democratic Party's base is saying. But the loyalists, the increasingly smaller group of consultants and loyalists that LARP as DNC consultants are still trying to create motion behind the notion that the Bernie-crats and the insurgents that are literally running and winning in the primaries in the party are actually bad for the party somehow. That are actually outsiders. You're the outsider. You're the outsider. If you're pro-Israel, you're the outsider in this party, okay? Doesn't matter how loyal you've been to whichever establishment Democrat that has been presented to you. It doesn't matter how excited you were to do that, right? You are a fucking outsider to your own party. So wake up. The base wants different things. What about too raw, too real? I mean, again, another psycho. It's a very unlikable. There are so many of these like unlikable psychos in the motherfucking K-Hive constituency, the K-Hive coalition. Very strange. Yeah. Democrat voters agree with Hasan Piker more than the party itself. Now, this was made by Jules Nader on March 31st, our numbers guy. This is a numbers guy. We already have proof that this is the case because after this line of attack, this is pre-suit Hasan, not post-suit Hasan, but this line of attack was initiated, and what did that do? It only brought more forward momentum, more positive momentum to the candidates that I was associating with. So we already don't even need to look at this. We can just point to Abdul's success in the primaries. We can point to Chris Rabb, right? That's it. Ultimately, that's what I think is the real problem for many of these like K-Hivers and Blue Anon, Blue MAGA people, right? Didn't Crockett just endorse an AIPAC candidate? Yes. When a fascist is president, no one has done enough, but some have done more than others. Yes. You have done more than others. You are literally you have a direct line of communication with like Democrats in power. And you have used that level of influence that you have to make them stay the course, to make them continue with a pro-corporate backed agenda. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. Anti-voter liberals are celebrating political persecution of leftists the same way they've celebrated state violence against Muslims and Latinos and the genocide of Palestinians, all in the name of scolding demographics they perceive as insufficiently loyal. They're sick people. It's fucking true. By the way, unbelievable vindication for James Tallarico voters in the Texas primaries. Holy fuck, you guys saved the goddamn Texas. You saved the goddamn Texas Democratic Party from itself, okay? What a spectacular flub that would have fucking looked like. Oh, this guy also has this is the one. Hasan fans will look you dead in the eye and tell you this is out of context. I said, I'll gladly apologize if my Senator Adam Schiff lifts a pinky finger to defend his anti-Zionist constituent and democracy. He certainly didn't. When my friends were being tortured in an Israeli prison, why would he care if I go to an American one, is what I said. This motherfucker has a Palestinian flag in the bio. The fuck? What is happening? I've never been the kind of guy to be like, oh, if you have a Ukrainian flag in your bio and a Palestinian flag in a bio, sometimes you arrive at some weird conclusions about American politics. Probably a bad empanada fan? Fuck no. That's not a bad empanada fan. That's no, not at all. But yeah, the last thing I wanted to show you is, of course, Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett boosts video mocking Hasan Piker after subpoena from Trump admin bringing food and medicine to starving Cubans. Kamala would have never. That's what you get for telling people to vote third party. This was the video that she actually said Lamau to.
So federal.
By the way, what's funny is I have that exact same T-shirt that this lady is wearing.
Federal officials now want to speak to Hasan Piker. He has to actually go and address them in person.
Like, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. I'm sorry. You're so fucking stupid if you think this administration is not going to come after you as well. Okay? And before people say, oh, this admin has been coming after black and brown people. Yeah, I know. Because I've been in the fucking streets fighting against that. What have you guys been doing? Just fucking chirping from home. And not even chirping at the admin necessarily, but sometimes chirping at the people who are doing this.
I mean, Kamala would have never. That's what you get for telling people to vote third party or not vote at all.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I just didn't endorse Kamala Harris. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is a civil rights lawyer, by the way, who also endorsed Israeli agent Wesley Bell over Cori Bush this week. So this is unsurprising, is what I said. Yeah, she endorsed Javier Becerra and then fucking turned around and endorsed Wesley Bell, dude. What the fuck? I mean, it's expected if you've been paying attention to what Jasmine Crockett is doing. Obviously, that was one of the big points of resentment that I had. I know that neoliberals, Kylie Chung says, I know that neoliberals have no real core values beyond hating leftists, but do you grasp how insane one has to be to mock and celebrate a fascist regime going after dissenters over their speech? Trump hates Crockett as much as Piker, and she still treats this as a joke. Yeah. You aren't even a liberal anymore, Nira. I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. That was the expression of what liberalism was supposed to represent. You have abandoned even that in your futile factional fight. You disgust me. Yeah, they're not like... There are still plenty of self-identifying liberals who look at this... Who look at this and are horrified by it, right? When they encounter it. Many people don't even know this is happening. But those who do find out that this is happening, they're horrified. That's the overwhelming majority. If you were to poll every goddamn self-identifying Democratic Party voter, liberal in this country, okay, you would realize that they think this is unconscionable. When they find out about it, they go, no, that's fucked up. Same thing that happened with my detention, right? Now, what's really interesting about it is that Neera Tanden and the like weren't chirping about the Trump administration detaining me when I arrived in the country from my trip to France. And they are now. They are collaborating and coordinating a messaging campaign to justify Trump's actions. Why do you think that's the case? I know why. Back then, they weren't doing it. That was an unjustifiable detention. Why didn't they defend Trump doing that? Why didn't they hit the lines of like, oh, Kamala Harris wouldn't have detained you? Why are they doing it now? Well, I'll tell you why. Because I started working with insurgent candidacies. And I started helping them win insurgent candidacies in the Democratic Party. And then that threatened their money. That threatened their influence. It threatened the influence of those who want to maintain centrist control over the center of the Democratic Party. Which insurgents, Lamau? Buddy, have you not been fucking paying attention? I mean, I'm gonna be talking to one in a couple hours. Okay? There are many more to come in the primaries that are coming up as well, but Chris Rabb is one great example of this. Abdul Al-Sayed rising in the polls is another one. Guys, Bernie will send you his free fight oligarchy. Yeah, we're not going to do this, okay? Hey, my man. I have been very clear. Zohran Mamdani is another one, obviously. I've been very clear about this from the start, okay? I know that there are a lot of left pure ultras out there, real third worldists, okay, that find my advocacy to be insufficient, okay? I know you guys are out there, you're pure, you have the best methods. But I need you to understand something, okay? Our goals are, if not identical, fairly fucking similar. Like the final endpoint here is to move away from American imperialism, to offer restitution to the victims of American empire, right? To allow nations in the periphery some breathing room to develop sovereignty, to develop dignity, to build their countries in a vision that they find appropriate. If that's your goal, and that's certainly my goal, and I don't hide it, and we simply have a difference in methods, in tactics, do you think it's productive to consistently chirp at me and to make it seem like I'm engaging in some sort of like tailist opportunism at a time when there is no vanguard that has been developed or designed, when most people lack class consciousness, and the federal government, the fascist government of the United States of America under the leadership of Donald Trump, has decided that people like myself, people like yourself, are a significant enough threat to constitute a fucking sham investigation. Do you find infighting, leftist infighting of this sort, especially in this moment, to be in any way, shape, or form productive? If this is not the moment where you wake the fuck up to at least, or to at least understand that this is a testament to the success of this method, considering that those who are in power genuinely see it as a fucking threat, enough of a threat to actually, like, maybe even put the crosshairs, like legal crosshairs in an illegal manner, on someone like myself and many others who are trying to do their very best with the limited confines that they have. If you can't comprehend it at this moment, I don't think you ever will. Wake up. To the liberals, I say, wake the fuck up. To the ultras, I say, wake the fuck up. That's it.
About Blue MAGA. What did I tell you about Blue MAGA? They are fascists. That is why they don't mind that the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party's leadership constantly enables the fascist Republicans. They don't mind because they're fascists too. Blue MAGA liberals, particularly the ones that have been cheering and making excuses and mocking and laughing about the fact that the fascist Trump administration has subpoenaed Hasan Piker for the crime of trying to bring aid to starving people in Cuba after the U.S., after the Trump administration, put a vicious and devastating blockade on Cuba that is literally choking them out. The fascists in the Trump administration now want to penalize Medea Benjamin from Code Pink, Hasan Piker, for going there and attempting to bring awareness about what this regime was doing to Cuba. And what does Blue MAGA have to say about that? They're celebrating it. They're laughing about it. Instead of being outraged that this fascist administration is trying to criminalize an American citizen for exercising their freedom of movement and freedom of speech to talk about what this administration is doing to Cuba, they're laughing about it. They're cheering it. They're saying, oh, well, should have more enthusiastically endorsed Mamala. Hey, so if you're sounding indistinguishable from Laura Loomer, you might want to check yourself. The claims of the Blue MAGA libs for years has been Donald Trump and Republicans can't win because if they win, they're going to do fascist things and they're going to criminalize their political opponents. Well, that's happening now, and you're cheering it. And why are you cheering it? Because you personally don't like Hasan Piker. So you guys are not only fascists, you're principleless bitches, okay? You're moralless creeps. If you are an independent who leans left or a Democratic voter, I want you to pay attention to the way that these Blue MAGA influencers, these liberal influencers, are talking about Hasan. Because if they actually gave a single fuck about the freedoms in this country, about fighting fascism, they would certainly not be cheering or making excuses for a fascist fucking administration trying to criminalize political dissent. And also pay attention to what they care about. They don't care about what this administration is doing to Cuba. They don't give a shit. Oh, you thought they only didn't give a fuck about Palestine? No, they don't give a fuck about what this administration's doing to Cuba either. All they care about is that Hasan Piker did not faithfully and loyally enough serve party leadership. Fascists.
Preach. It's just funny because if this party had demonstrated that it was fighting for us in any meaningful way, shape, or form, if it was worth a damn, right? Then obviously there would be a lot more people out there doing the same thing that Blue MAGA is doing, or at the very least like demonstrate similar loyalty. They're doing this to a party that is unbelievably unpopular. They're doing this to a party that is unpopular because it's not sufficiently fighting against Trumpism. Okay? A party that has been way more active in trying to stop its left insurgency movement than stopping motherfucking, what is this? Regardless of our differences, I do not think it's right to celebrate the feds targeting Hasan Piker. A documentary in Cuba is not deserving of the same of persecution of the Epstein class, clear political persecution. Yep, of course it's not right. Anyone supporting such censorship is worse than a Zionist, censorious scum, weak and toxic society at large. Ironically, it's people who claim to care about personal liberty and freedom, so they're worthless hypocrites, as well as anti-freedom scum. Yeah. If that would happen to you, Hasan will spit on you and throw you on the ground. Yeah, no, that's not the case, actually. As a matter of fact, I've literally fucking defended, with the exception of like jokingly talking about Adam Schiff being victim to a sham trial, with the exception of like fibbing or joking, my position has been clear. Like, I don't fucking care about Jim Comey. I don't like Jim Comey at all. I've defended Jim Comey against the Trump administration. I've defended people who have spent their entire fucking lives coming after me. People like Sex Pestany. I've given credit to Democrats who have also expended political and social capital to defend others, like Van Hollen, who I've been unbelievably impressed by with the Kilmar Brega Garcia situation, where he just straight up flew down to El Salvador to demand to see his constituent. Yeah, it's also stuff like this. They came for black voting rights like a week ago, and you didn't say a single word. But it doesn't matter, right? Because it's all about the hug box. He's talked about it at length almost every single stream. This is proof that you don't watch him at all, and even if you did, you're too bad faith to give a fuck about what he has to say. No, that's what it is. Nira immediately retweeted this after the girl boss. Yeah, when Trump went after Adam Schiff, Hasan cheered it on and chanted, "Lock him up." Like, they have this unprincipled stance here, or I guess the only priority that they have is destroying the left. Why are you taking so much time to address K-Hive and Blue Anon? It's important. The reason why it's important is because I think everyone is fucking redeemable. I think everyone is salvageable. And I still, perhaps, with my endless charity, endless charitability, think that there is something that, think that there is something that could be saved here. It could be salvaged here. Yeah, I defended Jimmy Kimmel. I talked about Colbert. It's just totally fucking ridiculous. These guys are, these guys have lost the fucking plot. Now let's take a look at these
Fox News and a bunch of news outlets. The feds subpoenaed Hasan Piker, Medea Benjamin, and other activists and organizers who went to Cuba. And as someone who was actually on the delegation with Code Pink and who has gone to Cuba more than once with Medea Benjamin, let me just say that this regime, all of those right-wingers that were getting online when we were on our trip talking about we were partying, that Code Pink threw a concert. Oh, and let me not forget all them white Cubans in Miami that ain't in Cuba can eat shit. And let me set the record straight, especially since these billionaire-backed media companies wouldn't care about the truth if you slapped it on their forehead. While folks were getting online spreading propaganda about that Cuban trip, having not stepped nary a foot in Cuba, let me remind the masses that while Americans can travel to Cuba, it is heavily restricted, which means that number one, we have to get a visa, and we cannot travel over to Cuba as tourists and can only travel under 12 authorized categories according to OFAC guidelines. And the OFAC is the Office of Foreign Assets Control. So those categories have to be religious activities, educational activities, visiting family, or humanitarian efforts. In addition to that,
and
as
journalism.
I said in multiple videos, when we
Like, not only was there a humanitarian component to this, obviously, on top of that, I was there, like, I was there on a journalism visa. So it's doubly fucked.
Came back from Cuba, the United States Department of State does not allow Americans to stay in any of this list of hotels. Because our delegation specifically came by the hundred, we did not stay as what is known as a casa particulare, but at a hotel that's approved by the United States government. Which makes me wonder, when right-winger and white supremacist Nick Shirley flew to Cuba and lied, saying that he was quote-unquote kidnapped and couldn't leave Cuba. If you look at these amazing...
I can confirm Neera Tanden has been reaching out for meetups with centrist streamers and content creators, even some very irrelevant ones with no audience. Yeah, I know. You're talking about Hutch, right? Just something to keep in mind. I know. Neera Tanden with Center for American Progress is trying to build a internet vanguard of centrism right now. It's going to fail spectacularly, even with all of the funding that they will put behind this initiative. Okay? It's not going to fucking work. And they're so stupid. I don't know why they waste all this time and energy. Just fucking allow there to be a big tent. If that's what you're worried about, like, lock in, man. Lock in. Like Bannon did with the rightoids? Yes, except the difference is Bannon and many others leaned in to the populist, right populist base. The Democrats are trying to do the exact opposite. They're trying to prop up a centrist content creation machine with the hopes that they could potentially combat not just the right, but more so people like myself who already have the audience, right? Piker isn't even known to the general public, Neera, but the bogus strategy of abandoning progressives to court MAGA was on the national stage. The party itself cost the election. Yeah. Like look, one of the most popular centrist aligned or like party aligned networks is Midas Touch. And even Midas Touch and Pod Save America. What's the difference between Midas Touch, Pod Save America, and all these other content creators that Neera Tanden is associating herself with? You want to know what that difference is? They also cross-pollinate with me. They're left agnostic. Sometimes even left supportive. That's the difference. Because they understand that this is a real constituency. They understand that there is real motion on the left of the party. That's it. You guys can say ew or whatever the fuck you want. But it's true. Midas Touch, regardless of being liberal, regardless of being like a party-backed media company, is not as conservative as like Third Way or Center for American Progress, with a very clear-cut agenda of casting aside the AOC wing of the party, the Bernie Sanders wing of the party. Midas Touch loves Bernie. The Midas Touch audience loves Bernie. Pod Save America is the same. Both their audiences and the people that are on these very successful media operations on the liberal side, closer to the center than someone like myself, understand the importance of building coalitions on the fucking left because they're pragmatic. They don't have the same ideological zealotry demonstrated by the corporate lobbyist wing of the party. The corporate lobbyist wing of the party, backed by the likes of Neera Tanden and many others, don't actually have a real base at all.
Curtains here, they belong to Hotel Nacional. For fact-checking purposes, Exhibit B. But what's interesting is Exhibit C. And the fact that Hotel Nacional de Cuba is on the restricted list. So while back in the day, the Hotel Nacional saw the likes of Frank Sinatra, Marlon Brando, Nat King Cole, it's actually illegal for Americans to stay there. But also, Nick Shirley is not Cuban, so that crosses off family. And then in addition to that, he wasn't going there for religious activity. And I didn't see him giving
he is a Mormon. You don't know that.
Any humanitarian aid. So where is Nick Shirley's federal subpoena?
Yeah, it's not coming because Nick Shirley was sent most likely by the government. Yeah, was the uncommitted movement fascist? I'm uncommitted on getting Assange subpoenaed. Like, these guys barely break 1,000 likes on Twitter, okay? It's just, At a certain point, I'm going to stop talking about it. Actually, that point is probably coming soon. I just wanted to mention that if your timeline is also polluted with this kind of insanity, there is a dedicated push from a lot of people, sex pestiny orbiters for the most part, and the corporate lobbyist wing of the Democratic Party that actually is desperately holding on to the center of power in the National Democratic Party that has led to the Democrats making terrible choices, terrible decisions, and not be sufficient in fighting the Trump administration. Those guys don't have any real base. Okay? No, the Democratic primary voters voting uncommitted in the 2024 presidential primaries to signal their disapproval of Biden's foreign policy and warned that it would cost the party if unaddressed was not fascist. The party should have listened. They were right on all accounts. But the party didn't want to listen to its own voters because at the elite level, it's disproportionately overrepresented by pro-Israel orgs, consultants, donors, patrons, and electeds. Many elderlies who couldn't digest that pro-Israel politics was rapidly losing popular purchase, which is why you guys have spent the last 2 years trying to conflate uncommitted, a movement of Dem primary voters, with any brown voters who defected to Trump in the general, which you could find in a non-white demo, because Dems bled votes with everyone other than white college. But yeah, I'm glad that I have united all of my enemies. Nick Fuentes, again, a person who has been, in his own words, victim to lawfare and political persecution in this country. He's a neo-Nazi who has claimed that he's actually a Democrat now because he wants to punish Trump because Trump is a servant of Israel, right? Nick Fuentes, if Trump wants to win us back, putting Hasan Piker in prison forever would be a good start. Laura Loomer, who is no friend to Nick Fuentes, and also another op of mine. President Trump can unite the entire country by having Hasan Piker arrested. It's his destiny. Bro, what happened to our fun community? Now we fighting real politicians? Yes. Interesting to see this weird orbit, this weird coalition coming together. Anti-Trump neo-Nazis, pro-Trump, pro-Israel Nazis like Laura Loomer, and the entirety of the centrist commentariat coming together and joining forces to say that the fascist president's insane encroachment on the First Amendment and targeting of political dissidents for doing activism, for doing humanitarian aid to a country that we're fucking starving and destroying is actually a cause to celebrate. Okay? Interesting. It has betrayed, it has proven something that I have said over and over and over again. Okay? And that's the final point on this this aspect, this part of the story, because I'll get to some other Fox News coverage and I'll get to some new allies, unlikely allies. But I will say this, okay? I will say this. Hold on.
Gas.
These people do not have any real political world view. Many of these people do not have a vision in the affirmative or even in the negative, honestly, for a future American society, a grand design. They don't care about anything. It's just petty personal grievances. Politics is simply team sport for them. Politics is not about a movement that will better people's lives. It's not about organizing. It's not about fighting some of these cancerous forces that have robbed, not only directly robbed regular Americans, but also robbed them of their political voice, whether it be the disenfranchisement of black voters or whether it be the groups, elements like AIPAC and numerous other corporate lobbies that subvert democracy at every turn. These people don't want to fight against any of that stuff. They don't care about any of this. All they care about is feeling like their team is winning. And they've decided that their team is this like increasingly shrinking factional team of center-right Democrats. And they will hold on to every bit of power that they have, no matter how silly they come across to a broader audience. It's that simple. That's where we're at now.
Jasmine Crockett is now.
They don't have any real. They don't have any real worldview beyond I hate the left. Beyond I hate Hasan Piker. That's it. And you should hate him too. That's their only. That's their North Star.
On threads celebrating the fascism that Trump is placing upon Medea and Hassan and others who had the nerve to go and try to feed starving Cubans, all because she's a Zionist and she works for Israel. And I don't know how many other examples you need. And look at how bad she's getting ratioed, you know, responding to this video, because everybody is literally condemning this video already, because people are not playing this identity bullshit no more where we weaponize our identity against people and laugh at Donald Trump doing fascist things when it's against people we don't like. And remember, this comes right after she went up in front of those white donors telling them to vote for and donate money to Wesley Bell over Cori Bush, an actual fighter for us, and then came online and lied about it. I'm glad whoever got that video got it, because I found out that it was actually a private fundraiser. You know, the place that Wesley Bell feels safe to go, unlike the public. Jasmine.
True.
As ever. We're in a war nobody wants. Groceries, expensive. Rent, expensive. What is the federal government going to do about it? They're going to subpoena Hasan Piker for giving food and medicine to the people of Cuba. That's the fucking world we live in, man. What a sick and twisted country we live in. Gas is as high as...
Anyway, here are some unlikely allies, though. Mary Lou. Trump supporter Mary Lou is finally broken off with Donald Trump. Another testament to the importance of meeting people where they're at and communicating with them.
Trying to, at the very least, legally threaten, if not at some point outright bring charges against Hasan Piker. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, they're not going to put my boy in the clinker. That's not right.
Okay.
He's part of our family. They're not going to put him in the clinker. And right there, we've got his shirt. Haley's got one on.
Yeah, repping Hasan Piker.
We want him to know that we're backing him.
Hell yeah.
Now, why would they, it's a subpoena? Is it a subpoena?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they do it to him and not those other 600 people?
Well, they're going after him and then
the main lady, Pink.
Yeah, of Code Pink.
The leader of the group that put it all together.
Yeah.
But you're effectively here. You are siding with Hasan Piker against Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Even though he might have different points and different views, I can still like him, and I don't want our son in the clinker.
New World Order.
Is this even a serious case? Didn't they find out they fell for a Twitter meme or something? No, it isn't, but it doesn't matter because the fact that they're trying to do this is serious in and of itself. Like, do you understand? Your motion with moms is crazy? Yeah, I think suit and tie is also working. Yeah. Hasan Piker looks shaken on stream as feds probe Cuba trip. This is why they're doing it, by the way. They're trying to create a narrative that I'm like, I'm terrified, I'm shook, and I'm not going to keep doing what I'm fucking doing. And they're stupid. Okay? They're stupid. They're stupid for this take. But it hasn't stopped them from fantasizing about this and believing that this is what's going on. Right? I saw another post from that fucking Norwegian MAGA LARPer that is a anime tourist and a video game tourist who like posted my face as Homelander being like, oh, I'll suck your dick, Trump. Please save me. I'll do anything. And it's like, yeah, that's what you would do in that situation. That's what you would fucking do in that situation. So you're hoping that I behave in the same way. Well, it's not going to happen. But it's so strange because like this is not even beneficial for any of these people, right? It's not even beneficial. And they don't get it. They don't understand it. Like, who is this for is the question. Is it for you? Is this helpful for you if I go to fucking prison? No. It's not. Is it helpful for you that the administration has decided to lock up dissidents? At some point, you might find yourself at odds with the administration. Is that a world that you want to live in? Certainly not a world that I want to live in. That's what I'm fighting against. This one has the beginning of the Fox interview.
Some of the misconceptions or misnomers about this whole thing with Hasan Piker. This is not about speech. It's about his actions. Can you please read my audience in on exactly what this is about?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Tommy, this is absolutely not about free speech. This is not about revolutionary tourism, although there was a lot of that happening. This is an investigation by an office that most people don't want to ever have cross their path. It's called Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control. And what they do is they make sure that U.S. citizens and companies are not aiding and abetting organizations, individuals, and countries that we've issued sanctions against. So a lot of people...
Like the entire sanctions shit is unbelievably bunk. Like I am 100% in opposition to the sanctions that the Cuban government has had to withstand. I think it's ridiculous. Okay? So even on that front, it's fucking ridiculous. Like these restrictions are idiotic. And the government absolutely picks and chooses. There are certain American companies that are allowed to literally trade with Cuba, to send certain goods to Cuba, shit like that. Okay? They pick and choose, but they mostly enforce it to punish the Cuban population. That's it. Right? What right does the U.S. government have to ban its citizens from visiting certain countries or dictating to them that various hotels, stores, malls, etc. are criminally banned? And what's the justification for investigating Hassan and Medea Benjamin, but not Nick Shirley's Cuba trip? Yeah. This is the whole point. The entire machinery is designed to, one, punish the Cuban population, and then two, it's something that they've never really done this before. Something that they haven't done in the past. But I guess it's like unbelievably rare, but they're trying to use that as a vehicle to fucking punish political dissidents.
People might know it, not know it, but the country of Cuba is run by the Communist Party of Cuba, and it is declared enemy of the United States. And what they are doing is investigating Hasan Piker to see his financial records, his communications, his logistics, and whether he was working and aiding and abetting the Communist Party of China. Of Cuba.
Anyway.
I said China, but that isn't.
Well, we may find out that that's one and the same.
Yeah. Exactly. That's a good slip.
But this one is not about speech. This is about his activity. So we'll wait and see what he's got going on there. Also, some issues with the dog collar that I don't like. Azra and Amani, thank you so much.
They can't even fucking say it, too, because they're worried about getting sued. Isn't that funny? Fox News is trying to entertain it, but they can't like fully say it because random fucking chirpers on the internet obviously don't have that same fear. But there is a level of like editorial control when you are a mainstream media outlet, so they can only like point to it. They can't fully lean into it, you know?
And she had more to say too.
I made sure we had a picture of Kaya in our...
Like, that's insane, bro. This is a Fox News Sunday program. What the fuck do you mean? I have literal fucking stalkers on the payroll, dude. Leftists, I don't really like Stephen Colbert or Jimmy Kimmel, but the way Trump is fucking with them is bad. Liberals, yeah, Trump, go get Hassan, haha. It's true. That's literally what has happened.
coverage just because I know there's folks like you, Tommy, that are paying attention to this dog that Hasan Piker has sitting in the back of his live streams for hours on end.
Bro, your own stalker operation literally destroyed the fucking meta. Not only did it prove that it's a fucking vibration collar, but it also proved that she goes on long walks throughout the goddamn day. So obviously she's not fucking sitting behind me the whole day. She's literally outside in the fucking photos. I know, it doesn't matter. None of it fucking matters. But Jesus Christ, dude, it is so strange.
Yep. Well, you know, if there's a...
Anyway, there's more to it. She went on another show at this time to talk about
Financial
this.
records, his communications, his logistics, and whether he was working and aiding and abetting the Communist Party of China. Of Cuba. I said China, but...
I found this interesting. So a few years ago, you know, there was the tenant company scandal where several conservative influencers were getting paid by a company that was on.
Yeah, that was Russia, okay? An actually wealthy petro-capitalist state. And nothing happened to the people who literally got paid by Russia to do pro-Russian propaganda. It's so fucking strange, dude.
The back end getting paid by Russia, but even under a federal investigation, I believe under the Biden administration, they found that those influencers didn't know. They didn't know where the money was coming from, so they weren't criminally liable. But it brought up this idea, this foreign agent registration necessity. Is there specific legislation for
what is this person
Cuba
saying?
and kind of
Oh my gosh, he's literally watching the stream. Oh my god, this psycho is literally watching the fucking stream, dude. Oh my lord. Straight up, they got stalkers on the payroll. They have Fox News senior editors that are just now that are now tasked with stalking my fucking stream. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking accidentally pee on camera. You guys are gonna hear my stream. It's gonna be on Fox News now. It's insane. I told you she's always watching your streams. Before her current job at Fox News investigative reporter who watches us on the Hunt live streams all day, Azra Nomani's whole shtick was using her Muslim identity as a cover to advocate for surveillance and repression of her community. Some of her previous work. Airport security. Let's profile Muslims. Muslim journalist defends surveillance by NYPD, says some Muslims use religion as a cover. Journalist Azra Nomani being interviewed. Oh my God. Oh my God. Literally an agent of the state. Oh, what a psycho.
Agent registration. In other words, if Hasan Piker took any type of payment for the propaganda, then he has to register as a foreign agent.
Well, that's another law, but it could apply also in the activities that Hasan Piker's been involved in, because exactly like you said, you know, there could be that you're violating the sanctions. So that's one set of laws. And then another one is that you could be doing influence peddling for a foreign nation. And that's this law where you have to register. So, you know, I mentioned China, and one of the important aspects of this is that there is this tech tycoon named Neville Roy Singham living in China who has pumped $285 million into nonprofits, including one of the nonprofits that Hasan Piker accompanied called Code Pink. And the big question on that...
Like, it's so funny because I love Code Pink, by the way, but I didn't even go there with Code Pink. I went there with Progressive International. Okay? So there are numerous groups that were that are part of the planning process, but it's just like fucking so stupid to keep stressing this. Bro, she is, as we speak, sitting around watching the stream and filming it on her phone, boomer style. Yeah, I know. I saw. I'm sure she's very excited at the fact that I'm talking about her being on Pro IDF. Of course, she's wearing an IOF hoodie here. Oh my God. Ugh. Of course she's pro IOF, Israeli occupying forces. Yeah. These guys should focus on people getting payments from the Israeli state with their close associations and allegiances to the Israeli state. Of course, they can't do that. They would have to, punish their own people quite a bit. I don't do any of that shit. I believe what I believe. I say what I believe. That's it. And that's part of the reason why they lose their goddamn minds. Okay? They lose their goddamn minds because, I'm an uncontrollable element, an uncontrollable entity because I'm not accountable. I don't have a buy-in in this system. Okay? That's it. I don't have any major corporate sponsorships. So I'm not a controllable entity. And the more the more this movement grows, the more the more people come out whenever I go to different places, and the more they promote candidates that I'm promoting, and the more those guys win, and the makeup of the National Democratic Party changes, the more responsive the Democratic Party becomes to its constituents rather than corporate interests, the bigger the threat is for them, because they are backed by corporations for the most part. We can never be serious. Yeah, I saw. I mean, go white boy. What is this? For those keeping up, Azra Namani has argued that Muslims should be profiled at airports, praised the NYPD surveillance of mosques and Muslim-owned businesses that produce zero evidence of anything, argued that the phrase, Inshallah, is a code word for Muslim extremism. Inshallah is. Say wallahi, bro, is a code word for Muslim extremism, and suggested that the Muslim veil is a form of religious suppression. These are a few of the many instances of blatant anti-Muslim prejudice on her part, to which Considine, as her new fanboy, is now linked. Gross. Craig Considine. She actually has a Twitch page? Oh my God. Militant groups in Pakistan thrive despite crackdown. That's so crazy. I guess it's cool that my stalkers are no longer just weird. They're no longer just
legally threatened, if not at some point.
Possible deal with Iran over the weekend.
What the fuck? They're no longer just fucking weirdos that spend all of their time on subreddits and Discord subreddits and Discord circles, right? I have stalkers at Fox News. In literal Manhattan Institute think tank, Stu. He's in here too, probably. He watches the stream every day. Yeah, she's now a subscriber. She subscribed to you last week? That's insane. Maybe she's a fan. All right. Questions arise as Trump teases possible Iran deal. Let's get to that now, okay?
President Trump said an agreement was mostly done, but on Sunday he urged U.S. negotiators not to rush.
Yeah, she probably subscribed to the Piker Broadcasting Service so she can support independent media, which you can too, by the way, and you should. Or maybe she subscribed to the Piker Broadcasting Service because she wanted to take advantage of the amenities, such as being able to send me links with no guarantees that I'll click on them, but send me links nonetheless. Or maybe she wanted to use the emotes all around the platform. Or perhaps she wanted to be able to rewind. Because as she knows, as well as all of you know, that the Piker Broadcasting Service is funded entirely by you, the people, and will always be for you, the people. PBS, People's Broadcasting Service, PBS Piker Broadcasting Service, is Sponsored entirely by you and your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, folks. Remember, always and forever, Piker Broadcasting Service. For tomorrow's news today. You are on Al Jazeera English. Are you going to watch it on stream? No. Or maybe. Ban her and play an ad? No. Anyway, thank you for the gifted subs. Okay. Now let's get back to a peace deal that might not actually take place.
Several key issues, including Iran's nuclear program, remain unresolved. Nicole Killian is at the White House. Nicole, good morning. What more do we know?
Hey, good morning to you, Adriana. President Trump said this weekend that an agreement with Iran had been largely negotiated, but this morning he says a deal will either be, quote, a great and meaningful one, or there will be no deal, while Iran's foreign ministry now says no deal is imminent.
New overnight, Iran is insisting a deal is not close. An Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson said negotiations are focused only on an end to the war, and they're not currently discussing nuclear issues. A U.S. official had said Iran would agree in principle to dispose of its enriched uranium and could receive sanctions relief in return.
We're going to give diplomacy every chance to succeed before we explore the alternatives.
On Sunday, a senior Trump administration official had said a potential deal between the U.S. and Iran would be a two-step process. First, Iran would reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In exchange, the U.S. would lift its blockade on Iranian ports. The move's aimed at easing oil and gas prices.
The bottom line is once the straits are open, then the tankers are going to go back.
But senators from both parties said an end to Iran's nuclear program is key to any deal.
Now we're talking about a posture where we may accept the nuclear material remaining in Iran. How does that make sense at all?
When you're digging a hole, you should stop digging. That's what this agreement sounds like.
Some lawmakers and Trump allies remain critical, including his former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, who said it was not remotely America first. On Truth Social, the president...
One of the things I'm annoyed by endlessly with the Democrats here, obviously, like, I expect the Republicans to be dogs, right? I expect the Republicans to be slaves to Israel, just as Donald Trump is. This is a moment where Donald Trump has to make a decision. Does he continue being a servile little piggy to Israel and Israeli interests, or does he actually reassert American control over the situation? Because it's very clearly not beneficial to continue this, to go up the escalation ladder. Israel is not going to follow us, by the way. We're going to fucking send our troops if we were to militarily invade Iran. But I don't expect the Republican Party to ever, come out and be like, yeah, Trump is doing a good thing here, right? And Lindsey Graham certainly hasn't said that. And many other Republicans have actually been critical of Trump because they're Israel first. But even the Democrats who are skeptical of Israel, or at least maintain the position that they're, maintain the outward posture that they're skeptical of Israel, have actually criticized Trump from a very weird perspective where they consistently keep handing it to Trump for engaging Iran militarily while simultaneously saying he fucked it up. Just say it's immoral. Have a principled stance on this issue. You don't have to hide behind procedural votes. You don't have to hide behind the fact that, oh, Trump, it's good that Trump did these things, but it's bad how he did it. It's like, no, it's bad that he did these things. Okay? And you already have an alternative from a fairly popular Democratic leader, Barack Hussein Obama, who did actually do the opposite of what Donald Trump did here with the JCPOA. That was successful. You have something to point to for the party's success. Some of them have started to argue on this point, and that's good. But we got to see more motion on this front. It's ridiculous. Adam Johnson also had a similar take on this with Cory Booker. As you know, Cory Booker, another Israel First Democrat, obviously even if he's trying to now say, oh, well, you know, I don't like AIPAC. I mean, dude, you were giving piggyback rides to Rabbi Shmuley in college, okay? You had pics snapped of you with motherfucking Benjamin Netanyahu and numerous other war criminals. So I don't believe you when you fucking say Bert on Fox. Guys, don't show Fox News Bert. Don't show Fox News Coke Bert. Our mascot Coke Bert. They're going to be like, Hasan Piker is defending little kitty cats doing cocaine. What is he teaching our children? No, not Coke Bert. Tylenol Bert only. No, not Zinbert. No. I can't. I'm addicted. Anyway.
This better than the deal Obama got with Iran?
So we haven't had an official briefing, but this is what I'm seeing that has me so outraged right now. Is the president said he went into this to deal with their nuclear program. This does not deal with that. Before he became president the first time, they had no highly enriched uranium. They had sent it out. Now they have it because of him. Number two is he criticized round.
Who cares? Anyone who is even remotely well-read on this would not posture about the Iranian nuclear program as a significant threat, but would recognize, as Barack Obama did, even if he were to posture at times about the Iranian nuclear threat, they recognize that this was just leverage. Leverage in exchange for sanctions relief. Okay? It's that simple. It's fucking ridiculous. Just say the truth. It's not that hard, man. Just say the fucking truth. There are some within the IRGC's more militant wing that are non-reformists that want nuclear arms. The previous Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, issued a fatwa against nuclear armaments, okay? The utilization or the development of nuclear arms. Iran never pursued nuclear arms. Iran only pursued highly enriched nuclear-grade uranium specifically to get some kind of leverage to draw America back into the negotiations process and get sanctions relief. Okay, it's that fucking simple. Also, I think I might go. I think I might take away the Jubilee ban and watch this Surrounded, because Glenn Greenwald is a fantastic debater, and you know, as much as I have had you know, a lot of back and forth with him, he did a Jubilee Surrounded, and I assume it was a fucking absolute cooking. This is the format. Glenn is an atom bomb. Okay. He is literally nuclear grade master debater. Dropping him in a fucking Jubilee Surrounded is like Mehdi Hassan, but worse. Okay? To this day, regardless of my criticisms of Glenn, one of the greatest Bill Maher clips of all time, which led to a ban of Glenn Greenwald from going on Bill Maher's show, is that famous moment where he just straight up says, who the fuck do you think is radicalizing Muslims? Do you think it's the Quran, or do you think it's us bombing them? That is one of the best. That and the Ben Affleck debate, those are the two incredible moments that are trapped in my memory. I will never forget them. They're so good. Anyway, what? Why are you doing this? Don't you think this is gross to do? Like, oh, what a funny debate. Like, in your mind you think it's like a good way to try to get me to pay attention, so you can send a clip about like Israel's horrifying violence? Don't you feel like that betrays the severity of the cause you're pursuing? Gross. Don't do that. It's also kind of, not only is it vile, but it's also so cynical. Yeah, and the video that you sent me literally has a dead child in it too. It's a terms of service violation that would probably get me banned. I don't know why you're doing that. Ben Affleck? Oh, the Ben
So
Affleck.
the other thing we want to talk.
The Ben Affleck one was really good too, but here, I'll show you Glenn and I'll show you Ben Affleck actually here.
And that's a problem.
Big of you.
But
Well,
I'm actually well educated on this topic.
I'm asking you. So you're saying if I criticize you're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing. That if you're critical of something, well, it's not a real thing when we do it. Right.
Well, no,
it really isn't.
I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people. And that's a problem.
Big of you.
But
why are you so hostile about this concept? It's gross. It's racist.
It's not. But it's so nuts.
It's like saying those stateless, shifty Jew.
You're not listening to what we are saying.
You guys are saying if you want to be liberals, believe in liberal principles like freedom of speech, like we are endowed by our forefathers with an inalienable rights.
By the way, this is another consistent position that I maintain here, and I will consistently pursue. Like, regardless of all the Jewish institutions of the United States of America almost universally saying that they stand with Israel, I know for a fact that no group of people are monolithic and are primarily victims of propaganda regardless, and Jews are obviously one of those groups as well, which is part of the reason why I talk about the ideology of Zionism being a malleable thing that is totally separate from the entirety of the Jewish population, which is why I don't cast the entirety of the international Jewry or American Jewry with the crimes of the Israeli state, even if some of my critics to the left will be like, who gives a fuck? This is Jewish exceptionalism or whatever. But that's part of the reason, partially the reason why I don't do that is also because I have experienced a version of this. Obviously, there's a coordinated effort by both media and also many of these institutions to foment Islamophobic sentiment in an effort to justify the global war on terror. And the outcome of that has been to say, regardless of what Muslims say and do, which, Jewish Zionists certainly don't do this, but regardless of Muslims saying ISIS is not representative of our values at all, what the fuck are you talking about? This is unbelievably racist. There has been for many, many decades this conflation between Islam, the entirety of the Muslim world, and groups like ISIS, groups like Daesh, Al-Qaeda, and the like. This is Islamophobic. Now, on the other side of this story, and I always use this as an example, it would be like if Moss were like, no, we love ISIS, like waving the banner of ISIS outside of their fucking mosques and fundraising for ISIS in general. Like if that's something that they were doing, then there would at least be a little bit more legitimacy to the conversation, but it's not the case, right? That's obviously not the fucking case. The problem is, there are Zionist Jews and Jewish institutions that are basically doing the equivalent of that about Israel at a time when, Israel has fallen out of fucking favor. So this foments more anti-Semitism in the country. But I still will maintain a principled stance because I understand what it's like to be in the crosshairs of this. The question always is this productive? Is it productive to assume that every Jewish person that you meet is actually unbelievably pro-Israel, is a Zionist to the bone, to the core? I don't think so. I don't think it's the truth, and I certainly don't think that that all Jewish people are always and forever going to defend Israel or place Israel as the highest priority, or just like varying degrees of support that they show to the nation state of Israel.
All men are created equal.
Ben, we have to be able to criticize bad ideas. And
of course we do. No liberal doesn't want to criticize bad ideas.
But Islam at this moment is the motherlode of bad ideas.
Jesus.
So we have
That's
ideas
just a
like
fact.
blasphemy.
It's an ugly
apostasy.
It is
one
basic liberal
let me
principle
unpack
is
it.
tolerance.
Let me unpack it.
But not for intolerance.
No, of course not. But the picture you're painting is to some extent true, but is hugely incomplete. It is certainly true that plenty of fanatics and jihadis are Muslim, but the people who are standing up to them, Malala, incredible Muhammad Ali Dadak in Iran, in prison for 9 years for speaking up for Christians.
You know who this guy is? He's also in the news recently. Nicholas Kristof, the number one anti-Semite according to the pro-Israeli groups. There it is. Pulitzer Prize winning New York Times columnist and reporter Nicholas Kristof.
A friend that I had in Pakistan who was shot this year, Rashid Rahman, for defending people accused of apostasy.
Or how about the more than 1 billion people who aren't fanatical, who don't punish women, who just want to go to the store,
wait a second. Wait a second.
Don't do any of the things that you're saying all Muslims
wait a second.
Stereotyping.
Wait a second.
Things, and you painting the whole group religion with that.
No, let's get down to who has the right answer here. 1 billion.
Ugh. Anyway, does anyone have the Glenn clip? Because the Glenn one is even better than this. This was many years ago. I forget exactly when this is from. 11 years ago, I guess, or 12 years ago, as a matter of fact.
It's not our fault what came out. We didn't go into Egypt.
Well, we
wound up with the Muslim Brotherhood.
We didn't go into Egypt. We were supporting and propping up Mubarak for 30 years, even as we were cheering for all the Tahrir Square demonstrators as though we were on their side. It was our government that kept Mubarak in power, just like we've done across the entire Muslim world. And it's amazing for you to say that, well, look at all these Muslims. The minute you give them a little bit of freedom, they go wild and they start being all violent. How can you be a citizen of the United States, the country that has generated more violence and militarism in the world over the last 5 or 6 decades, and say, look at those people over there, they are incredibly violent? We play a significant role in what has been happening in the Middle East because we've been interfering and dominating that region in order to have access to the oil.
I wasn't talking about violence. I was talking about theocracy. That doesn't happen here.
No, well, okay, that doesn't happen here, but at the same time, Iran isn't invading lots of other countries and occupying them for a decade, nor are fundamentalist Muslim countries the way the United States is. So these things are interlinked because we are continuously interfering in that part of the world. And so to say...
Really, it's all our fault?
It's not all our fault, but when you send your military for 6 straight...
Look, he gave up. That's Bill Maher giving up to go, oh, so you're saying it's not all our... So you're saying it's all our fault. Okay, a deliberate misunderstanding of the point that Glenn is making. The reality of the matter is the radicalization that takes place, the anti-American radicalization that takes place in countries in the Middle East are coming out of a defensive posture because of the American intervention in this region. Okay, military, the military intervention in this region. I can't even talk. That's it. Yeah, it is our fault. We have a large share of the burden here. These people would want nothing to do with us. They could even be our allies if we just let them exist. But unfortunately, they had oil. So we couldn't just let them exist. We had to intervene in their affairs. We had to prop up our favorable dictators in many instances.
Decades into other countries to bomb them, kill their children and women and innocent men, prop up dictators. Yeah, you take responsibility for your actions and say, to the extent that that region...
That religion goes back 1,000 years before our revolution.
Yeah, and there was none of this fucking instability in comparison to the rest of the world. There wasn't like right now, obviously, the Middle East is less stable than the Western world. Okay? But when Islam was, invented, okay, Islam unironically created stability in that region. Instead of warring factions and warlords and pagans fighting one another, Islam sincerely organized the entire fucking territory, okay? And not only that, but also there was a golden age of Islam beyond that as well, right? At a time when there was not such a golden age in the Western world. So all this stuff is relative. If you were to attribute the Israel-Palestine conflict to religion, and claim that this is like a 1,000-year-old religious battle, you're wrong. You're ahistorical and you're wrong, and you're probably doing propaganda for Israel. Muslims and Jews lived in relative, and I use the term relative here, relative harmony in comparison to Jews and Christians living in the Western world at the same time frame. Many Muslim territories were seen as a safe haven, a relative safe haven for Jews escaping pogroms, the Spanish Inquisition, and the like. It was only after the invention of Israel, in the aftermath of Zionism's success as a settler colonial enterprise, that the instability kicked in. This also obviously paired up nicely with our reliance on this new resource that we desperately need, oil. This region is resource rich in oil. Obviously, that also played a role in the American ambition to dominate the region. There was also an ideological battle that was taking place around the world, the Cold War, capitalist forces versus communism, and the Western Front, the American Empire. The pro-capitalists in this regard were terrified of pan-Arabic nationalism because pan-Arabic nationalism could be seen as sympathetic to communists and the Soviets. And they used Israel. And Israel was, of course, Israel was very excited at the prospect of being used in this regard. They got unlimited weapons and unprecedented access to American politics in exchange for being a reliable ally, a permanent destabilizing factor in the Middle East, in this region, all right, to constantly squash any sort of revolutionary fervor that the Muslim world had. And that's how we arrive at the 80 years of conquest, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing. Yes, before the Americans, it was the British that were also hustling Muslim nations off their oil, but our reliance on oil grew in that time frame as well.
So I don't think we can take all the blame.
I don't think we should. I think we should take a lot of it. And there's lots of bodies and corpses that have been piled up in the name of Christianity and Judaism as well.
Not recently.
Have you heard of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza for the last 50 years, motivated in part by extremist views of Judaism, or the wars in Europe, or the fact that there were generals in the United States saying we have to go and invade and destroy Iraq, a country of 26 million people, because our God is bigger? Lots of religions, not just Islam, produce violence.
Well, if I could just make one quick point about Egypt.
That silly liberal view that all religions are alike because it makes you feel good.
No, it makes you feel good to say our side is better than people over there.
What? Oh, yes, Hasan, you're obviously right about imperialism, anti-Orientalist narratives, Islamophobia. Yet at the same time, can we admit that the rise of a chunk of the community, there are reactionary normalities? Can we not jerk off about the Fatah? Who's doing that?
You have to put a crown on your head and say, I'm a good person. How do I prove that?
You get to ignore the responsibility that your own government has for the violence and instability in the world by saying, look, it's that primitive religion over there that's to blame.
Yeah. There's also obviously a effort here to shed the West of its share of responsibility for the wholesale slaughter of Jews as well, including the Holocaust, to just say, hey, guess what? It's the Arabs that are actually anti-Semitic now, not us. And Israel obviously loves playing that role as well in the propaganda campaign. Israel loves getting unlimited support from the West for its ethnic cleansing operations. So it's a perfect, harmonious relationship that they have with Islamophobia.
That the deal that got rid of their nuclear program, or at least their highly enriched program, involved getting $50 billion for Iran. Well, already the president's balance sheet is letting more than $14 billion go through, that during this conflict he allowed them to sell oil. And this deal alone, easing of sanctions on Iran, allowing them to get billions of more, the same deal he criticized, he's already doing worse than. Giving Iran more money, as he has said, will allow them to do things like fuel their terrorist proxies. That's why this war is wrong. He's got us in a situation that's worse than it was before, a more extreme regime. The Strait of Hormuz now is a leveraging point for them. This weak nation has put America in a stalemate, and Donald Trump is being played as a fool.
Yeah, it's be cool if we had an opposition party that could criticize warmongering without demonizing the target of said war, inflating threats, and laying the groundwork for future attacks. It's incoherent, tedious, and draws no meaningful contrast beyond the we're competent imperialists. Yeah. The only thing that you should be saying right now is that Iran has put America on the back foot, and there's an important lesson to draw from that conflict, which is we say no as Democrats, as the opposition party. We say no to endless imperialism. We say no to constantly expansive American imperialism, and we want to draw back our endless military adventures overseas. This is something that the public demands. This is something that we are demanding. No more of this. It shouldn't take a much smaller middle power to actually put us on the back foot while losing so many lives in the process. For us to come to this point, to recalculate what it means to be, what it means to have an American base on foreign soil, and yet here we are, and yet, even after all of that, there is still spoilers in this process that want this endless militarism to continue. Of course, what I'm referencing is Israel. U.S. backs Israeli escalation in Lebanon. A senior U.S. official told Axios, ABC's, Al Jazeera, and that the Trump administration supports escalating Israeli military operations against Hezbollah. The official claimed Hezbollah ignored repeated requests to stop firing and said Israel will never be required to passively absorb attacks, while blaming Hezbollah entirely for the current escalation, even as Israel's continued daily massacres during the quote-unquote ceasefire, killing close to 3,200 Lebanese people since March alone. The comments came as Israel dramatically intensified attacks across Lebanon. L'Orient today reported Israel carried out 85 strikes across 36 localities in southern Lebanon on Sunday, alongside drone attacks on at least 25 additional targets and artillery shelling on 15 villages. Israeli warplanes broke the sound barrier over Beirut, causing sonic booms across the capital amid fears of a wider escalation in the city, which has largely been spared since the quote-unquote ceasefire. Israeli media reported Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir proposed striking buildings in Beirut, while Channel 14 said Netanyahu and Israel Katz discussed expanding attacks deeper into Lebanon, including against residential structures. Far-right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich called for collective punishment against the Lebanese capital, saying for every explosive drone, 10 buildings must fall in Beirut. A lot of Republican senators are actually speaking against Trump's ceasefire plan. Is crazy. Yes. We have finally found something that breaks away from Trumpism within the Republican Party, and that is being a slave to Israel. Another major Israeli platform admin has changed their mind about Lebanon. Get the soldiers out of Lebanon. Our soldiers' blood is not worth it. No matter what agreement or nonsense they make behind the scenes, it doesn't matter. The amount of information recently allowed for publication is crazy and just ducks at the shooting range. The soldiers basically don't know what they're doing inside of Lebanon. They arrive just waiting for the next drone to arrive. I write this with great sorrow. Israel news from the field. Yeah. It's not great for the Israeli side that they're getting their shit pushed in by FPV drones, by the Hezbollah drone operators as well. They've seen tremendous gains in that conflict as well. They very quickly learned how to utilize these FPV drones. And we keep seeing footage over and over again of the drones even striking Israeli batteries, like Israeli Iron Dome defense systems too. So there is also that element as well. Lebanon's national news agency reported heavy Israeli strikes on Monday in Tyre and Nabatea, including raids near Jabal Amel Hospital and attacks damaging residential buildings and a Shia community center. Hezbollah on Sunday said it carried out 28 attacks targeting Israeli military gatherings in occupied Lebanese territory and northern Israel. The anti-Netanyahu opposition leaders are also saying that the ceasefire is Netanyahu selling out by not continuing the war. Yes. So there are forces within the Israeli military that want this to be de-escalated and they want to withdraw from Lebanon. There are forces that are obviously full-blown in favor of continuing to pummel Lebanon. Many of the people in the Israeli Knesset and the war cabinet still very much want to continue the Lebanese conquest. One, because they want territorial expansion, of course. And the other reason is because they don't want to be restrained by the United States of America. This would be a devastating blow to Israeli confidence that America, for once, would be forced to restrain Israel. They can't have that. That's why I said it's the most consequential element of the Iranian ceasefire proposal. Okay? Here is a new take from FDD, which, again, pay close attention to what I'm about to read to you. Foundation for Defending Democracy, the Israeli cutout, is now saying sanctions relief is actually a good thing. The regime is desperate for face-saving wins to sell any deal at home. Watch for Iranian state media to frame restored access to these funds as a major U.S. climb down. It's not. Here's why. They are now trying to get sanctions relief to bribe the Iranian government to stop their demands of restraining Israel. And I told you this from the start. If you remember, I had this conversation with Trita Parsi as well. This is one of the things that I saw. This is one of the things that I saw that I found to be a scary proposition. Will Iran back away from the major demand that they're making, the most consequential demand that they're making, to force America to restrain Israel and Lebanon against Hezbollah and just against Lebanon and the Lebanese territorial expansion initiative? If Iran backs away from that position, okay, that is a major concession, and it will be unbelievably consequential for Iran down the line. Okay? These are the proceeds Iran already earned from oil sales to South Korea, $6 billion, electricity and gas exports to Iran, $10 billion, that the Biden admin moved as a part of a release deal regarding U.S. hostage taken by Iran from inaccessible and less accessible banks accounts into restricted local currency accounts in Oman and Qatar at the request of Iran, designated only for humanitarian purchases. They are now defending the $6 billion Biden unfreezing of assets, by the way, which is really funny. And the collective total is close to $20 billion. Which is, again, a dent, significant, but a dent nonetheless, in the larger amount of frozen assets that are just trapped in other banks that America has tremendous influence over and tremendous control over, to the tune of $100 billion. Okay? 1 to 2 billion plus from Iraq and Oman. Iraq's unpaid, now way over $10 billion debt to Iran for natural gas and electricity imports. U.S. waivers allowed Iraq to convert and route some of the funds restricted to the Oman account. After October 7, Biden asked banks to stop releasing funds from these accounts under massive congressional pressure. Banks were asked to restrict Iran-Oman disbursements too. The real distinction, restoring humanitarian access, equals procedural restoration of what already exists before October 7. These funds were never meant to be permanently frozen. They exist because the U.S. already determined this trade is non-sanctionable. If a deal makes these funds freely available beyond humanitarian limits, lifting the humanitarian-only restriction entirely, that's a genuine U.S. concession. Yeah. It's, they're trying to put lipstick on a pig here and say, oh, like, this isn't a major concession. Yeah, when Biden did it, you obviously had a very different approach. You didn't say, oh, no, guys, you don't understand. Biden's concession on the $6 billion of assets that are unfrozen are actually Iranian money anyway, and they deserve to have it. You didn't say that. The reason why you're saying that right now is because Iran has tremendous leverage over America. Okay? And your focus as Foundation for Defending Democracy, which is, once again, an Israeli cutout on operating on U.S. soil without being restricted in any way, shape, or form, no fair violations whatsoever. The reason why you're saying this is actually fine is because your only concession, the only thing that you care about at FDD, very clearly, is not restricting Israel. That's it. That's the only thing.
So the fascist...
Oh, my goat is out. My goat's out with another dark woke video. We'll watch it later. So that's where we're at. And we'll continue along that journey, but let's cover some more. Trump post demanding U.S. allies join the Abraham Accords if he strikes an Iran deal. Yeah, it's
hit back. It isn't even fully negotiated yet, so don't listen to the losers.
The idea that somehow this president, given everything he's already proven he's...
This is desperate because the post-October 7, wait, hold on. One second, I have to send text messages. MBS cannot do it. 83%. So here's the thing. Post-October 7, after Israel started its genocidal conquest over Gaza, okay, when that happened, that destroyed the public normalization initiative between these Arab states, these Gulf states, and Israel. Okay? So the main point of contention between, the Abraham Accords recipients and Israel was no longer about Iran at all. It was not about Iran in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, this was a bulwark against Iran, right? It was about Gaza. It was about the Palestinians. Trump is now trying to change that calculation to, I'll give you something. I'll finally stop Israel's conquest over Iran that's destabilizing the region, that's closed the Strait of Hormuz, if you abide by the Abraham Accords without adding the Palestinian nationhood as a major point of contention here. So he's trying to move chess pieces around on the board here, right? Because the reason why the GCC or all the other nations in the Abraham Accords do not want to normalize, formally and openly normalize relations with Israel is not because of fucking Israel's destabilizing factor in Iran. It was because of Palestine. So Trump is trying to move that around to say, desperately, in a final act of desperation here, I'll give you something you want. I'll give you peace with Iran. This is a thinly veiled mafia threat. Trump weaponizing Iran's ability to destroy GCC states to blackmail GCCs into joining the Abraham Accords, which Trump needs to sell his own capitulation to Iran. If you don't join the Abraham Accords, we'll bomb Iran and Iran destroys you. It's exactly what's going on here. U.S. President Donald J. Trump posted a lengthy statement on his Truth Social app earlier on the ongoing negotiations. The most recent statement was centered around President Trump's proposition to Arab leaders on the Abraham Accords. Per the president's statements, negotiations with Iran are still ongoing and proceeding nicely. Trump stated that it should be mandatory that any nation who signs on to a peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran should sign on to a wider rapprochement framework between Muslim countries and Israel. The president honed in on Saudi Arabia and Qatar, saying that they should immediately sign such a framework, and if they do, others will likely follow suit. However, per reporting from Barack Ravid yesterday, the president's proposition wasn't met with enthusiasm by Muslim leaders during a group call yesterday. I wonder why. The leaders, especially those of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Pakistan, who don't have formal diplomatic relations with Israel, were surprised by Trump's request. There was silence on the line, and Trump joked and asked if they are still there, one of the U.S. officials said. We are so stupid, dude. Sometimes I think there's got to be an underlying logic to the way that Trump moves on these issues. And then I'm reminded over and over again that he is literally like a petulant child who's just simply throwing shit at a wall to see what sticks. This is one of those moments where it's very obvious that Donald Trump is simply throwing shit at a wall to see what sticks. Just let's do the Abraham Accords so I can have a face-saving moment here. Okay. In order for the Abraham Accords to formalize in the post-October 7 framework, Palestinian nationhood recognition has to take place. All roads lead back to restraining Israel and curbing Israel's appetite for more death and destruction. The sooner the Americans come to terms with that reality, the easier things will be. You have to stop your attack dog. That's it. And it's funny because once again, The onus is, yeah, no, they will shift the onus back to Israel. All they have to do is reiterate their own existing positions that they will join the accords as long as the Palestinian state on the 6-7 borders with East Jerusalem is also recognized by Israel as part of it. That's it. These guys are so dumb. Trump has laid the failure of this negotiation at the feet of the Arabs. Clever? No, it's not. It's an incredibly stupid thing to do. The deal on the Iranian side can't come to fruition because of Israel's lack of interest in stopping their campaign of conquest in Lebanon. The deal on the GCC side is not going to come to fruition because of Israel's conquest and ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza and in the West Bank. All roads lead back to Israel. And America's reluctance to restrain Israel in any meaningful capacity. How is this hard to contend with? It's not hard to understand. I have understood it. Many of the individuals in this community understand it. Many people, even who are not as well-read or as invested in this process, have understood this reality. And it's so strange that the Trump administration is seemingly the last holdout here. Perhaps it's because their bags rely on them refusing to understand it. Israel must be stopped. That's it. That's it. All roads in the Middle East lead back to Israel. And this is not some anti-Semitic shit, okay? It's just because all roads do legitimately lead back to Israel because the Trump administration in the post-Barack Obama universe absolutely gave the keys to the car, our vehicle of Middle Eastern expansion, to Israel, okay? That's it. Bro, your chat is not well read. It says common capitals ML. In comparison to the average American, are you fucking insane? Have you met a normal person? Have you had a conversation with a normal person recently, chatters? I do all the time. The best you can hope for is that they at least have some kind of scrutiny between the relationship that America has with Israel. That's the best you can hope for. Okay? Beyond that, most people are like, what's an Ayatollah? What's Iran? I'll bite. What's that about? Is that a thing? Is that a type of food? They just see gas prices going up. That's it. And they hate that. And they understandably attribute that to Trump's failures because that's what the average person does. They're like, well, Trump is president. My gas prices went up. He said gas prices were going to go down. That's kind of fucked up. Fuck this guy.
Willing to do is going to somehow agree to a deal that ultimately winds up putting Iran in a stronger position when it comes to nuclear ambitions is absurd. That's just not going to happen.
Well, the president has said he doesn't want to rush a deal. He told CBS News that negotiators were getting closer, adding, I will only sign a deal where we get everything we want. This morning, Secretary Rubio made it clear that if talks with Iran fail, other options to end the war could be explored. Ouija?
Nicole, thank you. Let's bring in CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinogradov. She is a former assistant secretary for counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security. Sam, good morning. It's great to see you.
Good morning, Ouija.
So a U.S. official tells CBS News that a deal is imminent. President Trump says, though, he doesn't want negotiators to rush into anything. And it feels like we've been in this very place for months now. So where are we?
Well, Ouija, if anyone is waking up this morning with a sense of deja vu, they are not alone. We are both seemingly on the cusp of a deal, really, to talk about a deal, an interim agreement that would open the Strait of Hormuz and really lay out a framework for negotiations on the thorny issue of Iran's nuclear program. But at the same time, President Trump and his officials are stating that military operations could resume if negotiations fall through. So it's unclear where we really are. But Ouija, having worked on these kinds of high-level negotiations for the U.S. government, including with the Iranians, I do want to emphasize that these ups and downs are not unusual. Negotiating with the Iranians is known to be a roller coaster. The 2015 Iran nuclear deal took 20 months to negotiate, and there were a lot of fits and starts. So it's not unusual that we see these ups and downs. It's just unusual it's all playing out so publicly.
And Sam, based on the little information we know so far about this current framework, some Republicans, including Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, they're already criticizing President Trump because they say that this looks a lot like the deal that President Obama put together, that the U.S. entered, and then, of course, President Trump pulled out of. So what does the president have to do here to make it look different from that other deal?
Well, while we don't know not only what President Trump wants from the Iranians this time, we also don't know what the Iranians will agree to in this round of negotiations. But if we look back at the 2015 nuclear deal, critics at the time focused on the fact that that deal only attacked the Iranian nuclear program. It did not, for example, address Iranians' missile capabilities, which were used to continue destabilizing the region. They also focused on the fact that Iran did get certain sanctions relief and access to funds that...
What they mean when they say it continued to destabilize the region is actually the opposite. It just was a military deterrence for Israel, which was destabilizing the region. That's it. It's perfectly reasonable. This lady is 43. What the fuck? Damn. She looks great for 43. Holy shit. Hopefully I look that good when I'm 43. Anyway. Hey, Hasan, where can we talk to the mod team? That's crazy. A misunderstanding happened. Oh, God. Oh, boy. So, yeah, when they say critics of the Iran deal, read that as Israel firsters, okay? People who place the interests of Israel over the interests of Americans and America, because that's what it is. Okay, that's number one. And number two, when they said, what loud explosions heard around the Strait of Hormuz, Fars? I mean, we'll see. We'll see what that's about. But listen. When they turn around and say, critics of the Iran deal were critical of the Iranian missile program that this deal did not touch. What they're talking about is a red line that no one has the capacity to enforce. What do you mean? Iran is a sovereign nation. They absolutely have a right to defend themselves. Iran is a sovereign nation, and as a sovereign nation, they have a right to develop weapon systems, defensive weapon systems. And the idea that they have to restrict their strike capabilities to the idea that they have to restrict their strike capabilities to they have to limit their strike capabilities to like not be able to reach Israel is fucking bunk. It's ridiculous. Okay? It's unheard of. It's preposterous. What fucking country would say yes to that? Tom Barak, Türkiye'de Osmanlı millet sistemini savunduğu konuşmaları gördün mü? Erdoğan'ın Trump'tan legitimasi istediğini ve bunu ona verdiklerini bile söyledi. Bu konuda söyleyeceğim bir şey var mı? Yok. Ama Tom Barak tam yani Türkiye için adam yani öyle söyleyeyim. Vice's Shane Smith did a great interview with Iran's foreign minister. Yeah, I've heard about this. I don't think Trump wants a ceasefire going by this post. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, God. I mean, pay no attention to Trump's posturing here, right? He posts all the time, and his posts increase. The posting belligerence metric has the opposite impact of what's going on the ground, usually. Okay? When Trump starts posting about how, death and destruction is imminent, that means that he's on the back foot. At least that's what we've seen. But who knows? Explosions reported near Sirik and Bandar Ejask in southern Iran. The sounds reportedly came from the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, I don't know what this means yet. Let's continue.
Been frozen abroad that critics claim the regime was using to continue to wreak havoc. And they also focused, when it came to the limits that the deal put on Iran's nuclear program, they focused on the fact that Iran was allowed to continue a very low level of enrichment of uranium that could be used for civilian purposes. So today, those critics probably want to see President Trump get the Iranians to agree to remove any vestige of its nuclear program, including its civilian nuclear program, from Iran, including its uranium and potentially plutonium enrichment capabilities, its research and development capabilities, its advanced machinery, and more. And they probably also want to see the deal include some focus on Iran's missile capabilities and no sanctions relief.
All right, but Sam, we went from the president saying that the only acceptable terms were unconditional surrender to now negotiations and diplomacy. What leverage does the United States actually have to permanently keep the straits open and to eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Well, Vlad, there's really two tracks here, and this is where it probably comes back to President Trump listening to his intelligence community. One track is military operations. Certainly, the United States has shown that it can continue to target senior Iranian officials as well as Iranian infrastructure to try to use military might to force the regime to crumble. That has not proven successful so far. So the other tool that the United States has is financial pressure in the form of its military blockade. The Iranian regime certainly has a lot of leverage in terms of the economic pressure it's putting on the United States, as well as the global economy.
Sam Vinograd, thank you so much.
And let me begin by saying this is not about...
Maine Democrat Senate candidate refuses to apologize for deleted social media posts. Yeah. It's really funny that one of the things, Graham Plattner has, many fans, specifically in the state of Maine, which is where he's supposed to have the fucking fans regardless, right? But Graham Plattner on the internet has many haters. Some of those haters happen to be haters of mine as well, right? I'm agnostic to Graham Plattner. I think he's a pretty fine communicator on a lot of the issues that I care about. Only time will tell if he is... legitimately a voice against American imperialism. He has made some strides in that endeavor. I think he's communicated about American militarism far better, and especially because he has a position of legitimacy as someone who was a servant of American empire, who directly held the killing machines, right? But one thing I will say is this, okay? Obviously, in comparison to all the other options, he's better. But one thing I will say about Graham Plattner is the reaction to Graham Plattner. I'll be honest with you. Walk like a chud, think like a woke might be an undefeated method. I don't think the Republicans have a way to deal with this meta. Okay? Agnostic, I thought you became a believer. I mean, I go back and forth on it. I do think he's one of the better candidates out there, even though he still does have some red flags. I became more agnostic after the New York Times interview, ironically enough. Because like his shit posts on Reddit made me more of a believer, and then I heard him talk about some of these issues on the New York Times interview. And I felt like he was weak around some of his responses, but it's not enough for me to just fucking be like, an anti Graham Plattner weirdo. Okay. It's just not. The only reason why I say that is because. Like the questions around like his tattoo and what did he know and all this stuff, like he didn't have like he had a very good response for the average person. He just didn't have a very good response for someone like myself because I'm a lot more, I'm going to scrutinize that. You know what I mean? No matter what happens, I'm going to be a lot more careful But it doesn't, ultimately, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna lie, this is your most bad empanada-like take. I mean, I don't think it's a bad empanada-like take at all. So, in any case, all I will say is this. I love watching all of the anti-Platnerites, the Republicans, and the fucking centrist right-wingers, the Israel firsters in both parties, lose their fucking minds. And they keep saying over and over again that Graham Plattner is a Nazi and that he's they're talking about Graham Plattner being a child murderer. Like they're literally doing the troop exploder meta. Liberals who have never found imperial conquest that they don't salivate over, okay, have now decided, oh, Graham Plattner is a fucking military a death merchant. Like, he's a merchant of death. Why would you ever vote for him? It's like, dude, what? You love wars. When the fuck did you decide that you think when the fuck did you decide that every member of the U.S. Armed Forces is a fucking child killer? When did that happen? You don't believe that. You've never said that. You're trying to engage in a multifaceted war here to try to disparage this guy. You loved when Kamala Harris said, I'm going to have the most lethal military of all time. I hated it. You don't like that he invokes class consciousness in his commentary, and you don't like that he's anti-Israel, and you don't like that he's, certainly more anti-war than the average Democrat is, okay? That's what you don't like. It's fucking bullshit. In any case, he isn't anti-war at all. He is absolutely more anti-war than the average Democrat. Please stop. I know he says he wants to engage Maine's shipbuilding capabilities to be competitive with China or whatever the fuck. And you look at that and you're like, well, see, it confirms my priors about him, because this means that he's in favor of the war machine, not realizing that, Maine has a fucking shipbuilding industry. And that's the only reason why he's saying we should build more fucking ships for his own constituency, because he's trying to fucking win a goddamn election. He doesn't go beast mode because he doesn't have to appeal to you. He has to appeal to 65-year-old white people in Maine. Okay? Because the only way that his legitimacy on the issue withers away is if they hit him with the John Kerry beam. Okay? I need you to remember this. John Kerry actually fucking fought in Vietnam, right? Didn't he get a fucking Purple Heart and everything? And all these veterans came out against John Kerry because he was critical of American imperialism to a degree that the right immediately pounced on. Yeah, even his statement on China was pretty good. I mean, far better than the average person running for Congress.
Our position towards China.
Yeah, they called him Swift Boat. They belittled him. They destroyed him. They destroyed his legitimacy. Fucking Purple Heart veteran. And they destroyed his conviction and legitimacy in the field when he was talking about, American military. Like, you have to toe a delicate line when you are engaging in like anti-war statements, because the American reactionary movement will pounce on it and will just say, it doesn't matter how many fucking tours you went on, you're a bitch because you hate America. Yeah. Kerry had backstab Vietnam ads from chuds and veterans too. There's plenty of chud veterans you can fucking bring up. Are the electoral ramifications the only thing that matters here? Yes. Yeah, it's a fucking Senate race. We'll see how he operates once he's in Senate. It's a gamble nonetheless, but I'm looking at his output across the board, and I like some of the things that he's saying, and I feel as though maybe he's sheltering his the full scope of his opinion, but I might be totally wrong on that, right? Yeah, they're now hitting him with he attacked a Purple Heart veteran. On Fox, Democratic Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner dodges an apology when confronted over a deleted Reddit post where he said a Purple Heart recipient didn't deserve to live. That's crazy. That's I did wow. Fox News Digital. I mean, he's a typical fucking Marine chud. It's true. This is literally how fucking Marines talk amongst themselves. This is unironically locker room talk. Okay, this is literally locker room talk. And it's very funny because all the stuff that he's saying or has said privately when he didn't realize he was going to fucking run for Senate and actually have a shot at flipping a red seat are probably closer to his worldview in general. His evolution is probably much more real. He also called himself a communist on Reddit. Why is Fox News not mentioning it? They have, and they will continue to mention it. Now, listen. I need you to understand something, okay? I need you to understand something. This kind of posture from the Republican side against a guy whose optics look like a fucking chud, a real American hero, a Marine, unironically hurts the Republican movement. Okay? That's it. Because the average hog that sees this guy and then sees some pussy-ass Republican, pussy-ass like hatchet man walk up to him and be like, why won't you apologize to the veterans, sir? Are going to be like, nah, I like this guy who's getting into his fucking pickup truck who looks like a goddamn lobsterman.
Post about the Purple Heart veteran. If you think you need to...
Like, look, down to the pickup truck. Come on, man. Come on. When a hog sees this interaction, what do you think happens in the lizard brain of the hog? Do you think they find this guy more appealing? Or do you think they find the annoying journalist who's behaving in a manner not dissimilar to like a fucking liberal journalist attacking a Republican? The image that they've seen over and over again, trying to foment a decency politics. You can't be indecent and wear it on your sleeve, which is what the Republican reactionary movement has done for a decade to genuine success, and then turn around and be like, oh, well, where is the decency, sir? You can't do that. You can't fucking do that. Especially when the guy you're trying to do that to looks like one of your own. This is a new media environment that you created where the permission structure has expanded. You can't try to lean in because now it's no longer a race between Democrat versus Democrat. It's a race between Republicans versus Democrats. So the most Democrats are going to be like, I don't give a shit. I'll vote for a ham sandwich over a Republican. What the fuck are you talking about? Really? We're going to unseat a Republican? That's a major W. We're getting in there. So now, if you're trying to tackle the independents or the people who are in the center, you can't engage in decency politics. Like, what about the optics, sir? Especially when the optics absolutely fucking favor the guy with the fattest mustache you've ever seen who looks like a fucking chud.
I was wondering if you regret the post about the Purple Heart veteran. If you think you need to apologize to him.
Like, look at him. I'm putting my local LaCroix style seltzer beverages in the back of my pickup truck. That's dusty as fuck. Hold on. Oh, you guys don't give me a moment of respite. What liberal arts college you graduate from, pussy? What happened? What liberal arts college did you graduate from, huh? Get the fuck out of here. Toyota Tundra, though, doesn't drive American? No, that gives them more fucking legitimacy. Are you kidding me? Hogs don't play around about their trucks. They have no fucking loyalty to Ford like that. They just get the Fords because they're the least costly alternative, but they respect Toyota Tundras. What's the matter? Can't take a joke? Is that what they taught you in Oberlin? Huh? Pussy?
What you would say to voters who might be upset by it?
I did 4 tours of the infantry. Any attempt to say that I disrespect veterans is slanderous and offensive.
Do you think you owe them an apology?
I do. Do you know how many of my friends had Purple Hearts? Do you know how many of my friends got wounded?
I'm sure a lot.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Thank you. I was wondering if you
See, even the hog reporter has no response. This is because they're not experienced in being woke libtards. That's the thing, because they're hitting him with a libtard angle, right? They're like, excuse me, why won't you apologize for this? Blah, blah, blah. This post you posted, I don't like your post. Why don't you apologize? A real one would say, well, do you think your friends deserve to get shot in the same manner that you... Oh, God, why am I giving them pointers? Would you speak with your friends in the same manner? Would you say that your friends deserve to get shot and wounded while they were getting their Purple Hearts in the same way that you said about this other guy? Is what you would say if you are actually truly libtarded, okay? You're not. You don't know. You don't know how to be a proper libtard. Admit you were wrong about truck brands, though?
About the Purple Heart.
No, I think hogs respect Toyota Tundras. What do you mean? They don't care. This is a real fucking machine for a real working man. The fuck are you talking about? They are literally watching. Stop giving them pointers. You know what's really funny? Would be interested to find out if his parents bought that Toyota Tundra for him. So that's the other thing. Okay? Guys, optics matter to lizard-brained people. Okay? Graham Plattner's optics are so unbelievably solid. As long as he's never on the back foot, as long as he's attacking, he's set. He's set to a comfortable victory. Okay? Optics matter so much that people think Ted Cruz has a more working class background because he puts snakeskin fucking boots on and a big belt buckle and says, I love Texas, okay? Then fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was a goddamn bartender before she became a congressional representative. Hogs love optics. If you're white and you wear the boots and you wear the belt buckle, they go, yeah, right, that's one of mine. They don't look at a Canadian Cuban that graduated from fucking Harvard, who has spent his entire life defending corporations, as anything but a real-ass working-class individual, because he has the optics. Okay? V8 Tundras have like a cult-like following. They're widely considered one of the last great work trucks. Yeah. And it's the Tundras are silly, for the record. It's the Toyota's ambitions into eating away at the Ford market share. The Tundras should not exist. I'll be honest. It's disgusting. It's nasty, but all the fucking hogs love that shit for the very same reasons why I think it's an unnecessarily large vehicle. Okay? If we're having a real conversation, the Hilux clears. Unfortunately, in the United States of America, though, all of the fucking pickup trucks, all the work trucks are far larger than they're supposed to be. You're wrong. It's too big. It's straight up too big. Too fucking big. Shut your coastal ass up. Libtard Tundras are great. I mean, they're great in comparison to a 250 or a 150, but still. Anyway, and they're reliable. I'm just saying that Toyota made those specifically for the American market. They don't need to be that big. They're just making it. They're making it so that Americans buy it, and they do, and they love it. All right. What about the Tacomas? Look at the size of the Tacoma over the last 2 decades, or over the last decade, and you will understand my gripe with both the Hilux and also, or not the Hilux, sorry, of the Tacoma and the Tundra. They have grown so much in size to compete with the American cafe standard violating work trucks that have also grown in size nonstop. You should have bought this. Oh my God. This is the dream truck. What the fuck? New live at Bring It Trailer Auctions. 1996 Toyota Hilux SSR Crew Cab Turbo Diesel. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. I need this. Yeah, you want to see the size comparison? Anyway, Ryan Grimm says Republican political consultants think there's no way that a guy who did a decade plus in the military and 4 combat tours deserves or can afford a decent truck. I guess nice trucks are reserved for political consultants paid for giving extremely bad political advice. Am I the only one irritated he's getting harassed on Memorial Day weekend? Like, what the fuck? See? That's the other thing. See? Walk like a chud, think like a woke, unfucking defeated. All right. Now let's look at the Fox News chirpers that are basically repeating the same exact bullshit that you're hearing from the Israel First Democrats who hate Graham Plattner as well.
Bernie, it's not even about Troy or Graham. It is about every person in this room. Because I can't do what has to be done. Graham can't do it. Troy can't do it. The only way we're going to bring about the changes that this country needs is when all of us stand together and fight back.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders hitting the campaign trail with Graham Plattner. This one day after Fox News Digital caught up with the controversial Maine Senate candidate to ask if he had any regrets for appearing to slam a Purple Heart recipient online, saying the wounded soldier was, quote, dumb and didn't deserve to live. Caroline Elliott with more from right here in the Big Apple. Caroline.
Yeah, Kevin. Well, this is a U.S. Senate candidate up in the polls and projected to win in November, but he's facing a lot of backlash from past comments he made on his now infamous Reddit account. So by now, we've heard about the Nazi tattoo and what he said he likes to do in a porta potty. But in the latest comment getting attention, he said this about a U.S. soldier. He called him dumb, and then I can't say the rest of that on TV. And he also went on to say that the soldier did not deserve to live. This comment was apparently made about Ted Daniels, who was shot by the Taliban 4 times and then later honored as a Purple Heart recipient. Over the weekend, Fox News Digital asked Plattner if he felt he should apologize for those comments, and here's what he had to say.
I did 4 tours of the infantry. Any attempt to say that I disrespect veterans is slanderous and offensive.
Do you think you owe him an apology?
I think he should have just ended it there. He said, I did 4 tours in the infantry, brother, and then slammed the door on his face and then moved on. You know?
Do you know how many of my friends had Purple Hearts? Do you know how many of my friends got wounded?
Plattner, who served as a Marine and Army veteran, has admitted to owning that Reddit account P Hustle, and he has apologized for some past comments, including calling white.
I mean, he's trying to clean up his act, but his potty mouth doesn't help, but he looks better, says my mom. See, it's working. Okay, it's working. Don't worry. When I figure out how not to curse, oh my God, I'm going to be undefeated. I'm going to be undefeated.
Rural Americans racist and stupid. Plattner has said these past comments are tied to his PTSD from his time in the military. And on top of that, he reportedly said he was drunk when he posted. Kevin.
Caroline, thank you so much. We appreciate that.
And now, thank you. Let's bring in Washington Times editor-at-large, Alex Sawyer. Alex, thank you for being here. Before we get started here, I want to play something that our own Joey Jones said last night in response to what Graham Plattner said to Fox News Digital. Take a listen.
A lot of frustration and a lot of dark, crass humor that we use to get through a rough time. What's also necessary is discernment. Knowing where to say it. And when you're called out for it because you're so stupid that you put this stuff out on social media, then you better stand your toe on the line and answer for it, and don't hide behind the Purple Hearts of your veterans or the deployments that you had the honor to.
Seem kind of emotional, buddy. Kind of feels like it's this is a vet versus vet violence that's taking place here.
Go on.
So, I mean, he had a lot to say, too. It's worth watching. You know, Graham Plattner right now is leading
political group
Susan Collins in Maine. And you can see the response that comes from the things he said, but it doesn't seem to be moving the needle.
No, but I don't trust the main polls. I think it's very, very important to remind people out there that Susan Collins was down in polls the same percentage points, I think anywhere from 4 points to 7 points in 2020 when it was, I think, Sarah Gideon that was getting all the coverage. So, you know, I'm hesitant to buy into these poll numbers at all coming out of Maine. In terms of what Joey Jones said, I think it was very similar to what we've heard from, I think it was Rob O'Neill, others who have come forward and said there's no excuse for these types of comments. Blaming PTSD is a cop-out. There was one response that maybe, you know, veterans say things like this because they're jealous that their own service wasn't getting the coverage that others did. I'm not sure if that's really what's at play here, or if Plattner is trying to get, you know, some press for his own military benefits. Because the state of Maine, it's one of the top 6, I think it is, for veterans voting adults. I think it's like 6 to 10% of the voting population is.
Yeah, okay. One's a vet, the other is Susan Collins. Who are they going to vote for, you think? Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I don't want to gloat because the Republicans are vicious, and I'm sure they'll pull out all the stops. And this is what they've been trying. And it's really funny because, like, all of this was already tested and fell short in the Democratic Party, the Democratic Party's primaries, where it would have been probably more successful. I think Republicans are no stranger to hypocritical arguments. They love making it, right? They love hitting the, oh, you're not woke, how dare you, arguments all the time. They do it to me, certainly, with regular frequency. But the only people that actually care about that shit are rarely ever Republicans. It's Democrats. And he already fucking won the Democrats. So you're cooked. You're Trump supporters. You love when someone is saying fucking awful shit. If Trump was on this ticket, I could totally see Trump to Graham Plattner voters up and down that goddamn ballot.
Is military veterans. So it's a key demographic that they're going to try to go after. Additionally, you know, I think so is women. That's something that we've seen Collins, even though she is a woman, pulling behind him with. So, you know, I think the more money that she can do on ads portraying these 2 comments, one I think he made about sexual assault victims, basically suggesting they need to take some blame. And then, of course, what we're talking about right now with his military comments, 2 key demographics that Collins could target in all the millions that she's putting out there in ads in Maine, I think would play to her benefit.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen a lot of Democrats out there responding. This seems to be making them very uncomfortable, giving them a lot of heartburn on this. But why wouldn't they come forward and say some of this actually is very offensive?
They absolutely should, and I believe there's.
The problem is that Kerry was an upper-class weenie, and the right wing in America has a stabbed in the back narrative over Vietnam. The same narrative doesn't work on the war on terror vets. Everyone thinks that war was stupid. Also, infantry vets are salty and insult other MOs all the time. That just makes them look more authentic. I agree. But I think optics is what matters the most. Like you said, Kerry was an upper-class weenie. Graham Plattner is not. And they're trying to present him as an upper-class weenie all the time for that same reason. They're like, oh, well, his parents are rich. His parents are wealthy. None of it fucking matters, though, because he doesn't look the part. He looks like the kind of guy who would say slurs. Kerry always looked like the kind of guy who would get mad at you if you said slurs. To the average voter, they like him. For that reason, they're like, oh, hell yeah, this guy's... Like, they find that juxtaposition of look like a chud, think like a woke to be catnip. They love that shit.
Calls from people like Senator Schumer, Senator Elizabeth Warren to come forward and withdraw their endorsements of Plattner. I don't know. I can't speak to this Democratic Party. It's head scratching to me that as our popular vote showed in 2024, the country went to the right. But we keep seeing even Democrats in Maine nominate someone who's further and further to the left. Janet Mills would have been a more moderate candidate. You would have seen people like Schumer, I think, getting behind her more so than what we see with Plattner. But nonetheless, they're all coalescing together despite these horrendous comments. And he keeps coming to the point that he said...
I think his R-word apology did more harm than him actually saying it. Well, he was running in the Democratic Party primary at that point. So he had the... That's the only constituency that may or may not care about that. But I think his apologies for his, past mistakes and his past statements actually played well, because it really hammed up the idea that this is a guy who's seeking accountability. My policy is don't fucking apologize for anything in this new media environment. Only do it if you genuinely feel only do it if you're doing it for yourself. If I was a political consultant, okay, which I'm not, I would literally always tell candidates, never apologize, double down, who cares? It literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No one cares. I do it all the fucking time. And let me tell you, as someone who apologizes all the goddamn time, people don't give a shit. Okay? They do not give a fuck at all. They do not give a fuck about that at all.
Things, back years and years ago on social media, but those have continued to haunt him. It's going to be up to the voters in Maine to decide whether or not they support such vulgarity, and we'll have to see what happens come November. But, Susan Collins, like I said in the beginning, she was down in 2020 polls. Her favorability rating is now just about the same as it was in 2020. She served in the Senate for almost 30 years. I do not count her out.
Really?
I think that, Maine voters will come to her defense.
I do not count her out is an incredible admission that she's cooked, by the way. Because if she was obviously coasting and was in comfortable territory, 10 points over Graham Plattner, then it would be fantastic. They wouldn't even need to be having this conversation. It'd be like, oh, this guy sucks. Yeah, my neighbor voted for Trump 3 times, had a big Trump flag. Now he hates him for starting wars, defeating Thomas Massie, and shunning Marjorie Taylor Greene. He thought Plattner was a commie, but started watching videos of his speeches and was like, this guy's for the people. He asked me for a sign. Republicans running around being like, I can't believe a political candidate would be so vulgar is fucking hilarious to me. I will never get over that. Donald Trump is your president. Donald Trump is the president. He is the guy who invented vulgarity at the bully pulpit. Every other former president, no matter how vulgar they might have been behind closed doors, never entertained saying such vulgar shit on the main stage. Donald Trump destroyed that. Okay? Donald Trump destroyed that. He literally came out and was like, nope. I love saying mean things. Mexicans are rapists, but some of them are very fine people. That was the whole shtick. People love that.
Yeah, Alex, I have a little time left. This whole thing has got me wondering about how much voters out.
If they can get rid of Massey, they will find a way to counter Plattner's optics eventually. No, you want to know why? Because he's running as a Democrat. See, this is where the D association as opposed to the R one actually fucking works. It's very clear in the aftermath of the Thomas Massey primary that if you want a anti-Israel candidate, you have to run as a Democrat. There is no viability for you in the Republican Party. They will destroy you. They will do everything they can. Trump will come after you. He's the most popular Republican. He is the leader of the party. It's not even a Kentucky versus Maine thing. I'm telling you right now, Trump has tremendous influence over his own party's primaries. That much is clear. Republicans do not have any opportunity to be anti-Israel Republicans for the time being until maybe they age out. Democrats have AIPAC money too. They just don't have much influence in Maine. No. We're talking about the base. The base of support, the voters. There are not Republican Party voters that will go for an anti-Israel candidate, especially if they're receiving a barrage of Trump endorsements to the opposition. Whereas, even in spite of all the fucking AIPAC messaging, there are still insurgent candidates that are winning. Every single candidate that has run so far that has won as an insurgent got inundated with AIPAC subsidiary groups. And they still won because the base, in spite of all of that, still goes, yeah, this guy is anti-Israel. I like him. Whereas no such appetite currently exists for the Republican Party. And it's there is a generational breakdown, of course. There's a generational breakdown when you look at the crosstabs where Republicans under the age of 55, 57% of them have a disapproving opinion of Israel. That's a huge generational shift, but that will take many years to change the Republican Party's attitude towards Israel, as opposed to the Democrats who are already there. It's 90-10. It's fucking over, you know?
Their care about online stuff. Some of the speech.
Yeah, Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman happened in 2024. 2024, chatters. 2024. We're living in 2026. Think about the approval ratings for the broader population, the approval ratings for Israel in the Democratic Party, and how much that has shifted overall. It's a fucking, might as well be a lifetime ago.
Behavior. The GOP has its own heartburn with its own candidates in a lot of races as well. And a lot of times what we see is voters saying, we want change. We want, on the GOP side, someone who's going to support the president. On the left, it's we want change. We want something different. Does any of this even stick to a lot of voters when they decide who they're going to pull for?
You know, I think it's a very interesting question. One of the things that I noted in my coverage of the New York City mayoral race was that a lot of comments that had been haunting, I think it's Mandani's wife recently, weren't even covered during the election. So it's interesting now that we do have with this main race that at least these were spotted before voters go to the polls to let them make their decision. I don't know if we've seen any candidate, to be honest, that's put things out on social media withstand such scrutiny as we've seen with President Trump. He's, his voters are with him pretty much no matter what he's put out there. I do think that voters can be forgiving when comments are from years ago, when they're from someone when they were in their 20s. I think that they might take it with a grain of salt. Although I did note, those two key demographics in Maine, the military voters, about 10%, female voters, those are ones that you're going to see Susan Collins targeting. And, right now she's down with females. And so we'll have to see what happens, especially if she can play up some of his comments about sexual assault victims.
Yeah, okay. We will continue to watch. Alex Sawyer, good to see you. Thank you. Kevin.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
This Memorial Day weekend, as the nation honors.
American Sniper Widow fires back at Dem candidate cowardly. Oh, this was Beast mode, 100% in support of what Graham Plattner has said here. This is not even one of those where it's like, oh, wow, I can't believe he said that. Yeah, he was like, Chris Kyle has lied about his record. It's 100% true. I'm sorry. Jesse Ventura did that, and he was the fucking goddamn governor, okay? It's true, and we should reward people for saying the truth instead of trying to fucking punish them. How about that? Oh no, Chris Kyle, the unbelievably racist psycho who literally lied about some of the most insane shit of all time. Like, he lied about being shipped off to Louisiana to shoot at random black people during Katrina and sniping them off the rooftop of the stadium there. Not only is he a liar, he was also fucking insane with his lies, you know? Ridiculous.
The men and women who gave their lives in service to this country.
Yeah. He was stealing valor, but he was also stealing war criminal valor, which is crazy. The Superdome, yeah.
Sacrifice carried by Gold Star families across America. We want to welcome military family advocate Taya Kyle, the founder of the Taya and Chris Kyle Foundation and widow of U.S. Navy SEAL Chris Kyle. Taya, thank you so much for being with us. On this Memorial Day weekend, I just want to ask, what message do you have for Gold Star families? What gives you hope about the nation that Chris fought for?
Yeah, I think that there's always hope because I think that the pendulum always swings. I mean, sometimes when we see things that are not going well, we get in a panic state. But I believe that the American people will always correct because you push us too far and then we start to come back to center. That's my hope anyway.
Your husband has been in the news lately, your late husband, after Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner suggested that he, in his role as a legendary American sniper, shot innocent civilians in Iraq to inflate his kill numbers. This is what Graham Plattner said.
His stories about how many people he was shooting certainly tracked with the behavior I witnessed and people I knew witnessed down at the Gov Center, which is it's relatively easy to get high numbers like that if you're a little less discriminating your fire than, say, a more professional unit would be.
What went through your mind when you heard this?
Oh, I mean, to me, it's just like nothing says I want attention more than disparaging a national hero who's also dead. It's transparent, it's cowardly. It's lowbrow to lie about somebody else, right? And it just...
I personally think it's lowbrow that Chris Kyle lied about fucking murdering American civilians amidst a goddamn catastrophe like Katrina. But what the fuck do I know? I'm just a woke, right?
Distracts from what you've probably said, and in this case, I think some things that he has said. And it's this cheap political trick to say, I haven't done a whole lot, so let me attach my name to somebody who's beloved. And if nothing else, I'll get out in the news. And that's working for him to get that notoriety. But to me, it shows a total inability to lead with character. So for me, he would be out of the running immediately.
Mm-hmm. He's also given some inconsistent statements about his own military service. He said in 2020 on Reddit that he joined the Marines because he, quote, wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. More recently, he blamed Susan Collins for sending him to Iraq via a vote. Memorial Day weekend is already difficult for Gold Star families. When you see commentary like...
Yeah, by the way, that is literally the most normal take, perhaps the most consistent Marine take of all time. It's inconsistent, for sure. It doesn't make any sense. But that's literally the most vet dumbassery of all time. What are we talking about? It's classic. Yeah, why are you guys attacking a veteran? I'm mad. What is this? What is Donna's album of the decade saying? Puffed. I don't believe half these posts that say this not gonna lie. That's from what? That's from like 20 minutes ago. Why are you linking his take? They're talking about this
Know
clip.
who these guys were. I left that deployment and continued on with my life. Did a few more deployments, both in the Marine Corps and the Army. It wasn't until somebody told me to read Chris Kyle's book. His stories about how many people he was shooting certainly tracked with the behavior I witnessed and people I knew witnessed down at the Gov Center, which is it's relatively easy to get high numbers like that if you're a little less discriminating. You're fire than say a more.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying Chris Kyle was shooting at civilians. It's true, objectively true. Yeah, get mad all you want. It's just the correct take.
A professional unit would be. So that's when I kind of learned about Task Unit Bruiser, about Chris Kyle. And then it wasn't until many years later that if someone recommended like Jacko's podcast or book to me, and I put that together and was like, you've got to be kidding me. I almost felt like there was like a weird practical joke being played on me by the war, that like all these years later, I'm like having to like, people are telling me like, oh, look how great this.
Do you think people even like or remember Chris Kyle? Yes, they do. I mean, there was a fucking movie about his life that also, whitewashed his record and whatnot. But yeah, ultimately, everything he's saying is correct.
These guys are amazing heroes, this whole incredible thing, the paragon of leadership. And I'm just sitting there like, am I living in like an alternate reality? Because this is the exact opposite of my experience.
By the way, there's also this like weird, this weird concept of like a monolithic veteran idea. This monolithic veteran ideal, where they all venerate Chris Kyle or whatever. Jesse Ventura is another guy who also famously, Navy SEAL, famously shit on Chris Kyle. For good reason. Chris Kyle lied about like beating his ass in his book, and he had issues with that, and he fucking sued this lady, the widow of Chris Kyle. Well, not the lady, but like insurance protected, obviously, her money, but ultimately he sued and won. And also the idea that like all veterans are chuds across the board and they just like love everything that they did and they can never become like anti-imperialists is wrong. Yeah, he sued the estate and he fucking won. And he was uncompromising, unyielding. Ventura is a lion for that. Jesse Ventura is a lion for many reasons.
This from a public figure, someone who wants to go into elected office. Does it make it?
Oh, are we having this argument again? No, not even. We're not having this argument again. This is this is something that I fundamentally believe, that I've always fucking defended over and over again. And every now and then there's a new contingency of people who are, troop exploder, edgy leftists, like, ooh, I'm so radical, I'm so edgy, that take away, like that have an understandable moral position about American militarism, American imperialism that I agree with, okay? But then will attribute all of that to the individuals across the board without factoring in social conditioning or people's capacity to change. It's fucking annoying, and I don't like it. I don't play that game at all. I feel like everyone can be socially rehabilitated, and yes, even fucking war criminals can do so, okay? Stop using radical as a pejorative. I mean, I'm a radical. The fuck do you mean stop using radical as a pejorative? Anyway, we can't be doing that right now. I'm under tremendous attack from some of the most reactionary forces in this country, okay?
Harder.
Yeah, and you know what? I think my family and I, my kids and I, we'd love to get on here and say it doesn't matter when people say things like that, and we're over it, and we understand that it's just these cheap political tricks. But the truth is, it does hurt. You know, my kids are 21 and 20. They're grown adults, and I wish I could tell you that it doesn't hurt, but it does.
I mean, if they have developed conscience at the age of 21, 23, they probably should be a little bit more offended about what their dad was literally saying. I'm sure that they don't feel that way, but like, I'm sorry, lying about murdering civilians on U.S. soil, like that are going through one of the worst fucking natural disasters of all time, is kind of a red line for me. Okay, this is beyond all of the sniping incidents that he had when he was deployed. Like, it's clear that he wasn't the best guy. Okay, sorry.
And something like this, where it's so obvious to us that he didn't know him, that he's making things up, that it is the polar opposite of what Chris said and did, it cheapens it. I can't imagine anyone voting for somebody like that. I feel like it's so obvious, and you would hope that people do their research and see the things that he said online.
Mm-hmm. Is there any evidence he did that? I genuinely didn't know. No, he didn't actually do it. He just lied about it. No, the government did not send Chris Kyle to go snipe black people during Katrina off the top of the Superdome. He just chose to lie about that, which to me implies you're not exactly the best guy around, okay?
I just want to end with this. What do you want Americans to understand broadly about the sacrifices that military families make this Memorial Day weekend?
Yeah, I was looking at...
For the record, some people did do that. That's legit. Some people actually did do that. It was just Chris Kyle didn't do that off the top of the Superdome. That's the other side of the story. That kind of like heinous crime did actually take place during Katrina. It just wasn't Chris Kyle being drop shipped into New Orleans so he could fucking shoot people off the Superdome. He didn't do that. It was the local police that did it.
Numbers recently, and 7,000 military members have died in combat since 9/11. 30,000 have died by suicide, and half of those are intimate partner relationship problems are in the mix. I'm not blaming the marriage, but I know that the marriage needs to be served. And so our answer is the Taya and Chris Kyle Foundation, where we serve those military marriages, and it's our answer to remember the sacrifice well and prevent more sacrifice.
Out of nowhere, we get a story. Streamer, young streamer, very talented, very capable, good communicator, knows how to rally the youth, but not necessarily towards the positive. Eventually.
Oh my God. Patrick Bet-David is talking about me and he said nice things. Oh my God. I am sad. I am value-tained. Oh, I'm a numbers guy. Vinny, I'm a numbers guy. I'm going to fucking grok it. I'm going to ChatGPT it. You already know I'm a numbers guy. Wow. Welcome back, everybody, to the Patrick Bet-David podcast. This is PBD Podcast. I hope you are value-tained today. I'm blushing a little bit. I'm Patrick Bet-David. Oh, my God. We're both numbers guys. Wow. Wow. What a fucking incredible introduction. First 11 minutes and I'm smitten. He fucking grokked it. He ChatGPT'd it. If he groks me, by the way, amidst this 25-minute piece of commentary that I will cherish, I hold very near and dear to my heart, forever, most likely. If he ChatGPT's it, I'll die.
This is what happened in his stream. And let me just read the story. Vinny, I'm going to come to you. What page is this one on?
Oh, Vinny's on too.
Hasan Piker.
That's page 13.
Let me go to page 13. So he's not getting indicted. The FBI came knocking, right? Is that what happened here?
No.
Yeah, federal subpoena Hasan Piker, Media Benjamin over Cuba trips. Subpoena political streamer Hasan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Media Benjamin as part of the broader investigation into whether American activists violated U.S. sanctions law while supporting Cuban Communist government. The Treasury Department Office of Foreign Assets Control requested financial, logistical, and communication records tied to March.
They have not done this, by the way. I have not received the subpoena. So the article is actually wrong. I don't know why they're saying that this is taking place. It's a weird part of this story. And from what I understand, Medea has not received a subpoena either.
Trips to Cuba organized through the Nuestro American Convoy, a coalition communist.
It can happen. I'm just saying that it has not.
activists, influencers, and community organizations that deliver supplies to Cuba's ruling Communist Party. The investigation reportedly involves as many as 40 American citizens and forms of a larger federal effort targeting foreign influence operations tied to extremist movements, political violence, and organizations accused of promoting anti-U.S. narratives. Fox News Digital businessman Roy Singham allegedly funneled hundreds of millions of dollars into nonprofits promoting pro-China, pro-Cuba, and anti-American activism. Code Pink reportedly received more than $1 million after from Singham after his marriage to co-founder Jody Evans. Organizations tied to Convoy, Democratic Socialist America, the People's Forum, and the Venezuelan Brigade authorities investigated Cuban focus on sanctions violations. So anyways, Vinny, how big of a deal is this?
Well, I mean, and again, we have to wait to see everything, but it just, like, the first thing that hit my head was, like, can you imagine being a wannabe, hardcore Marxist revolutionary and Hasan Piker, your Che Guevara, who's constantly bashing America, constantly crapping on capitalism, talking about imperialism, privilege, oppression, all that, how horrible this country is. Meanwhile, he's a multi-millionaire celebrity inside the very system that he claims to hate. And the second, Pat, the federal government applies a little bit of pressure.
He's already read. We're 2 minutes in. He's 10 seconds into his commentary, and he's already turned red. Why does Vinny hate me so much? I have yet... Oh, it's because he's a failed Twitch streamer. That's right. That was what it was. How did he start off mad? Yeah. He's like, why are we even talking about this piece of shit? I'm not even there, and he's fucking still butt mad. How? Vinny. He called you hardcore. He called you a celebrity. Yeah, we'll take those. We'll take those. Look at his neck veins, bro. Vinny's worried that if Patrick Bet David ever meets me in person, it's over for him. Patrick is going to be like, Vinny, I'm sorry, but this guy, Hasanabi, this guy, he's just too good. We gotta switch him over. We gotta swap him. We gotta ChatGPT it. We gotta grok it. I'm a numbers guy, Vinny, and I think is clear. He's doing a better job. He's going to take your seat. He's a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy. It's too good to be true. He wears a suit. Where is your suit, Vinny?
He shows his true colors. And you know what it is? He ain't about that life. All right? Rob, if you...
I don't know where they're getting this from. Like what? I'm concerned for the future of this country. Not even just about myself. Obviously, I'm also concerned about myself, but like more so concerned for the future of this country, that this administration is actively targeting political dissidents with bullshit. Like, yeah, it's a pretty significant escalation from the government. Am I not supposed to voice my concern about this? Like, the way that these guys have concocted their own universe of he's like terrified. It's like, I mean, I'm still doing the things that I was doing yesterday and the day prior. It's not like I shy away from criticizing the federal government, criticizing Trump. I'm not like, oh my God, Mr. President, I love you so much. Please don't do this to me. Like I've jokingly said that. It just doesn't make any sense that they're like, oh, he seems he's terrified. He's scared. He's reduced himself. He's not live anymore. By the way, a little bit of pressure. Bitch, it's the federal government of the United States of America. What do you mean a little bit of pressure? It's the most powerful country on the fucking planet. What are we talking about? A little bit of pressure.
You want to play that part of him? He's like look how shook he is. Go ahead.
And I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not great.
Oh no.
The news is not great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's bullshit.
Oh, of course.
But still not great.
Shook.
That
watch free me.
You know,
like,
they're after your boy. They're up my ass.
Yeah. That looks like a revolutionary.
And I'll obviously get into it right now.
Watch. Jose.
I'll tell you all about it, but let me blast off real quick. Wait. Found the full Fox interview. She tells Kevin that you called him the GOAT at 5 minutes. Okay, whatever. I don't care about that. Wait, is this because they just like don't understand that I'm like typing? Like they're reading into me typing a fucking Twitter post as I just started the broadcast. That's what it is. That's where all of this controversy is coming from. The controversy that they're trying to cultivate here is that I was fucking getting inundated with a bunch of messages in the chat while I'm live and also fucking typing out my blast off meme. What the fuck?
Watch this. Does he say free me here? Free me.
We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me.
Okay, so by the way, Rob, no revolutionary speech, Pat. No rally cry. No.
Like, what are you talking about? I'm doing my job. Yeah, every day I go live and I cover the fucking news. Sometimes I happen to be the news. It is what it is. It happens quite frequently. None of this is an indication. What would be a clear-cut indication that I'm scared, okay, I'm terrified, I'm quivering, would be if I stopped doing what I'm doing, if I wasn't literally continuing to prop up candidates as I am doing today, you know what I mean, as I'm going to be doing next week or by the end of this week, where I'm going to be going to the Adam Hamawi rally in New Jersey. I haven't stopped. I like that they went from, like, they did this and they thought they would get like a reaction out of me and they couldn't get the reaction. So now they're just coping. Now they're inventing a reaction that did not exist. What kind of revolutionary speech would I have delivered here? A rally cry. If I were to do something like that, then they would be like, oh, look at how performative he is. I think I have a pretty, even-keeled approach to potentially being investigated by the federal government. It sucks. It's shitty. I'm more concerned not just about my own future, but I'm more concerned about the future of this country. I do care about the people that live here. I do care about due process. I care about the First Amendment. These are things I do care about. I know that these fucking dickheads will never understand that, but I do care about these things. And I feel like this administration is coming after those things. They're trying to tackle due process. They're trying to destroy the First Amendment at the altar of Israel, mind you. Okay? They're trying to prosecute all political dissidents in this country. This is not what America is about. There have been dark periods of American history where they've done this, oftentimes to those of my ideological tendency, of course, whether it be McCarthyism and the Red Scare trials that took place. But ultimately, I am worried. Of course I'm worried. And you should be too. If you're in any way, shape, or form a defender of free speech as a matter of principle, you should be angry. Not angry at me necessarily, not gloating about what this administration is doing, but angry at the administration for doing it. The question always is this a country that you want to live in? Do you think this is a positive initiative? Or do you think this is the desperate attempts of an administration that recognizes unpopularity and wants to continue doing the unpopular things that it's been doing, and instead of reacting to the demands of the population and abiding by the spirit of democracy, choosing to prosecute dissidents to make it more difficult to actually criticize the government? Because that's what the administration is doing right now. And if you are an enjoyer of the First Amendment, you should be fucking terrified, or at the very least as angry as I am, if not more angry.
Stand firm on principle. Just free me, free me. I can't believe I'm saying that. That's
like, what was I supposed to say there? This is such a strange thing because they just like clipped the intro. It's so strange. I gave a comprehensive breakdown of the entire thing and how silly and how stupid it is.
Because he's not a
he's upset that I'm doing an IShowSpeed reference. Free him.
Revolutionary.
Free you.
He's a champagne socialist who loves like the aesthetic of a revolution. Like it sounds good, it's alluring, it's hot, it's sexy, right? But he likes that way more than the actual revolution itself. Okay? Che Guevara is probably rolling in his grave right now. Mind you guys, let me remind you guys who Hasan Piker is. This guy said America deserved 9/11. He's doubled down. He's tripled down on it. He's talking about all the wars we do. We deserved it. Over 3,000 Americans dead. Okay? Not soldiers, just Americans in the World Trade dead.
Yeah, I didn't say that, but it's fine.
In New York, he said we deserve that. Okay, this is that guy.
Like I didn't say it was good. That was not my position at all, but it's okay, whatever.
This is him, Rob. Who's he sitting with here, Pat? Do you guys know who this girl is? I don't know who this female is. You guys know her, Adam? She's a social media, she's a pundit, whatever. Look at what he's talking about her. She talked about assassination. Play this clip. This is how he feels about Trump's assassination.
You actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about
Taylor Lorenz.
Someone has to do it.
Meaning assassinating Trump? Look at her.
See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
Which is, I think that shows that there is a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact. And it's a great opportunity for organizing, I think, in these.
Dude, did you guys hear that? Untap, like revolution. Yeah. He's talking about, because she made the comment about killing the president of the United States, Taylor Lorenz, and this is the guy. And I think, Pat, I believe, allegedly, he might be one of these people that's getting money from a Turkey or getting money from the Middle East. These are the Trojan horse people that are poisoning the minds of the youth.
Okay, so here's the thing. That's insane. I don't know if there's something genuinely wrong with the brains of Republicans. I guess yes. The answer is yes. Hold on, I'm moving some stuff around. My guest is here, Daria Lisa. But oh shit. Fuck, I almost spilled. But what's fucking frustrating about this is that speech is literally not about murdering the president, you fucking idiot. I'm talking about how angry people are to the degree that they're saying that, which means there's an opportunity to push for change, necessary change in American society, okay? That means that there are a lot of rudderless people that are frustrated with the system. It's crazy. I don't know why Republicans hear that and they just go, oh, he wants to murder every fucking wealthy people, it's clear, or some shit like that.
America.
Also, I can't even go back to Turkey. Where the fuck's this, like, he's getting paid by Turkey shit coming from?
Hates the country, praises 9/11, and then the moment the government tries to get on you and just is hinting at a subpoena, you turn into a little girl. Okay, and I love, Pat, that you mentioned Devil Roy Singham, Tom. He's the guy from China.
This is the guy. Watch this guy closely, folks.
Pat, $285 million into nonprofits, including the Hasan Piker company called the Code Pink, the place that he was hanging out with over there. So, and this is what's going to happen, Pat. You asked me what they're going to do. They're going to go through your financial records. They're going to go through your communications, your logistics, and whether you're working and abetting the communist regime of Cuba. Okay, and if that happens, guys, if you're peddling for a foreign nation, don't you have to register as a foreign agent? So I'm just saying, all the talk and the moment it happens, bro.
Play that clip as well, Ron. Play that clip as well.
Literally doesn't matter. He can prep with whoever he wants. He can prep with Benny Morris if he wants. There is no what you support terrorism ? No, I don't. I don't support the state of Israel, and I don't support the state of the United States of America.
That's the 9/11 one, Pat?
Yeah, Rob, that's the wrong.
No, there is the 9/11
There's a clip where he says America deserves.
He tripled down.
What happened on 9/11, and he said something about capitalist blood.
Oh yeah, let it blood like soak their effing kill them, put their blood in the streets. Pat, this is again all talk,
Anyway, all right. Daria Lees is here, everybody. Okay.
Hello.
1 second. Let's the thing won't work yet. But I'm going to change the. I'm gonna. Okay. All right. Can you guys hear us? I believe it should be perfect now.
Hey, everyone.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome to the broadcast. Sorry,
Thanks for having me.
this is an interesting time to have you on, as I am in the crosshairs of the federal government, it seems. But I'm very excited to talk to you about a bunch of different things. We're going to be heading over to an undisclosed location later as well. But I wanted to make sure that instead of doing this this interview in a loud environment, because a lot of people, including my editors, who always complain about me doing these interviews in loud environments and rallies and whatnot, I wanted to have you do a sit down for a brief moment before we move on, before we go somewhere else.
No, I really appreciate it.
And get to see your district as well. Right off the jump, thank you so much for coming on. What district are you running in?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for coming all the way to New York to talk.
Of course.
I am running in New York 13, that's uptown in the Bronx. And I'm just really excited to be able to build out a campaign that folks have been able to tap into organizing and be part of this movement with us.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let me pull my notes real quick as well. I should have done that ahead of time, but I didn't do that.
You seem to be fielding a lot of comments all the time, so.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Also, there are apparently there's Fox News reporters that are embedded on the broadcast that just like spend every waking moment just simply logging whatever I'm saying. Moz, you put out the fundraiser link, right? You think our mic is on backwards?
Oh, is it on backwards?
Harder to hear?
Can you guys hear me? Should I change it?
No, it's fine. It's just, is it harder to hear, chat, or no? Yeah, this is the lady who's watching the entire broadcast. She's like she's a senior digital news editor at the Fox News.
Wow.
And her job is to just like watch and, as a boomer, screen record my.
Wow, so we're watching the same screen recording? Is this what's happening?
She was apparently screen recording with
Wow.
her phone, with a shaky phone camera, like she's in a movie theater.
The quality here is actually kind
Like
of
she's in a
crazy.
fucking movie theater, filming the latest Michael Bay installation or something. But in any case, okay, here we go. Okay, don't look at my notes. Just don't pay attention.
You can see the reflection of the notes in my glasses.
Don't pay attention to the notes. No matter what you do. Darlisa Villa Chevalier, am I saying that right?
You are.
Okay, is in the building. Palestine organizer running for New York 13. It's a D+32 district in Upper Manhattan and West Bronx. Upper Manhattan, including Harlem, right?
Harlem, Washington Heights,
Hell
Inwood,
yeah.
and then parts of the West Bronx, so Kingsbridge, Bedford
Yeah.
Park, all that.
We can watch your launch video real quick. Let's start there.
We can watch that in a minute, actually.
Okay. Okay, we'll watch your launch video where you said, with Trump's authoritarianism at our doorstep and billionaire greed in our backyard, we need someone who won't let AIPAC, real estate developers, and corporate PACs dictate how hard we fight back. Today, I'm launching my campaign for Congress in New York 13 with the Justice Dems' support. I've obviously interviewed you in the past as well, DSA Slate.
Shout out DSA.
Yeah, shout out DSA New York City DSA. But let's take a look at this.
Is how change begins. It doesn't roll in on the wheels of inevitability. We have to make it happen. Because overcoming the politics of the past takes action from all of us. Since I was a teenager, I've been organizing right here, on these blocks, in these streets. My work has shown me that we're at our most powerful when we act together in solidarity. As an educator, a union member, an Afro-Latina New Yorker, I know we deserve better than the status quo. As New Yorkers, we know it's not our neighbors' fault when they fall in hard times. It's the failure of our system. That's why I've been here, working to reunite families torn apart by our country's cruel immigration system. Organizing against what we all know is a genocide in Palestine. And as the daughter of immigrants, it's personal to me when ICE kidnaps my friends off our streets. All of these injustices are symptoms of our broken system. So where is our congressman when ICE is kidnapping his constituents? Why should we let Adriano Espaillat vote to spend billions on bombs overseas when we're struggling to afford rent and groceries right here in New York City? We live in the richest country in the history of the world. It's never been that our government lacks the resources to help us. It's just that the establishment lacks the courage. The politics of the past are failing us. It's time for us to take matters into our own hands. I'm Daria-Lisa Avila Chevalier, and I'm running for Congress. You deserve a member of Congress.
Damn, I thought it was ending.
No,
I thought it was going to end.
I really did.
And then boom, it keeps going.
I completely forgot.
I was like, oh wow, what a banger line to end it on. No, the music. The show must go on. Okay.
Who isn't cashing checks from APAC, real estate developers, or corporations. You deserve a member of Congress who prioritizes the people, not their political career. The era of machine politics ends now. Our campaign is backed by Justice Democrats.
Keep going. We had a lot to pack into 2 minutes.
That's so funny. It's like it ends now, and then the music stops.
It keeps going.
And then you're like, no, there's more. There's more. Damn.
Powered by people just like you. For too long, we've been told that change will come tomorrow. To echo our ancestors who once stood right here, we're now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. So join us today, because on our campaign, we're not waiting for tomorrow any longer.
Okay, I think it's actually done now.
Okay, boom. All right. Daria-Lisa for Congress, everybody. All right, so you're working class Afro-Latina organizer, you're a public defense investigator, and a CUNY PhD candidate running to represent New York's 13th congressional district, as I already brought up. It's the Upper Manhattan and parts of West Bronx, including Harlem. You're a Democratic socialist challenging longtime congressman, as you mentioned, Adriano Espaillat, who has had, I mean, he's one of the old guard New York Democrats, and we'll get to him in a second. You're championing affordability, immigration, labor, and America's. You're championing changing America's unwavering support for the nation state of Israel, arguing that the country's most renter-heavy districts need a representative tied less to the political machine and more to everyday working people. Espaillat has been in office since you were in the first grade.
I think I was even younger than that.
Yeah.
He's been in office for almost 30 years, and I'm 32, so.
Okay, so yeah. why are you ageist?
I mean, if he were fighting, if he were actually showing up for people, we wouldn't be here.
Okay, I have his track record right in front of me. This is going to be a contentious interview. I bet you weren't expecting that. He's passed 4 sponsored bills in 9 years, 3 of which were naming and renaming post offices. You don't think that's enough for this district?
I think in 9 years, we deserve more than renamed post offices. Okay. I think the 4th one was actually something similar. No, wasn't it just like another commemoration?
Yeah, I don't have that information in front of me, but okay. How about this? Espaillat champions progressive causes, but can also do both things at the same time and support ICE and fund ICE. Can you get a man who can do both?
We have that in Espaillat.
Yeah. Get you a man who can do both.
Well, actually, he doesn't even really do the progressive part. He just says it. He says that he does it.
Well, isn't that enough?
It's just so infuriating. Like you vote for ICE funding, and then you call yourself a champion for immigrant communities. Mm-hmm. You stay completely silent when your own constituents are being kidnapped by ICE in your district, and you turn their families away, and then you claim to support immigrants, right? It's really infuriating in so many levels. Okay. And there are so many jokes to make on this, but it's really also sometimes hard for me because I'm just like, so many people who I know and love have been impacted by these failed policies and by his very hypocritical stances.
Okay. What about doing incredible fundraisers with the corporate interests, the real estate lobby, and also APAC?
Despite taking money from all those people, we still managed to outraise them. So I don't know how much of an incredible fundraiser.
Okay, that seems like you're challenging APAC, which is probably in here as well, watching right now. So you don't want them opening up that wallet. You've received endorsements from shady groups like New York City Democratic Socialists of America, the UAW 9A, the Justice Democrats, the Jewish Voice for Peace, Track AIPAC, in addition, what?
Jewish Voice for Peace Action.
Jewish Voice for Peace Action, sorry. And in addition to Jamal Bowman, Claire Valdez, Jabari Brisport, and she all say, are there any new endorsements that you want to leak?
Yeah, today, State Senator Robert Jackson also endorsed. So
Okay.
that's so exciting.
Hell yeah. All right, so let's get started. I got a bunch of questions here. I'm gonna hit you with them in rapid succession. New York 13 is an overwhelmingly renter-dense district, with renters making up 88% of the population, yet many working-class families are being actively priced out. Or they're being forced to live in decaying NYCHA. Is that how you say NYCHA?
NYCHA.
NYCHA developments with lead paint and no heat. The incumbent Adriana Espaillat heavily funds this campaign through the corporate real estate lobby. How do you plan to mobilize this massive renter supermajority, ones that actually was also quite impactful in Zohran Mamdani's victory as well? Does your experience as a renter shape this candidacy as well, and your approach to federal housing policy?
No, absolutely. I mean, like, I am also a renter, and I've, like so many people in New York, have had to wonder whether I can afford to stay in the city that I love. When, you know, it has become increasingly harder to find work that can keep up with the cost of living. You know, I was working towards a career in academia, and I essentially got priced out of it because this cost of living is just so high. And, you know, I think for everyone in the district, we're really feeling the squeeze when it comes to the rent. It costs $4,000 for a 2-bedroom in Harlem or Washington Heights.
Damn. And
this is like the second poorest district, not only in New York State, but by some measures in the country. So where the median income is $57K, like $4,000 a month is just insane. And that's what's considered like affordable. People are naming that affordable housing. And, you know, I think it's just, like the human cost of that is that people are living on the street. It's that people are moving away. I have so many friends who have moved away from uptown into either other parts of the city or to just other parts of the country because they just simply can't afford to stay.
Yeah.
And what that means too for so many elders is that who are living on a fixed income is that their rents are going up and then they have nowhere to go. That their kids are moving away and then their whole support system is gone because their kids want to raise their kids but can't afford to do it in New York.
Why do you hate mom and pop landlords who own upwards of 10,000 units in New York City that are trying to make ends meet and purchase their second yacht?
You know, because they treat our homes as though it's just like a calculation of how much money they can leech out of our communities.
Don't you know that they're working really hard to paint over all of the outlets that no longer work with the landlord special white paint?
The lead paint that is chipping out of it. From
lead is good, from what I understand. If you want to understand if you want to understand the mentality of Gen X, if you can't beat them, you got to join them. And it's the lead poison generation. So I say, you know,
I thought we were the microplastics generation.
We're the microplastic generation, which is making us woke and gay.
Okay.
They're the lead poison generation, which is making them unbelievably reactionary, angry all the time, and Trump supporters. So I suggest I have a healthy diet of lead paint chips that I eat
just to get on
in the morning, so I can understand the plight of the
empathy.
The plight of the Gen Xer. In the first quarter of 2026, you became the first challenger to ever outraise Espaillat, pulling in $270,000 to his $230,000. Beast mode, by the way.
Thank you.
Entirely through grassroots donations. Can I hold a couple dollars? I'm in some legal trouble.
You know, we're really trying to build out this grassroots campaign, and every single dollar counts, especially because we already know AIPAC is in this race. And we can beat them. I know that we can. We just need the power of the people. So if you got a couple dollars you want to throw into a campaign that's trying to take out AIPAC and corporate funded incumbent, you can support us. But also, you know, if you live in the district, if you live in New York, come out, come canvass, and that will really go a long way.
What do you think that says about the way that Espaillat has operated as a legislator, that he's so beholden to corporate interests as opposed to you being beholden to your grassroots donors?
I mean, I think it's reflective of a politic that is really where money has an outsized influence on our democracy, right? The fact that, you know, our politicians really make a lot of decisions based off of like how are they going to fundraise for their next election, right? Whether or not their donors are going to continue to give to them year after year as they run. And that is just a recipe for disaster. It means that rather than actually working for the people who vote people in, who vote their representatives in, they're working for their donors, who then come in at the last minute, like we saw in North Carolina or in Illinois, and drop millions and millions of dollars to have a really outsized influence on these elections. But more and more we're seeing actually that kind of influence in our politics is people are waking up to it, and they're tired of that, right? They know that when crypto or AI or APAC come into an election in the last minute and drop that millions of dollars, right? That essentially they're buying our elections away from us. And it's time that we actually have a system of accountability for our representatives so that we can make sure that they're actually accountable to working people. When we have a system of grassroots donation like that, that is a system of accountability, because we're saying we are accountable to the donors who are on the ground every single day experiencing the things that the working people of our communities are going through.
We talked about your opponent, the incumbent, Adriana Espaillat's track record. Yes, you were right, by the way. It was 4 bills in 9 years. 3 of them were renaming post offices, and then one of them was actually a commemoration of, or one was for a commemorative historical site. That's performance.
Yeah,
that's actually performance in action. Yeah. So he's averaging a bill every 2 years. Will you commit to sponsoring and passing at least 1 bill in your first term? And if so, what's your top priority beyond naming a postal building?
Well, we have many day one priorities. One would sign on to Babies Not Bombs, the PRO Act, to make sure that we are protecting and strengthening unions.
What if I like bombs over babies because babies cry all the time? I bet you weren't expecting that question. That's right.
I think we really need to shift from the politics of death, but all the things that like babies need in our communities.
Have you ever met a baby that has bad vibes?
No, actually.
What about
I love
baby?
babies.
What about baby Hitler?
You will never. Listen, babies are just the purest souls, and everything else that comes after that, it's because of our flawed systems. And I truly, truly believe that if we actually invest in our communities, invest in our kids, we will be creating a future that's actually reflective of those values.
You dodged that question expertly. This is real political skill in action.
I'm not dodging. That's my actual belief.
You're also moving away from the camera a little
I'm sorry.
bit.
I'll move back.
No, it's all good. Yeah, this is not a very professional setup. I am, however, a very professional interviewer, as you've probably taken note of. So one of the questions I ask every politician, every candidate that comes on is the Zoran method, a way to define themselves and not let their opposition define them. Zoran was defined by 5 key policies. What are your 5 key policies that you want to be defined by?
Yeah, so we are fighting to win housing for all, to abolish ICE, and to invest in our babies, not bombs. We are so tired of our tax dollars going towards things like ICE, towards wars abroad that seem to never end, towards genocide, right? When we live in the second poorest congressional district and never see the fruits of our work and the fruits of the taxes that we pay. And we deserve to have those taxes come back into our communities and actually invest in them.
Okay, that's 3. I need 2 more from you. What are some two additional priorities?
We gotta do 5. Medicare for all. And strengthening unions and building union power. So,
okay.
PRO Act.
All right. Your campaign has gained a lot of traction recently, and the New York Post is now starting to publish your shitposts as opposition research. 2 days ago, they dropped an article titled, "Ex-Mamdani campaign lead running for Congress has a history," trigger warning, "of racist remarks against white people." Why do you hate white people?
Do you want to read the tweet? Because it was.
I want to.
I wouldn't characterize it as that.
As someone who has in the past been banned from this platform, Twitch.tv, that's where you're on right now, for calling someone a C-word, ass bitch, cracker ass bitch. That's what I said. And I was banned from this platform for 7 days for anti-white racism. I've been reformed. And that's the reason why I'm holding your feet to the fire right now.
You know?
Let's take a look at your tweet. Guys, once again, I'm going to issue a trigger warning.
I think that the New York Post spending so much time on this and not once reporting on what we're actually fighting for is just like more of the same, that of like ignoring the needs of the people uptown in the Bronx. You know, I was, basically what they're saying here is that I was a millennial with access to the internet. That's all that's the breaking news here. And I think there are just so many other things that people in the Bronx and uptown really need from our community and from our leadership. And like, this is just not journalism, I'm sorry.
It's very funny.
Sorry. I don't know what to say.
I mean, this is good. This is good. Wait, you got more.
Oh, gosh.
I held the door open for this old white lady at Popeyes.
I'm polite to my elders.
Is that a BDS shirt? Me, yes. Her, you know what they do to door closed before I could find out what they do. Sad. So this doesn't even make sense because you didn't even say anything.
I said yes.
It just shows that you were nice to an old white lady. What is that? That says this is bad reporting. This shows the opposite of
They
what
also
they are
keep getting my
intending.
name wrong, which I'm like, they keep saying Chevalier. It's Avila Chevalier.
Ah, okay. Chevalier claims she converted to Islam 3 years ago at March 6th speech at the Al-Khoi Islamic Center in Queens, headed by oh God. Wait, you've converted to Islam, or you've reverted? Oh,
I
mashallah. Okay. Well, I'm a very bad Muslim, so I will get that out of the way.
Well, we didn't say our salams when
Yeah.
so salam alaikum belatedly.
Alaikum salam. So, do you feel any? Do you feel bad that you opened the door for an old white racist lady? Do you disavow your past actions of holding a door open for an old
I was trying to be so nice, and now it's memorialized in a New York Post article. And, you know.
What if the old white racist lady that you opened the door for went in there to say slurs to other people? Would that change your perspective?
How would I have known that, Hasan?
I'm just saying.
I would have not known that.
Sometimes we should think twice before we open the door. Before we open the door.
Move through the world with good intentions, but maybe I'm just too.
Yeah. Yeah, bet you didn't know this was gonna be a contentious. This is gotcha journalism.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you were like, oh, this is gonna be great. It's gonna be nice. We're gonna be raising some funds. No.
Oh man, no, I was trying. I was literally, when I see an elder, they're right behind me. What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna let the door slam in their face.
I never do that. I slam it in their face. I just assume I'm anti-white racist and also ageist. So I just slammed the door in front of them on purpose. Okay. In March 2025, your constituent and personal friend from Columbia University, Mahmoud Khalil, was arrested by plainclothes ICE agents at his residence, while lawmakers like Rashida Tlaib immediately signed letters demanding his unconditional release. From the Louisiana Detention Center, Espaillat issued a weak statement, merely stating he expected the DOJ to work within the confines of the law. What do you think that says about Espaillat being a fighter for his constituents?
I mean, the statement itself, to be clear, was 2 sentences, and it's just a ridiculous notion that, you know, to ask that the DOJ, Trump's DOJ, to be clear, work within the confines of the law, which they were actively not doing by taking him to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Like they were violating his rights from the start. And for that to be all he had to say about this, the fact that he turned away his family, turned away our friends when they went to speak to him. I've been living and organizing here for my entire adult life, and not once has his office met with me on any issue, even beyond Israel-Palestine, not a single issue. And the fact that, you know, for so many of us organizers, like that has been just the norm, I think is so telling. And he, you know, is someone who really boasts being, you know, a Dominican immigrant who, you know, is like the first undocumented. And then the moment that you see a very high profile immigration case happening in his district, he's nowhere to be found.
He even brings it up. He's like, regarding the case of Mahmoud Khalil, a constituent who lives in my district, my office has been following this case closely, and as a former green card holder, I expect the Department of Justice to work within the confines of the law and that due process is guaranteed to him and his family. The rule of law must be respected. This is literally, I'm sorry to say this, Dominican Chuck Schumer. Like, this statement is basically Chuck Schumer. He's just like, you know, I don't want to say he's a terrorist because he's my constituent, but like, you know, I hope they prosecute him adequately.
It's like actually insane that he would say this and then do absolutely nothing more. And like, this is the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. For him not to have the foresight to understand what this would mean for millions of people across the country is just like, is insane. Like, here is a green card holder who was taken by ICE illegally. Do you not think that's gonna have an impact on every green card holder across the country? Also, this is a First Amendment right issue.
And then
that's going to have an impact on literally every single person.
They put more emphasis onto his background than his actual comments. Like, this is supposed to be a top issue. And I mean, where do you think that comes from, though? Because like you're talking about how like you've tried as a constituent to like, you know, talk to him. His constituent service has been lacking on this area. Even though it's supposed to be an issue that he like understands intimately, given his background, like where do you think that comes from? Is it fear? Is it the idea that if you become a fighter on this kind of issue, then you're sticking your neck out too much? Like, what does that say about Espaillat?
I mean, I think it's all the above. I think it's the fact that he doesn't actually have a real understanding of the connection between, you know, these issues and how they impact people across the country. The fact that, you know, Trump had already said that Mahmoud was the blueprint for how they would engage in immigration enforcement across the country. And 8 days later, 200 Venezuelan migrants were deported to a concentration camp in El Salvador. Like, the fact that he doesn't have just the most basic understanding of how this administration operates, how the immigration system operates, the fact that he is so unwilling to fight for Mahmoud because he was Palestinian. Because at the core of this is that he saw someone who was advocating for the human rights of Palestinian people, and as a Palestinian man, facing the consequences of Trump's backlash on that, you know, he was just unwilling to stand up for him. And he said, damn the consequences of this on literally everybody else in US soil.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's a lack of moral courage, but it's also a lack of clarity on the moment that we're in. And he's just not meeting this moment on any issue. He really, when I say he's more interested in supporting his donors, I mean that because he's taking money from the same corporations and contractors that profit from ICE detention, that profit from the collaboration between ICE and you know, Israeli apartheid. And like, this is all like interconnected, right? The same institutions that are profiting from this are then going to all of our establishment politicians, Republicans and Democrats alike, and paying them essentially to stay quiet on the issues that most impact us here at home.
You've a long history of organizing with Families for Freedom and actively fighting against family separations, including successfully leading the defense of Abdikader Mohammed, who was detained for 18 months under the Trump administration's travel restrictions. How has this direct experience with the machine, with the immigration system, informed your approach to immigration reform? And do you support communities actively tracking ICE to protect their neighbors?
Yeah, no, I think, you know, this is a moment where ICE has always been terrible, right? It's always been terrible for our communities, and we've lived in a world.
What if they
ICE
called it
didn't
NICE? The National Immigration Customs and Enforcement.
I don't think that will do much on a.
Damn it. Okay. Well, let's keep going. Sorry to cut away at your serious conversation about your long background in advocacy in this space. I thought that would have worked.
No, you know, I think a lot of the solutions, but I think you're speaking to something else that's actually a much deeper issue, is that a lot of the solutions that we propose around immigration seem to be just like Band-Aid. Like, let's add this one thing that will maybe like stop the water from flooding the ship that we're in, right?
Yeah.
What really needs to happen is we really need to pull back on a lot of these really horrible bills, right? A lot of these horrible pieces of legislation that have made it really difficult to actually fight for immigrant communities. And so, you know, I've been organizing, you know, for a really long time with folks who were in ICE detention, organizing with folks, with families of folks who were in ICE detention. So, you know, when Mahmoud's situation happened, you know, there was the initial shock of it happening to somebody that I knew, but then there was also like a moment where like my brain just like clicked into like organizer mode, and I kind of just knew like what were the next steps, right? And that was making sure people knew about this, writing the op-eds, getting the word out, right? Making sure that we were organizing the direct actions of civil disobedience, that we were showing up for court support and showing like that he has a community that cares about him, right? And doing so for every single one of the other students and activists who had been taken up in that sweep. And you know, with the other folks whose cases I'd worked on, like those were really tough cases. Because I think for so long, people just kind of accepted ICE as just like something that was there. And, you know, I think part of why we're able to talk about it in the way that we do now is because people are waking up to how it's being used, right?
Yeah. And community organizing and community defense against ICE, like specifically tracking ICE, has been very successful in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I just wanted to ask you once again, like if you're in favor of doing that.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of community organizations that are taking a number of measures to keep our immigrant community safe. That is one of them, and I think, you know, the way that folks are coming together to, you know, let each other know when ICE is like seen in the neighborhood, right? Making sure that we are protecting one another. Our institutions have failed us so terribly that it's really incumbent on our communities to come out for one another. But that's also why I'm doing this now and running for office, because I keep thinking back to that day when I learned that he had been taken. And I keep thinking, like, what would it have meant to Mahmoud and to Noor and to our entire community, right, to have had a representative who was actually willing to fight for him from the moment they learned that it happened.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Espaillat's position has evolved over time on this issue, on the issue of ICE. It took ICE killing 2 American citizens for Adriana Espaillat to call for the dismantling of the agency, not abolition. Now, you've, of course, long supported the abolition of ICE. What is your takeaway from that, though? Like the fact that it takes such a heinous crime in the hands of this unaccountable force, and not the heinous crime of kidnapping one of his constituents that caused him to move on this issue when seemingly it's safe, and yet still not take the bold transformational advocacy necessary to really improve American society.
Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks to what we've been saying, that he really is someone who operates under a framework of seat at the table politics, right? Like he just wants a seat at the table, and not to actually fight for the issues that impact us. And you know, I remember seeing, I don't want to misquote here, but I remember seeing something where he was shifting because now 51% of Americans, including Republicans or something like that. And I was like, why does it take a poll that includes the very like folks who have been advocating for this, right, for him to shift on this? And when his base has been, when Democrats have been so clear around how we feel about ICE.
Have those folks, including your neighbors that are underserved, thought about grinding extra hard so they can have disposable income to give Adriana Espaillat money?
You know, I will tell them to find some time between their second and third job to
I'm just saying.
to make a little more.
Okay, picture this. Okay, you're a nurse. You're working shift after shift. You recently got a new contract, so at least, you know, there's a little bit more money in your pocket.
That's because they stayed 6 weeks out in the cold.
Yeah, they were greedy. They were greedy. You're right. They were very greedy, and they were like, please hire more nurses and give us a little bit more money. It's very difficult to survive in these conditions, which I say is greedy. That's the opposite of Sigmar Grind said. Okay? But what if that nurse, instead of going home and sleeping, decided to take on an Uber job just so with that disposable income, they could give Adriana Espaillat money so that he would be more receptive to their needs. Have you thought about that?
I hadn't, actually.
Okay. Well,
Well, we'll go talk to some of the nurses out in the picket lines.
Okay, because it
Ask
seems
them how they
like
feel about that.
it seems like in order to change the system, you've decided to run against Adriana Espaillat, and I feel like you know, you could have just bribed him. Because it seems like he's really into that.
I do not have enough money to bribe that man. And I just think also, like, really, this is so reflective of how we get priced out of our own democracy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what is the point of having a democracy if corporations are just going to swoop in the last minute and pay millions of dollars to buy it?
On the issue of ICE, I want to ask you, this is something I ask other candidates as well. Now the litmus test become like abolish ICE, and that's great, but I feel like we need to go further beyond that. I think we need to prosecute ICE and hold ICE accountable. So are you in favor of that as well?
I definitely think that we need to have a very long and hard conversation around accountability, because I think we have to think about the larger structures here around how we even got to this moment in the first place. And part of that has to do with the fact that we have completely gutted all of the federal programs that make it possible for people to find good, dignified jobs, to get quality education. You know, there are so many failures of our system that have brought us to this moment politically. And I think accountability is at the heart of that, for sure.
We're gonna also move to get to the next location right now. So I think, are you ready? Yeah. So we'll break down because we got to use that one camera. I'm broke. I only have one camera, unfortunately, as a broke boy. You got a gift for me?
We do have a gift for you.
Okay. What is this?
This is a T-shirt. I'm not sure if it's the right size, but you.
Okay.
If not, we'll get you another.
This is a large. It's very kind of you to think. I don't know. It's very kind of you to think that I could fit in a large.
I wasn't sure, but we can get you another.
No, it's great. Thank you. I'll wear this and my titties will be bursting out of it. I'll rip through it.
We'll get you another one.
But thank you.
It's so warm out, so I also got you a towel.
Oh, you did? What's the?
It's another appropriate. If you're in New York, there are two things you need.
Okay,
what is this? You need a Lisa for Congress T-shirt, and you need a Knicks towel.
New York Knicks forever towel? Okay. I mean, I'm a Wemby truther, but I'm a Wemby supremacist, but it's fine. I like the Knicks as well.
We'll have a longer conversation about that one.
I like the Knicks as well. You know, I'm in favor of the Knicks. But yeah, you can here. I'll pull out the. I'll pull out the camera.
Okay.
All right, 1 second. We'll switch over to the laptop camera, which is far worse.
I was gonna say our color tones changed completely.
Yeah, no, I was cheating it. As, hold on. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll stick on this, and then you can take it out. I mean, when you pull it out, they're not gonna be able to hear us either. So I'll wait. Hold on before you.
Yeah.
Before you do that, let me swap this too, for at least the time being, while you work on that.
Mm-hmm.
Take off the noise gate. Increase the gain. Okay. Yeah, we should be fine like this for now. All right. And we'll continue doing it like this. Anyway, I won't ask you any of the good questions that are designed to be clippable moments while we're having this, technical break, because I feel like it's a waste. But yeah.
What's chat saying?
Chat wants me to hold your feet to the fire even more. I mean,
on what?
Yeah. That I don't know. Just things.
Also,
I don't think they understand that we're in agreement on a lot of stuff.
I'm so pretty. Thank you to whoever said I'm so pretty.
No, don't encourage them. Don't. They should not. I've taught them poorly. We don't see women's beauty here on the broadcast.
It just doesn't exist. Okay.
Yes, you're supposed to say. I don't even know.
Okay. I
don't
even
know.
Okay.
We don't acknowledge that. Okay? It's messed up.
It's messed up.
This is really funny, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we don't see women. We're woke. We're woke. At the Hasanabi podcast, we're woke.
I love
we
the
don't...
Barbie themed women.
Yeah.
It's great.
And there's also a men, which is negative.
Oh, it's
whenever
what do you mean it's
whenever
negative?
I do something like
Is it like Ken font?
No, it's like when I say something stupid like dumb or borderline misogynistic, they'll go ugh men. Or when men do something negative, yeah. See?
Let me see it. Oh, there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
that's a good one.
It's called the M word.
I like
Yeah.
this. I like these.
Yeah.
I love that
men.
they've all decided to post it now.
Yeah.
We don't need shotgun, right?
No, I don't think we should. I mean, you can bring it just for safety, but I don't think we need the shotgun. Okay. And on that note, everybody, I am going to wait. Hold on. Let me call the Uber first, and then I'll leave you guys with Patrick Bet David's beautiful voice, talking about me for a brief moment while we get into the car, and move on. Explain cussy. Okay, dude, stop. Stop. Fox News is watching. We're gonna throw a curveball at them.
They're very obsessed with you.
Yeah, I know. It's strange.
Listen to little Mariah Carey obsessed.
It's
that
weird.
Or if you want to lean into the Dominican,
I do
obsession,
take.
aventura.
Wait, which one is it out of these?
Hold on.
It's none of them. Oh.
I think that's what it goes by now.
Nope.
Nope.
Not
Okay.
on Uber.
Let me look it up.
Not on Uber. It doesn't. Wait. Also, don't leak anything.
Okay. There are no cameras behind me, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Don't
It's
say
this one.
address. Oh, okay. Maybe that'll work. Wait, is it this one or no? Wait, where'd it go? This one?
No.
It's not. Let's just Google it.
Okay. I did. I just showed you.
No, I know, but
Oh.
like, what's the address? Oh, I see it. Okay, hold on. I got it.
All right. Cool. I don't know why it's not coming up on Uber.
They're haters. Boom. Okay. Haas looks so autistic. Okay, guys, that's not very nice. Let's see if we get a...
I saw this thing of you giving a hug.
To Caleb Heron.
There was, it was like you fighting.
Okay, I actually did nail that hug. It's kind of fucked up. That's wow.
It was
Okay, well,
really funny,
I know
though.
who I'm supporting in your race illegally now. It's messed up.
No, I thought it was sweet.
Uh huh.
I thought it was sweet.
All right, everybody. Say bye bye. We'll be back in 1 second. But here's Patrick Bet David, and I'll see you in the car. Okay.
And the moment you get checked,
Who's he related to? Isn't he like related to
Cenk
somebody?
Uyghur's nephew. The apple
know that?
doesn't fall that far from the tree.
Rob, I just sent you a clip. Play that clip to kind of see him. And by the way, there's a message to this. There's a message to this, and it's not even towards him. There's a message to the youth. Go ahead, Rob. Play this clip.
Poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill
As a
them.
result.
Kill those motherfuckers.
This is a true believer.
Yes.
Who reacts that way. Okay, when you see something like this. You know what's the biggest takeaway from this, Tom? So, who watches them?
The youth.
What age?
Young progressive.
What age? Can you pull up and see what is his audience?
16
What is the
to
age?
25, 16 to 30.
Okay, so what is the age who watches, what's the age demo of his audience? Go to it. So under 30, heavily under 30, 60% of his community is under 30. Position him as a prominent voice for Gen Z and younger millennials. Okay, so how many frustrated Gen Z young millennials are out there? Millions.
Yes.
Okay, how many does it need to convince to go out there and kill, when he says killed, let the blood. All he needs to do is one Luigi Mangione is what you got to get, right? You don't need that many of them.
Yeah.
And so multiply that times millions. So if you're a young boy and you're watching this, here's what you have to be careful with. How many young boys do we have? Rob, how many young men do we have in America under the age of 22 that, under the age of 18 that are, living with a single mother, okay? I wonder if we can get that data or not. So take that number where 7.5 million young males under the age of 18 that live with a single mother in the U.S. So according to U.S. Census Bureau, that tracks around 15.3 million children living exclusively with single mothers. But I'm talking young males. Vinny, you know why that's so important? So what happens when you're 7.5 million young males under the age of 18, no father, you see a clip like this by this guy, who do you process that issue with? Nobody.
It's just he's your guy. That's the guy.
That's your guy. And so what do? If you're not too careful, guys, we had a kid this last week in school that said something dumb. It's probably going to get, what do you call it?
Suspended?
Expelled. Not even suspended. He's probably going to get expelled. When you're around other people like this and you watch and all of a sudden you get emotional and you say something dumb, your career's on the line forever. Mm-hmm. You can't put yourself in positions like this. And parents have to watch very closely of what and who is influencing your kids. If you're not watching the phone, if you don't grab your kid's phone and go to history, if you're under 18 years old, grab history just to see what you're consuming. Mm-hmm. So if you go to history, you see soccer videos, guess what? Great.
Yeah.
If you go to history and it's, I don't know, basketball videos, prank videos, funny videos, all this other stuff, great. If you go in history and you see revolutionary talk, killing this guy, killing that guy, you better get a hold of your kid very, very quickly, or else these types of folks are having influence over your kids. And you don't want this thing to, it'll never happen to my kid, it'll never happen to my kid. Nobody knows something's going to happen until it's too late. Tom, your thoughts on this story?
Yeah, exactly. So I go two sides to it. And the first side, I never want my voice snuffed. And I never want illicit means used to shut me off, which means the price of free speech is free speech. Unless you're out there and you're a foreign agent. And what I think he's worried about is FARA can land you in prison.
Oh, yeah.
And this is if you haven't registered or you're being paid, you are now a spy. You are now, not by legal definition, but to the rest of America. And I want to see, this goes back to the first story we covered today. I want to see where people were before and after they got money and who they got it from, Pat. I want to see that list because I think we're going to see a lot of things that the guys like this, he sits there with this reaction. I want to see capitalist blood. And then maybe he was taking sponsorship money or influence money, which is kind of a capitalist position, wouldn't you say, Vinny?
Oh.
There's just like you're going to make money off of your job, and your job is going to be being this lightning rod for something you may believe in, but you're basically taking, money from afar. I want to see the list. I want to see the list. I want to see the before and after. The price of free speech is free speech. But the price of vigilance is your responsibility as a citizen.
What is the price if you're threatening someone's life? What is that, Tom? If you're doing a live stream and you say kill XYZ,
go and kill XYZ.
Well, there are specific laws about the president. You can't put the president in a video game.
Threatening someone's life in the United States is considered a true threat, and it's.
Okay, I left you guys with a little bit of Patrick Bet-David goodness. I hope you guys were thoroughly and sufficiently value-tained in the process. Do you know who Patrick Bet-David is? It's in the notes. You have to answer this question.
Oh, okay.
This is very important.
Okay, let's hear it. What's the question?
Do you know who Patrick Bet-David is?
I don't really know.
He's one of the top minds in American politics, and you don't know who he is. Are you familiar?
From what I heard, tell me more.
Are you familiar with the concept of valuetainment?
This is the first I'm hearing of it, but I'm guessing there's value entertainment.
Yes.
In entertainment, okay.
When you hear someone say, "I'm a numbers guy," what does that make you think of?
I I wonder whether they actually are a numbers guy.
Okay. Wait, why is the mic is scraping on the belt?
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, no.
Sorry. Should I just I'll put it behind me? Let's do that.
Okay, all right, we got it. This social interaction is washed. Okay. Can't trust a politician who doesn't know PBD. That's what they're saying. No, he's a right-wing influencer, big time Trump. I love my hogs.
Okay.
And he's one of the best.
So he's obsessed with you as well.
No, not even. I wish he was. I'm obsessed with him.
Oh, okay.
Because he reminds me a lot of my uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Cenk Uygur, I don't know if you know him, the Young Turks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like my uncle if my uncle took Ozempic. Like he looks like him.
Okay.
And also was right wing instead of left wing.
Yeah.
And he's great. He won't have me on a show. And I'm trying to get on a show. He will talk about me on a show, but he won't have me on the show.
Like he'll talk about you a lot, actually.
Which is kind of messed up. Is the audio still bad? Or are you guys hearing it? Yeah.
You would think if someone talks about you that often that they would want to actually talk to you?
Yeah, I thought so too, but that's not what has happened, unfortunately. It's pretty devastating. I've been on with his second in command, Vinny. He gets really red when he thinks about me or talks about me. All right, well, let's get back to some less serious topics. Back to your election, and not Patrick Bet-David, my favorite. We were talking about Espaillat's loyalty and where it lies, and how it's not necessarily being a responsive politician to his constituents, but instead to corporate donors and also foreign lobbies, specifically AIPAC. He flew to Jerusalem on AIPAC's dime. When you're elected, if you defeat Espaillat, what part of Israel would you like to see first?
I've actually been to Palestine. I spent a summer in Palestine, and I was working in Nablus, but I got to see a lot of the area, and it was really beautiful, but also really hard. I was young. I was 20 years old, and it was very formative in many ways.
So it's not Tel Aviv.
No, it's not Tel Aviv.
Did you know it's the only democracy in the Middle East, though?
You know, when you have apartheid, that's hard to square.
Okay.
So.
All right, good to know.
Yeah.
No politician has ever been elected in New York City after answering that question in the negative, famously. What does it say about a representative that still chooses to go to Israel, to visit Israel, even though UN and countless human rights organizations have concluded that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza? Do you think that Espaillat should return the hundreds of thousands of dollars of pro-Israel and pro-genocide donations that he has received?
You know, I mean, I think this race is about proving that people are tired of a politics of death, that they want a politics of life. And I'm at a point where I'm just like, do what you will. June 23rd, we're gonna win.
Okay.
Because I think people are just so fed up with seeing that, you know, their representatives are taking money from these institutions that really are so deeply motivated by the profit that they gain from slaughtering our communities, and not, you know, actually investing in the things that sustain life here. You know, people would ask me a lot, actually, last year during the mayoral race, you know, he's the mayor, so like, why is it like that people ask him so much about Palestine? And my response to that was always that, you know, if you can trust someone on an issue that is a question of like human dignity, you can trust them on all these other issues, because that's going to reflect in every policy choice that that person makes. If at the core of what they're fighting for is human dignity, it's going to reflect in their healthcare policies. It's going to reflect in their housing policies. It's going to reflect in everything that we need as people to lead dignified lives. And so, you know, I even had someone ask me.
Can we wait? Hold on. Can you save your thought for
Yeah.
1 second. I'm sorry. The mic is either like the.
Should I just hold it up to my?
Bring the gain down.
It's apparently like doing crackly audio. It might be the clothing rustling, or Mike. Is there feedback on mine too? If it is, then it means that it's the cable. Is there? Wait, hold on. Let's fix this real quick. Sorry, so that the clips are usable. Flip it inside out. Oh no, it's just hers.
Oh, should I just hold on to it?
Or is there just a static when I'm also talking?
Maybe flip it around so that the mic is on
It could be the gain as well. No, yours is not yours is good now. Okay, yeah. If you do that,
Is that better?
Boom. That should
Have
be.
we solved the problem?
I think we will have solved the problem now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me, should I just go ahead and?
Yeah. All right. Let's continue with that train of thought. We were talking about what a pro-Palestinian politics represents.
Yeah.
And also on top of that, like why is this like always a big deal? Why is this a point of contention?
Yeah. Well, I think on any level of government, right? If you are someone who believes in human dignity, and you believe that Palestinians are also deserving of human dignity, right? That's going to reflect in every single policy decision that you make, whether that's healthcare, whether that is education, whether that's housing. If your North Star is ensuring that people get to lead lives that are dignified, then that is going to be reflected in everything. And I think when people were really they were asking me a lot about this during the mayoral primary last year, where I was doing a lot of canvassing for Zahran, and they're like, well, the mayor doesn't have power over our international politics. No, but he has power over a lot of the institutions in the city that impact our day-to-day lives and really impact the quality of our day-to-day lives, right? And if I can trust that this person believes that there is no such thing as a person who is undeserving of human dignity, then I can trust them to understand why our healthcare is important, why our housing is important. And I had someone even ask me once, why is there this difference in terms of fun on this campaign, right? And it's because when you are invested in life is supposed to be fun. That's the whole point, right? And instead of the doom and gloom politics that we're always being subjected to. And so, I really think for a lot of people on the left for whom Palestine is so important, at our core, it really is about making sure that we are thinking about our politics in a really transformational way and thinking about it in a way that is rejecting profit over people.
Yeah, I think it's a really good litmus test for the reasons that you spelled out, right? Because I don't think most of our politicians are running so they can be vociferous defenders of a foreign country that's doing a litany of different war crimes even before the genocide. In the maintenance of an apartheid state. They're getting funded. It shows that you've become an insider, that machine politics has basically destroyed your soul and has made you into this vessel for corporate interests and for foreign lobbies as well, that you're bought and sold to the highest bidder. And that makes you less responsive to the needs of your constituents and makes you a worse politician overall, because politicians are supposed to be, abiding by the interests of their people over the interests of profits. The other important litmus test is that if you can't trust a politician to oppose a genocide, then how can you trust a politician to defend democracy? Because that's a fairly decent red line to establish, and I do feel like Espaillat has failed to do so. And this is the exact same calcified institutionalist establishment Democrat, do nothing Democrat politics that people are sick and tired of, and they want to change.
And it's not just rhetoric. It's not just this, you see the policies, right? The fact that he's voted to support Trump's crypto buddies, right? The fact that he has supported funding for ICE, the fact that he has refused even to this day to sign on to block the bombs, right? All of this is reflective of a politic that is, to your point, accountable to money and not people, right? And that's why, like, this game of money in politics is so deeply dangerous. It's so nefarious in so many ways. Like, even as a working class candidate, like, I don't have the institutional backing or the resources, right, to just like call up a few buddies to donate hundreds of thousands to my campaign, right? Like, I have to sit and do call time and like call folks all day, right, to donate a couple bucks here and there, to really sustain this campaign. And it is incredible the amount of time and energy that has to be spent on that instead of like talking to my neighbors, right? I'm fortunate enough to have already had a lot of those relationships in my community where that trust was already there. But I just can't imagine like doing this without the support of like organizations that are really holding me right now, because it is just such a difficult thing to do as a working class person.
Yeah. One thing that the CIA, potentially the CIA, tries to do is to divide the progressive movement on the boundaries of race. And one of the things that I see all the time is accounts that claim to be black people on Twitter consistently taking an anti-Palestinian stance, claiming that Zionism is what black people are for overall. Now, obviously, no group is a monolith. Certainly not black people either. But the reason why I'm bringing this up with you is you're Afro-Latina, and you actually have written about the shared struggle on the Electronic Intifada, about the experiences that black Americans go through. And the shared struggle that Palestinians go through as victims of a settler colonial apartheid state. Do you see the similarities? Do you want to talk about that a little bit further? How do you feel when you see sometimes even members of the Congressional Black Caucus take a position that is pro-Israel? How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is so much to be said. I actually, like, AIPAC is doing this often now, where now they're creating these shell packs, right, where they have these like really like innocent sounding names, like elect women or something like that, right? Or elect, I don't know, things that on their face sound like good, like yes, elect women, right? Elect this woman. But when you like dig into it, and it's actually like AIPAC, right? And we're seeing that even in this race, right? We're seeing that across the country. And I think, to your point about the way that like you have these very divisive discourse that's happening, it is a divide and conquer type of strategy, right? Of like sowing discord among our communities where there should be solidarity. One of the really formative moments in my like political thinking was actually getting back home to the US after that summer in Palestine. And it was the summer that Michael Brown was killed in Ferguson. And seeing the way that Palestinians who had just endured a bombardment in Gaza that summer were telling people in Ferguson about how to deal with the tear gas, because they had just been subjected to that same tear gas that was made in the US, right? With our tax dollars. And telling them how to like deal with that tear gas and be able to get on, right? That to me just really like solidified in my mind the connection between our struggles for liberation here and the struggle for liberation in Palestine. And I think so often of all the different institutions that have really made life so much harder for Black Americans, Afro-Latinos, Black immigrants generally, right? Because even when we talk about immigration, it's actually Black immigrants who are disproportionately impacted by the criminalization of immigration and by detention, right? Thinking about how ICE, policing, like we had so many police departments across the country sending their officers to Israel to train with the IDF.
NYPD is a Tel Aviv location.
Exactly. And when we think about the way that police brutality has really played out in this country against Black and brown communities, but particularly Black communities, you know, that can't be separated from the institutions that are doing very similar harm to other communities abroad.
Yeah. So for the crime of writing for Electronic Intifada, you were put on the Canary mission.
I was. Well, actually, it happened before that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, it wasn't the Electronic Intifada piece that.
No,
that
I was
before that.
I was an undergrad. Yeah. So it's been many years.
So you've been doxed even before 2016. That's crazy.
Around 2016, I think.
I got on. I don't even know when I got on Canary Mission. I did lose to Candace Owens on Stop Anti-Semitism's Top Anti-Semite of the Year list 2 years ago.
Oh,
it's a wound that is deeply humiliating, but I will one day overcome that wound. But as someone who's been organizing for Palestine for over a decade, do you feel like things are changing? Because one aspect that I see with a lot of young activists who were activated after October 7 is this idea that like change is not happening immediately. But considering that you've had a lot of time in this space with your advocacy, and you know, I've been there for a very long time as well.
Yeah.
One thing that I try to tell people is like, this is an unbelievable pace in comparison to the last 20 years on this issue. Does that give you courage that young people are finally changing their minds? And it's not even just young people. Now older and older generations are also coming to terms with this reality.
Yeah, no, I think the shift that we've seen, I mean, it's heartbreaking because it took a genocide for people to wake up to it, right?
Yeah.
But I also think we sell ourselves short if we don't also acknowledge that it was also the organizing that we've been doing for many years prior to it as well. Right? The reason that we had the organizing infrastructure to respond is because people had been doing this work for many years prior to it. And it is just incredible to me to see the way that the leaps and bounds we've made in this movement, right?
Yeah.
And to see folks understanding how it impacts their lives, like their day-to-day life here, right? The fact that we are spending so much money, so much of our taxpayer dollars on these foreign wars, on this genocide. In the first 6 days of this war with Iran, we could have funded Mayor Mamdani's universal child care program.
Yeah.
That's the $6 billion that it would have taken to give every child in New York access to free universal child care. Like, people are doing the math, right?
But don't you feel patriotic for Israel that we are waging their battles for them against foreign adversaries that shouldn't even be foreign adversaries really, but we've designed them as such?
You know, that's
how I feel when I fill up my tank.
And isn't it more expensive when you fill up your tank? So
yeah, no, and I am overcome with a sense of patriotism, duty, and honor every single time I do that. I have an EV. I don't need to fill up my tank. Let's be real, but
I think it speaks to the point of like, why are we doing this? Like, we are slaughtering people, we are bombing schoolgirls, and to what end? Because to what end? Things have only gotten harder for everybody.
Advancing the Greater Israel Project, as Marco Rubio
and
Mike Huckabee,
lining
and
the
many
pockets
others.
of the corporate interests, right? That profit off our war machine.
See,
so
even better.
It's
I would do it.
Just like
I would do it even if they didn't do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to get the administration off my back. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm in.
Listen.
I don't know. There might be a subpoena coming down the line. I'm trying. What do you think about a ballroom? It's good, right?
It is so ugly.
Shouldn't we build 2 ballrooms?
But also on top of everything, it's ugly. Like, we're spending $1 billion on this ballroom. We don't have money to feed our kids. We don't have money for any of this, and we're building an ugly ass ballroom.
What about the presidential slush fund? He should have more money, I think, of the taxpayers that fund the slush fund. No?
That's why it's so hard for me to respond.
What do you feel about the presidential slush fund? 1776, important year. The year that this nation was born. $1.776 billion.
Answer seriously.
Okay. I'm trying.
No, I appreciate it.
Fox News, I tried. She's a radical. She doesn't want the president to steal $1.7 billion of taxpayer funds that he can do whatever he wants.
Ugly
with.
ballroom.
Well, no, the
So
ballroom is separate. That's another.
true.
That's another thing.
But also
at
the
the
ugly ballroom.
expense of-
That truly, as someone who has to live with the ugliness of these corporate developers who don't care about the character of our city, I see things like an ugly ballroom, and it's really enraging.
All right. So we're not going to be able to get a table until 7:30.
Oh,
apparently. Yeah, they have a lot of. They have a big line.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, you're not. You don't have Espaillat clout yet.
I don't apparently.
Yeah.
I would have hoped you had more clout than him.
I have no clout. I have no clout at all. So we'll just. I guess we'll get out and we'll walk around a little bit before we get a
do it.
table. But then you'll be able to show me
What time is it?
this district. It's
it's got like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not that bad. And we'll do a walk and talk.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay. I mean, we can go and try to see if we're physically there. Maybe they'll.
We can try. It looks like they have some tables.
Yeah, that's always how that works. You go, oh, what's up? There's tables there. Why is there no space
And then
for
they're
us?
like, they're all reserved.
Yeah.
We can ask.
Let me see. What's up?
You're doing this streaming tomorrow over here? I'm
No.
the owner.
Oh, you're the owner? No, we're doing it right now.
Right now you're doing it?
Yeah.
I'm barely.
All right, guys.
Well, yeah, but apparently there's no table for us right now. We gotta wait.
So
I
it
guess.
wasn't. How many?
We're live right now, by the way.
That's all good.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
So you do have the clout.
No.
How many?
We're just gonna be 3 people in one table, but then there's a bigger group as well. But we can get started now, and then the rest of the group can sit down later, right? Yeah, that's how I treat the workers. Who cares if they're hungry?
I don't think they're even here yet.
Who
so.
cares? Yeah, they're not even here yet. Who cares if they're hungry?
Oh, there they are. Hey guys.
I asked the owner intercepted me on the way.
Oh, great.
And he might open up a table for us potentially.
They have your table.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Oh, word.
I'm gonna head out.
Hell yeah,
I'm
nice to meet you,
gonna
man.
stop
Thank you.
And good to see you guys.
Thank
all right.
It's so nice meeting you.
you. Man, hey, how are you? Oh, brother. Good. Okay, good to see you guys. All right, guys.
Wait, before you go.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so hungry. What do you recommend? Before you leave, what do you recommend?
Get a mixed grill, men's stuff. What I got? You know what? Fuck that. I got you.
No.
How many Tony heads?
With this whole group,
1, 2,
but
3,
we're
4, 5, 6.
No, I'm not going to eat.
5.
well, we're gonna sit down and eat. They're probably. You guys are gonna eat too, right? No. They'll take care.
No. Where are you gonna be?
We're just hanging out. You guys.
We'll get your food outside. You're good. Anywhere you are.
I'll be down here.
I got you. Easy. Mixed grill. And then for anybody outside, give them whatever you want. Cool.
Clout.
I never know what to do in front of a camera. I literally just always throw up peace signs.
Me too. Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
so funny because Brandon's always making fun of me for the peace signs, and we just found a picture of me as a kid doing this.
Hi. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We'll be in the corner right there.
Should I sit there?
No, let's sit right here next to one another.
Okay.
Right, I think. Well, we'll figure it out. Romke,
Do you want me to go in there so you have
how
more?
should we sit here? What do we do? It's better to.
Would we have both these tables? If you want to sit here, I'll shoot this way.
Yeah, I was thinking we sit here next to one another and then you shoot this way.
Do you want me here so you have more leg room?
No, it's fine. I'll squeeze. I'm a gentleman.
I mean, I don't mind.
You won't be seen.
Oh, okay.
That's why. I'm too big.
Should we just move it up?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, we're just making these straight. Okay.
Yeah, and then you guys sit there.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what do you mean?
If you two sit facing each other.
Oh, okay. We can do that.
Shoot this way.
All right, that's fine. Let's do that. Yeah. So you sit there.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Just gonna do my best. All right, back.
Okay, a little bit of commotion, but hopefully you guys can hear us well. I hope. I'll move it closer to my mouth.
Should I do that too?
Probably. Chat, can you hear us well? Flip mics to opposite side to your right and her left.
My left.
You can hear sounds fine. Okay. Yeah, you just gotta make sure this right here. See the top?
Facing me.
Yeah, you gotta make. Yeah, that's perfect.
Does that work?
I think that's perfect.
All right. I'll try to speak up.
Okay. All right. So, where were we? Where were we? This angle's pretty good. I mean, you got it. So, he's great. Stop yelling. Turn gain down a touch, please. Gain.
Are we yelling?
I might be yelling a little bit too. We might be yelling at. Yeah, you want to turn that gain a little bit because we're yelling to one another so we can hear each other because it's loud. Okay. So, careful with the phone. Okay, shut up, chat. It's fine. Let me pull up my. We were talking about. So, you came up through SJP, Students for Justice for Palestine, BYP 100, Families for Freedom, and the Columbia Student Encampment, which is probably like all the most terrifying institutions, terrifying groups that we can think of for many
Small grassroots orgs, yeah.
Corporate-backed Democrats, pro-Israel Democrats as well. If you win, you're going to be joining the Progressive Caucus that disciplined Jamal Bowman, that isolated Cori Bush, and just endorsed Espaillat over you. How do you plan on working within the confines of the same system that is all too eager to punish outspoken progressives? And what does DSA's Socialist in Office block give you that they didn't have?
Yeah, no, it's not
Also, be
lost.
mindful, I know Greg personally, but I do criticize him for stuff like that.
You know, sorry, you know who?
Greg
Oh.
Kazar.
It's not
So
lost
don't rip
on
into
me.
him too much.
It's not lost on me that we're going to be facing a lot of pressures in office from day one, right? From the center, from the right. And so, being in DSA, being part of a federal Socialist in Office program has always been deeply important to me because I think there's an opportunity there to have the community and the institution and infrastructure necessary to actually make sure that we are accountable to our movements. I am an organizer, and the biggest benefit about sending an organizer to office is that we don't take no for an answer. We always think strategically when we are from a place of unequal footing, right? Where we have to constantly think about the few numbers that we have to make an outsized impact on the institutions that are keeping our people down, right? And so making sure that we're organizing inside and outside of Washington and making sure that we are using all the levers that we have at our disposal to actually deliver for people. So that means like organizing people who are already in office, but it also means organizing our people on the ground to be able to build the people power necessary to show why the policies we're fighting for need to get passed. And that's, I think that's something that too few people in Congress actually have. They have just accepted that the system is broken. But the whole point of being an organizer is that you see that the system is broken. Believe that something else could take its place, right? And you fight for that, and you just don't stand down until you get it.
pushing, you talked about this already, a policy called Babies Not Bombs, which in my opinion is very anti-Semitic, where you state that giving money to feed babies is more important than giving Israel blank checks on Palestinian children. Why would you rather give $800 million in child tax credits to Americans, or $800 in child tax credits to Americans, than spend $1 billion every day bombing Iran, and also numerous other parts like Lebanon?
Yeah, it's not just Iran or Palestine or Lebanon, and even if it were that should be enough, right? That should be enough of a reason for us to divest from the war machine and reinvest in our kids, so that our kids can actually eat, right? And our parents can pay rent. We know that when we had the child tax credit during the pandemic, we had childhood poverty at all-time lows. We could do that again, but what we lack is people who are actually willing to fight for that. And so, the fact that our war machine is insatiable, the fact that we're seeing these regime change wars happening across the world now, right, is all reflective of a politics of death that our leadership has just accepted as one to take for granted.
Okay, but what if those children that live healthy lives and grow up with the additional tax credits that their families receive grow up to become anti-Zionist? Don't you feel like that's a terrifying future, a terrifying prospect for Israel?
I would say that it sounds like some of these children will be really interested in a politics of life and a politics of human dignity. So I think, we, in many ways, when we make these types of investments in our kids, we reap the benefits of that. You reap what you sow. If you are investing in your kids, you're going to have adults who have had healthy childhoods, who are interested in contributing back to our communities. And so, for me, it really starts with our kids, because everything that our kids need, healthcare, food on the table, an education that is dignified, right? All of those things are things that all of us need, and our societies would simply crumble if we didn't give them that.
You were a child once.
I was.
And as a child,
I was a very cute kid, actually.
As a cute child, you spent some time growing up with your grandmother in Venezuela.
I did. Not too long, not very long.
Yeah. A few months ago, America bombed the South American country, kidnapped its president of the sovereign state, and recently bragged about stealing its oil. It seems likely that we're about to do something similar to Cuba as well. If you're in Congress or when you're elected, what will you do to prevent America's plunder of the global South, and how will you protect the families of immigrants living in your district?
Yeah, I think the themes here are the same, right? I'm the only candidate in this race who is adamantly anti-war. We need to rein in the powers of this administration, who seem to just be conducting these wars illegally without any kind of oversight. And our elected officials are letting them, right? They won't sign on to any joint disapprovals, right, of these wars. And it just, to me, speaks to, again, an abandonment, right? An abandonment of principle, an abandonment of a vision for what our politics should be. And I think, the more we divert our money away from the war machine and into our communities, the more we're saving lives abroad and actually supporting families here. A lot of folks here, they've lost any faith that anybody in our government is coming to help, because they failed us so miserably, right? Time and time again. And the Democrats, establishment Democrats, continue to try to bring into this tent, right, these warmongers and these multinational corporations that profit from this violence, instead of actually trying to bring in the base of working class people who are counting on them to actually deliver. And so, I think there's so much that can be done. We can actually use the power of Congress to stop these wars and say, hey, this is illegal. Impeach Trump, impeach the cabinet members that have been pushing us to this war. But I think one of the biggest things that we can do is we can actually advocate to get the money that is pushing our politicians towards these endless wars out of politics altogether. There is a reason why they keep voting in favor of this war machine, right? It's because of these corporate interests. It's because of these special interests that make so much money off of this machine.
Speaking of other corporate interests that make a lot of money, not from the war machine or sometimes from the war machine, AI. Between 30 to 40% of your constituents, when you're elected, have jobs or work jobs that are susceptible to being replaced by AI. What's your vision to protect families from having their careers stolen by them from in the hands of some chatbot directed by a bunch of Silicon Valley tech executives that are socially maladjusted? Would you support an AI data center moratorium?
I would, yeah, absolutely. And also, I think what this is reflective of is like a failure of our institutions more largely. The fact that so many people's jobs are at risk with this kind of technology shows that we have not invested in a federal jobs program. That we're not investing in the social programs that we actually need to make our lives better. There's no shortage of projects that we could be investing in. Things like a Green New Deal for public housing, things like a Green New Deal for public schools, right? There are so many things that we could be putting our money towards to give people good union jobs that won't be susceptible to this kind of technology. And also, frankly, I think in many ways this is a bubble, right? I don't think AI is the solution to so many of the issues that we are facing. And in fact, I think it creates an even scarier problem of thinking we're okay and then not actually investing in the education that we need, in the jobs programs that we need, in the infrastructure programs that we actually need. And I really worry that an over-reliance on it means that by the time we wake up to that reality, we're not going to have people with the skill sets to actually address it.
Yeah, but AI has called me pretty in the past. And it's sycophantic is what people say, but they're haters.
I thought we said no calling
smart.
people pretty on this street.
I say it's smart. What do you have to say to that?
I thought we weren't allowed to call people pretty on the street.
Yeah, no, AI can call us pretty. That's fine. Also, do we? The owner said that he was ordering us food, I think, but I don't know if we're.
Oh.
Is the owner order? Did he order food for us, or are we ordering ourselves?
Oh, wow.
Oh. Oh, I thought we already placed the order.
He placed it?
No, I thought he already placed it. I never. Oh, whatever he said. He said the mixed grill, I think. And just like get whatever. And a diet Pepsi for me if possible, but never mind. All right. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Man is hungry as fuck. I mean, yeah, I am. It's 7:30. I haven't eaten yet today. Okay, calm down.
I'm also hungry.
Yeah, load up the table with goods. Load up the table. Anyway, I mean, I've been staring at other people's food while you're talking, while also checking the questions.
It looks really good.
It looks fucking so good. Have you've had food here before?
I have at other locations. I haven't been to this one yet.
Okay.
They just opened recently, actually.
Okay. You have some interesting takes as well that might come across as a surprise for others.
Okay.
For example, you advocate for creating a 4-day, 32-hour work week with no loss in pay.
Yeah.
So tell us more about that vision to give people more time to rest without billionaires having to sell off their third or fourth mega yacht. Because I am very scared about that. Like, how does that work?
I just think so much of our time as workers is not actually productive. And we would actually be more productive as workers if we had time to rest and be with our families and do the things that actually bring our lives meaning. I just think overall having a more rested and happier society, right, is a society that benefits everybody. It's a society that actually benefits our economy, and also creates more opportunities for people to come into the workforce, right? It's also about gender justice, right? When so many families have to think about childcare and what to do with aging parents, right? And how much of that labor falls on women. I think that we really need to think about this balance, right? That we're of how much time we're spending with our loved ones and how much time we're spending producing wealth for our bosses, right?
It's not very Sigma Grindset of you. I will admit. I'm a Sigma Grindset mindset guy, but I'll take it.
And you're like, work at all hours, is that?
Well, I mean, I literally do work at all hours,
I mean,
but
you are
I'm,
always streaming.
I'm my own boss, so it doesn't matter.
That is true, you are always streaming.
We've got lamb, we've got lots of stuff. And a Diet Coke.
I'm so
Can I
hungry.
get a lemonade?
Lemonade?
With mint, please.
All right, we got a speed round that I'm going to ask you,
Okay.
which we could potentially do outside afterwards when it's more quiet, so we can get it clear.
Yeah.
But there's a silly local question here. This question comes from the king of the Bronx, the Kid Mero,
Okay.
who was going to be here today, but they shipped
really?
him on an advanced mission to Cleveland, so he can show support to the Knicks.
That is actually a very important mission.
Yes.
So shout out to you, Mero.
Real New York 13 ball knowers want to know how you spell John's Fried Chicken. Anybody over the age of 15 knows they corrected the spelling of the new sign, but what do you think the guy's name was spelled as?
I can't hear what you're saying. What is?
Real ball knowers know
Okay.
how to spell John's Fried Chicken.
Okay.
Anybody over the age of 15 knows how they corrected the spelling on the new sign, but do you think the guy's name was actually spelled the real way, or is the new spelling of the name fake? And if you don't know the answer to this question, it's also totally fine.
I don't know, but I would have to hope that the new spelling is incorrect.
Okay.
Because I'm like, why would they have spelled it?
I feel like this is this is
for so like, why
it's
would they
fine.
have left it?
It's spelled
as
as
a typo?
J-H-O-N. John's Fried Chicken.
No, I know, but like, why would they have why would they have just left a typo for so long?
Nobody knows.
I feel like that is like a very, I don't know. I just feel like I've seen crazier things in our communities. My name is Daria Lisa, so like I have seen a variety of spellings on all of our names.
All right, let's eat.
Here's water.
Want some water? Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's gonna forget all table manners? I know. Every time I've done one of these, I usually try not to have food with candidates because I can't control myself.
And you just go crazy with the food?
And I go crazy with the food.
Honestly, I respect that.
But I'm glad that we got...
As someone who is a
I'm glad that we got
foodie...
the questions out of the way. Oh, this is exceptional. Look at the pull. It's so soft. Delectable.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. Is that done? You want that done?
No, I'm fine.
Have you had Palestinian food before?
Yeah. Oh. The muammara is sweeter than I expected, but very good. They put a lot of pomegranate molasses on it.
Oh, you want the... Sorry, let's pass it.
That has a great kick.
Okay.
Where it's both sweet and sour. What's your favorite out of the all of these mezes?
I really like the baba ganoush.
What?
The baba ganoush is really good.
You like the baba ganoush? I've never been that big into baba ganoush.
No,
even though I'm Turkish, I'm not a big eggplant guy. And eggplant is obviously a very important part of Middle Eastern cuisine.
I'm one of those people, you know how there are folks who think cilantro tastes like soap? Unfortunately, that's me with parsley. And I really struggle with that. And I've just always I always have to ask folks to not get parsley in food, but sometimes I suck it up.
Now I'm reconsidering.
You're what?
Now I'm reconsidering my allegiance.
I'm sorry.
Cilantro to me is delicious. But I don't know why.
This is what happens. This is punishment for your anti-white racism.
Because I have to suffer.
That you get to experience the same thing that white people suffer. The hummus is really creamy and very good too. Let's try the tzatziki. Judge it. What's that?
I have no idea.
There's a really jacked guy here. I'm not going to show him because he's just eating his food. But I wonder if this protein, this food is good and fits his macros. I want to ask him. Oh.
Oh yeah.
So the jajik tzatziki is really good. Sometimes in Middle Eastern restaurants, they dull the kick and they don't put like the necessary garlic in it or the necessary spearmint leaves in it. These guys, they hit it. It's sour too. It's perfect. I turn into Anthony Bourdain on a dime like that.
I love it.
Me and Espaillat both can do multiple things. We contain multitudes.
But you don't do eggplant.
No, I don't prefer it. I'll still have it. I still like it. But it's not my top priority. It's not my top preference.
Makes sense.
Oh.
It's good though, right?
That's very good. Very, very good.
I'm glad we converted you on that.
What is this, I wonder?
Salad, cucumber, tomato.
Oh, it's just a regular
labneh.
shepherd salad?
Mm-hmm. Is it labneh? Yeah, it's labneh.
Oh, it's with tahini.
Oh, okay.
This salad is just a vehicle to eat tahini without feeling a sense of shame that you're just downing tahini.
I just want the bottle of tahini, really. So, I mean, this might be sensitive, and if you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. But what made you convert to Islam? It's a personal question, so you don't have to. Yeah, well, no, it's fine. I had actually been fasting for many years for Ramadan. I just saw so many of my friends, like in organizing spaces who were Muslim, just the way they showed up, and I just got curious, right? And I started learning more. I fasted for many years, and then one year, one of my best friends was like, "Dairy Lisa, what are we doing here? You've been fasting for years. Like, are you taking shahada? Like, what's happening?" And I had a moment where I was like, "You're right. Like, why am I just not taking the plunge?" And had to really think about it. And I realized I was like very nervous about going into a faith that I felt like I had so much catching up to do as an adult, right? But I'd always been a very spiritual person, right? Like wanting a relationship with God that felt genuine to me. And I was at a halakha and the imam was saying, Allah introduces himself to us as the most gracious, the most merciful. And whenever you're feeling lost, just come back to that. And in that moment, I just felt like the permission to just be like all of me, to be flawed, to be human, to like learn, to come back and like do better, right? And that I think was really what made me feel like, okay, this is the time, and I can convert and feel that this is about me and my God and my relationship to my own humanity. And yeah, it's just been an incredible journey. It's actually really funny because like when I talk to folks about our campaign who are Muslim, and they learn that I converted to Islam, they're more excited about that than about the campaign. And it's been really
Muslims
funny.
love a reverb.
And I'm really grateful for just how folks have like really embraced me, and yeah, it's been a really beautiful journey.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Yeah, lemonade, we got diet.
Thank you. Wow. The performance of the mezes so far, excellent. I feel like if the mains match the intensity, because sometimes you go to a restaurant and either the apps are good or the main is good.
Yeah.
If this place also has good mains, it's a wrap for me.
Are you just gonna be coming here every time you're in New York?
Yes. Well, I order a lot of food, so I might just order from this place instead of, because I never know what's good in New York.
You know, I blame the rising rents on the fact that our food industry, like our restaurant culture, has really suffered. We used to have so many great mom and pop like restaurants, but a lot of them have closed down because of these outrageous rents. But we're gonna fight for them too. Make sure they can all thrive here. Because like, what is New York without good food and good restaurants?
True. What is New York without good food? Washington, D.C. Well, not even. D.C. doesn't have any of the...
That feels insulting, I'm sorry. New York is New York, there's no comparison.
True. I wanted to say Chicago, but Chicago has really good food too. So, there's not
Let me
really...
be clear, we still have great food here. Just to be clear, we still have great food.
Yeah, no,
But
I know.
You know, it just breaks my heart when your favorite restaurant gets
I'm
closed
glad
down
I
because
said
of-
DC, because there's a lot of people in the chat yelling at me saying DC has great food, but I don't care.
I figure any city you said would have elicited a similar reaction.
Yes. There's people from all around the country. I just have a personal smoke for DC.
And that's fair. Considering the number of times you come up in conversation in DC, I got that.
Yeah. I can't get over the fact that Congress is there, and some of the most evil people on the planet happen to frequent DC.
How often are you there now?
Not often. Like, I get invited to go to conferences and stuff like that, and if it's in DC, I just don't go.
Honestly, fair.
But I was there with Summer Lee.
Yeah.
Who gave me a tour of the Capitol. That was cool.
I saw that.
I did a January 6th tour.
She showed you all the sites?
Well, she didn't intend for it to be a January 6th tour.
You turned it into one.
Yeah. I saw the Ashley Babbitt site.
Was it everything you expected and more?
Yeah, I mean, it was boring.
But Summer's fun, no? She seems like a fun, bubbly person.
Who?
Summer?
Oh, she's awesome. I love Summer. She's amazing. So yeah, we're having Israeli food. Just wanted to say M Israel High, just so we get it out of the way before we run into trouble. What is your least favorite out of these mezes? You're looking at the jujuk.
It's the parsley. I can't do it.
That's crazy. Shame.
I can't do it. I can do cooked parsley. Like if it's in food cooked, It's delicious, but for some reason, I can't. It tastes like soap. I've tried many a times.
My least favorite is the fattoush.
No.
It doesn't taste like soap to me, but I just don't really like. It's too green.
It's always tasted like soap for me. I don't know. And it's always like so sad to me because you have this really sweet grandma who like brings it out, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna have to eat it and, and accept that that's what I'm having. And you can always taste when it's like you're like, this would be really bomb if not for the fact that I can't eat parsley.
There's a lot of parsley in Mediterranean food.
Yeah.
Israeli food, I mean, sorry. No phones at the dinner table, young man. They're saying Trump is not saving my ass, little bro.
For what?
My chatters are under the suspicion that my defense of Donald Trump's ballroom is not going to save me from the scrutiny of the federal government. It seems.
Well, they're coming for all of us, so.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the aesthetics of the ballroom?
I haven't even seen it. I have no idea what it looks like. I don't really care about it at all. I think it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous initiative. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want it because I know he wants it really bad, and I don't want him to be happy. So I'm purely in favor of stopping it because it makes him happy.
It's also a valid reason.
It's like he doesn't deserve it. Like, he doesn't deserve to have something that he really cares about when he hasn't done his job. Like, he hasn't.
But also, he's doing it with our money.
Yeah, I mean, we waste money on everything, honestly.
But to make him happy in that way, it's even worse. Even more terrible use of our money.
The way I see it, that money, any kind of expenditure that Trump makes could be going to Israel to murder children. So I guess it's better that it's going to the ballroom, but I still don't want him to have it.
That is true. I guess ugly architecture is mitigating some harm there.
No, he likes it that way. He likes the ugly architecture. But yeah. Chat, if you got questions, let me know.
Is chat just gonna watch us eat?
Yes. They watch me eat every day. So this is not new for them. I eat on stream because I'm live for like 6 hours. And they enjoy it. Or even if they don't enjoy it, I don't really care.
You're like, I gotta eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat, you know?
And that's
I gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna leave chat with you. Ramke, you wanna give her your phone so she can see chat? If you wanna answer questions.
Sure.
Question about your favorite character from the Cars universe?
No, don't answer that one. I'm leaving my mic here so I don't have a piss camera.
Okay. This is moving so fast. Someone said De Lisa Avila Chevrolet, like the car.
Oh, like that's your Cars universe name. You can also stop it by putting your thumb on it. Like
okay, now I can actually read it. Restaurant noise gate. What kind of music do you like? Is this to me or to Hasan?
No, it's all
you. It's to me, okay. I listen to anything if it's a bop. Like, I do not care what the genre is. If it is a good song, I'm playing it. Let's see. Why are you style mogging Hasan? I don't know. It says, why are you style mogging Hasan? I mean, this is the fit. I don't know what to say. This is the dress. These are the sneakers. Kept it real simple today. The glasses, earrings, I don't know. My style inspo is Sade. I just think there's everything. That woman is just incredible. The voice, the style, the looks, all of it. Let's see. More telling me I'm pretty, thank you. Thank you. I know we're not allowed to say that in chat, but. What restaurant? This is a Yats. We are.
Sorry, what's your favorite part of New York City?
My favorite part of New York City is New York 13. Okay.
Does anybody in your family root for the Knicks?
My family roots for the. Well, some of my family roots for the Heat, but most of my family roots for the Knicks. There are fights. There are fights in my family about this.
Did you grow up playing sports?
I played sports as a kid. I played soccer. I was briefly a cheerleader. And then, sorry?
Look at the camera. Always on.
Okay.
Were you first of all, you played soccer.
Yes.
Oh, hello, I'm Bianca. Welcome to my vlog. You're gonna have a great time. Dari, what position did you play in soccer?
I played center D. And then every now and then I was like, I really like left mid in particular, but.
Do you know who you're gonna support in the World Cup?
Huh?
Do you know who you're gonna support?
I'm gonna be honest, I have been very focused on this race and have not been paying attention to...
Senegal, you're rooting for Senegal.
Well, okay, Senegal is in the race, okay, cool. We're rooting for Senegal.
And why are we rooting for Senegal? Because of Little Senegal.
Oh, well, Little Senegal is in our district.
Exactly.
Thank you, Bianca, for just telling me about what's happening with the World Cup, because I have not been following because I have been very, very focused on this race. But yeah, shout out to Senegal. Harlem is home to Little Senegal, and we love our people. And yeah, now everybody's very excited for you, Bianca, in the chat.
Darlisa, what's your experience been like door knocking for candidates overall?
It's been so much fun. I love door knocking. It really is like the basics of organizing. It's just like going and talking to your neighbors. And I just have so much fun doing that. Like, you meet so many incredible, interesting people. Like, everyone has a story. Everyone has some like weird niche thing that they're super excited about and like wants to tell you all about it. And that's really how you get to know people. Huh?
What are your neighbors telling you on the doors or telling the campaign on the doors?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the things that people have been struggling with are the things that, I myself have struggled with as a person who's lived here. I am somebody who's really had to think about like whether I can afford to stay in the city I love. I'm somebody who has had to, deal with my students coming to me wondering, an anxiety, thinking that I'm going to penalize them as their teacher for things beyond their control, like the fact that some of them have had their apartments flooded or like just don't have stable housing, don't have access to their next meal. And so, a lot of our community is really struggling around issues of immigration, around access to dignified housing. For me, this campaign was really important because it was an opportunity to highlight all of those struggles and how our leadership has really made the style of politics that we have so inaccessible to them and making sure that we're building something else.
Folks are like, you're a teacher, chat wants to know.
Yeah, I taught for many years at Lehman. I was also a TA at Barnard and NYU. I love teaching. I love organizing, and I love teaching in the same way that I love organizing, because I really do think those things are very similar and go together. Hello. Welcome back.
I think every bathroom in New York should have bidets.
I agree.
All right, good. You got my vote. I'm voting for you illegally now. I asked this to Zoran,
Yeah.
and he said yes too. And
I
yet,
agree.
it hasn't
happened.
It hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet. We're gonna have to.
Whose favorite drink? Okay. Thank you. What is it?
Did you just say a Palestinian mint drink?
That's what the woman told me.
Damn. That's
It is really good.
It's minty. It's like a very refreshing lemonade with mint. But it's also not like aggressively lemony. You know? I like it. He told the whole restaurant staff he looked for a bidet in there. No, every time I go, well, this is because it's a Middle Eastern restaurant. So my expectation is that it would have a bidet. So I pay extra attention when I'm in a Middle Eastern restaurant. And then I was reminded that I asked Zoran that same question as well.
And yet we still don't have the
And he
days all in
fucking
the
lied to
city.
me. So that's right, Zoran.
Inshallah, very soon.
Your days are numbered, okay?
We have to figure out, maybe there's a federal funding situation there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think that would make everybody's life better in New York, you know?
Yeah, he's over here working on childcare, yuck, or balancing a $12 billion budget deficit. Who cares? Where are the bidets, man?
I mean, hygiene is a priority, so.
What?
Hygiene is a priority.
We've got a countdown. Do you want to show?
I just love that Bianca just keeps this on their
29
phone.
days, 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 54 seconds until Espaillat is primaried out. I like it. Have you interacted with him at all since? You guys haven't done a debate? Yeah.
He came up to me once at an Eid event, actually, and shook my hand, and then I ran away, and I was like, okay.
This is at a what event?
Eid event.
Eid event?
Eid event, yeah.
This is after you started running? Or?
Yeah. It was very strange because like we were, it was Eid. I was there with like a bunch of folks that I was in community with who were like come out, and so he gave like a speech there, and it was so like strange because he just started fear mongering about ICE, and I was like, do you know what Eid is? Like, do you know that this is supposed to be like a happy celebration? And like, it was also very strange because, there are a lot of immigrant Muslims in the community, but there were also a lot of Black American Muslims there who are like very proudly like have been here for generations, are like, descendants of Black American like enslaved people, right? And who have been here literally like building this city from the ground up. And it just shows like he has no understanding of like the community that's here. But it was just such a strange experience to like hear that, and then him just like leave like right after. And I don't know, it was.
What are some of his big endorsers and big allies so far?
He's getting a lot of like the more like institutional support, right? We kind of expected that going in. But I knew that like an insurgent race, we were gonna have to build up our coalition from the ground up, right? And I was fortunate enough that like, I don't even know that it's fortunate. I think it's actually just like the work that I've been doing previous to this, right? Of like being an organizer, that we had a lot of relationships already to make, those connections with the folks in our coalition who who were really excited to support us.
What are the polls looking like right now? And do you guys have internal ones or no?
So we had one that the city reported on in the end of March, and it shows what we've known is that when folks hear about our race, we win. And so, that's really what we're trying to get folks to do, is to get out and get the word out.
On the informed ballot, you beat him.
Yeah.
But without the uninformed ballot, I believe he has, 20 points or something?
No, not even. It was 28-42.
Okay.
And that was blind ask, and that was back in March, before we even went up on air, before, we've got a lot of the major endorsements that we've gotten. And so we're really, this was before the New York Post was like giving me some more name ID there. And
yeah, I don't think they realize that kind of stuff actually is very beneficial.
Yeah.
But not giving them any pointers. They should do that. They should talk about how you interacted with a dangerous radical.
But
hopefully,
I think folks are like, a lot of people in the district are feeling like our race is getting overlooked in the same way that we always feel like we're getting overlooked, right? Like, this is a district that...
It is.
And I don't even think it has anything to do with who the candidates are. I think it's that people dismiss us as a community. Like, they really only look at us as though we are statistics, right? And never think about the people who actually live here, who, are the ones who are every day waking up before the rest of the city to make the city run. And, I'm just sick and tired of a politics that takes us for granted, that uses us as like seats to warm in Washington instead of like actually fighting for our communities, especially in a district where so many incredible organizers have come from. Like, you have the Panthers, you have the Young Lords like organizing here, you had Malcolm X, like you had so many incredible people, James Baldwin, Langston Hughes, who are coming out of this district, influencing so much of our local and global politics.
Yeah.
And still, we get overlooked in every level.
Wait. Sorry.
No, you're good. Sorry.
What happened? Oh, Ayad is hosting a free community dinner this Friday at 7 p.m. and all proceeds are going to Hind's mom and the family. Wanted to inform you guys. Thank you. That's dope. I thought there was like real-time news happening or something.
Is there?
We've also apparently seen a self-defensive strike, according to the American military.
What do you mean? What's that?
In the Strait of Hormuz.
It seems like U.S. calling it self-defense, which is crazy because I'm in the U.S. and I'm
right. Yeah.
So they got about self-defense.
But yeah.
Anyway, sorry. I was looking at some additional information, but it's not relevant. Where were we? We were talking about this district. Yeah. Who's your favorite thinker or activist that's come out of this district?
That's
and
hard.
why is it Espaillat?
It's definitely not him. That's hard, actually. There are so many incredible people here. I think the thing I love most about this city is that you can't really walk a single block without like running into the history of the city, right? And like seeing it right in front of you. Like, in Harlem, I am like, you walk in any direction, you're either walking by Langston Hughes' house, or you're walking by the Hotel Teresa, or you're walking by, just like in East Harlem where the Young Lords were organizing, or like the People's Church there, right? There's just such a rich history of organizing, and just thinkers that come out of it, like Audre Lorde over at CCNY, like, you know, Zorania Hurston, like Ella Baker was organizing here, you know, Malcolm X, like so many incredible people have come through this city, but you know, but Uptown and the Bronx in particular, and it's just everywhere. Like you really feel it.
Do you feel like?
Give me this and I'll give you the new place.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's so good.
Oh my God.
You want to go get this as well? Or you want to
Just show it to chat and then we'll get it later maybe. Oh, this is the mixed one. The mixed
This
grill.
is so much food.
There you go. This is just lamb?
That's the men's stuff. Yeah, it's lamb.
Oh, this is what he recommended we get.
Yeah, the men's stuff is really good.
I've never had this before.
Yeah, so that's lamb.
Huh?
Well, I've had the Turkish version of this, but it's not as saucy.
Well, there's sauce right here.
Okay. Oh.
Oh no!
I got
You got it? Okay. Oh, you managed to.
I saved it somehow.
You really did. You did very well, actually.
I don't know how. With very limited. Thank you.
I think we should get some of this.
Oh, thank you. I'm shoved in a very small corner here,
Do you want
Chad.
me to move? Move this a little bit?
No, it's fine. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I just feel, as someone who is significantly shorter, that like it's unfair that I have as much space as I do.
You okay? Oh my God. Wait, what is that?
Oh, that's McLube. Yeah.
Oh, wait, we gotta show that too.
That's the McLube. It's got eggplant, which is really good. Oh no. No, the McLube is actually like so good. Alright. I'm gonna have to take a bite of that.
Oh my God.
So you haven't eaten all day?
No. I have not. This is
I'm
my
very
first
glad we came here. This is your first meal?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And it's incredible.
Was it just because of travel?
Yeah, I had a lot of stuff going on.
You should definitely try the McLube as well.
If you want to swap this out at any point, let me know.
I want to try the mixed grill. No, I can just get it here.
Thank you. Hi. Right there. We're going to be very close. Oh yeah, of course.
Oh my God. That's also a bomb. I usually do eat one meal a day.
Only one?
Yeah. Or sometimes
Why?
two. Better portion control.
Don't you get really exhausted by...
I'm used to it. I don't know why. Like, you get used to fasting.
So Ramadan is very easy for you, is what you're telling me?
I don't even fast. I told you, I'm not a very good Muslim. I'm a very bad Muslim.
No.
I'm a very good Muslim on shit that, like things that Muslims don't care about. Like usury. No stocks. But I do everything else.
You know? Allah is the most gracious and most merciful.
That's my bet. That's what I say. Like, he'll be chill. Okay, the lamb is not normal. It's out of this world.
It's particularly good today, I'm not gonna lie.
It's out of this world. It's so soft.
No.
What was it called?
Mensa?
Mensa? The basic mixed grill is decent, but it's like pretty basic. It's the same everywhere. But like, it's not even on the same playing field as the lamb.
You should definitely try the McLuba.
When you get ready to try.
Yeah. Let's do it. This is a
I was
different
trying
sauce?
to be helpful. Yeah, there's a different sauce. This is for the Mensa.
So it's eggplant, chicken, potatoes.
Is it potatoes?
Right?
Some potatoes. Rice, and carrots, and some parts of Palestine and like other parts of Levant will do like cauliflower. There might be cauliflower in this one actually. But it's called McLuba because it's upside down. You flip everything.
I feel like Israelis haven't stolen this one yet.
No, I don't think they have. I've never seen an Israeli version of it. Quote unquote Israeli McLuba.
Oh wow.
Isn't it good?
Yeah. The potato has a almost chocolatey aftertaste. There's the spices
really
on the spices on the rice. It's really good. I need to have that protein. I'm not getting enough protein. It's my biggest problem when I travel. I don't get to work out because I never have time because I'm doing so many like interviews and stuff.
And you make up for that with protein?
What?
You make up for that with protein?
No.
You don't have enough protein.
I don't have enough protein. Wow. He's going nonverbal. Chat. This is my first fucking meal of the day, bro. Give me a break.
Honestly, I really think that if the food is good, there has to be some silence at the table.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a great meal unless people
That's how you
stop
know.
talking. So,
That's how you know this shit's bomb, dude. Okay, my rankings. My rankings are the lamb, number 1, mixed gill number 2, and then this is number 3.
Really?
Yeah. I like the lamb the most. It was like clearly.
I'm shocked that this is number 3.
Really?
Yeah.
One more coming.
What?
There's one more coming.
Oh, did you guys finish the lamb?
No, you want more lamb? You want more lamb?
Yeah. Are you eating this?
There's one more chicken dish.
I'm good.
Oh, there's one more chicken dish. What's the chicken dish? What's that?
Crispy pita bread, chicken, almonds. It's great.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be super good.
So good.
Super good.
I believe it. It is hot as hell in here.
So hot.
It's crazy.
It is hot.
There will be dessert.
Whoa.
Can I have it? That's important.
Let's see how Palestinian baklava is. I don't know. Yeah? Is it Palestinian baklava or is it Turkish baklava? Oh, okay. She said it's Palestinian baklava, Turkish coffee. Which I don't know what that means. I've never encountered this Palestinian baklava. For me, it's, as a food anthropologist, everyone knows baklava is Turkish and not Greek.
Brandon approves of this food, clearly. Brandon approves of this food, clearly.
Yeah, she's not good. All I had to eat today was Bianca bought a box of Krispy Kreme.
Oh, I saw that box.
You're not feeding her.
But like not from Krispy Kreme, right? So it's not like hot and fresh. It was like
I'm screaming.
Yeah.
I also had from that box of Krispy Kreme. I was also hungry, first of all.
I'm eating good now. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
I don't let my employees eat either.
We try to feed each other on this campaign actually because everything is so go all the time that we like alternate on who's responsible for getting food for everybody because otherwise we struggle. Do you want it? Oh.
Or you know what you got
What is Armenian coffee, chat?
What's chat saying?
They're doing Coke Bert, which is a little cat that does a line of Coke. It's a little kitty cat. You can't really see it here. And they're saying time for dessert.
Socialism is when we eat good, and I agree.
Yeah. I hate Krispy Kreme because it's too good and I can eat it. They're saying, yep, Coke. Now they're all doing Zinbert, which is the same kitty cat, but with my face eating a Zin. And they're
Why
posting
does it have your face on it?
I don't know how to show it to you. It's like, you have to look at it closely.
It is so
Yeah.
But why?
Why is the little cat doing Coke?
No,
And
but-
why is the little cat eating Tylenol, like a big ass pill of Tylenol?
Actually, that is another excellent question. Why is it eating a big pill?
Because it's an autistic cat. Bert. Bert is a baby cat.
Okay.
And as a baby cat, a kitten, he's having a lot of Tylenol and he's becoming autistic.
Also, now everybody is. Oh, I understand. I understand now. It's because of.
I don't know. Bird is an addict. There's
Okay.
apparently one where he does fentanyl too, but I don't think we have that.
I'm very worried for this little cat.
There's also a cat that does the scuba dance. Show her this. Have you seen that one?
Oh, it's cute. Also, the intensity with which they wanted you to show me that is great. I appreciate that.
You're embarrassing us. You should be embarrassed, chat. I run an autistic daycare for.
But why is this embarrassing? Be yourself. Be yourself in the chat.
Fox News is so using this.
Fox News is what?
They're saying, ain't no way, this is the guy Fox News is constantly vilifying. Look at this one. Erica Kirk, Drewski.
Y'all are funny, I will say.
Don't encourage them. They're gonna be fucking unbearable now. Also, you're lying. I will get banned if I be myself. Yeah.
Well, that part's up to Hasan, I'm sorry.
I just walked by and saw you. Bro is way bigger in person than I thought, and he looks big on the stream. What the fuck does that mean?
He is very tall, I will say.
Oh my god. Yeah, my chat is embarrassing.
You're what?
I said my chat is embarrassing.
I won't.
And now they're spamming. Now they're spamming tiny head emotes. They say I have a tiny head. But it's not. I don't have a tiny head. Really, actually, honest. It's just I have wide shoulders. So
I mean, I never thought you had a tiny head, but the fact that everyone is saying this is like very confused. Like, why? Where's that coming from?
I think when I sit down on the broadcast and you only see my shoulders and then my head, maybe it presents a weird
Maybe
image.
it's like lower, and so your shoulders look broader.
Maybe. And if I do like
well,
that,
I can confirm that in person, his head is proportional to his shoulders. So.
Thank you.
You're
oh
welcome.
my God.
You're very welcome.
On that note, of course,
so you gotta adjust the
I
angle.
was this close to endorsing Espai.
You gotta adjust the angle on your camera so that folks understand.
You won me over. Wow, hype train is starting too. Damn. Paid copium? No.
What?
She's running for Congress. What are you talking about? Paid. No. She's honest. You're just
I can't hear
that,
what he's saying.
They're saying this is paid propaganda.
Oh.
That I paid you to say that.
I would never take money to be bribed. I would never be bribed, never be bought. But especially not to lie about something like that.
Yeah, that'd be the funniest and silliest thing. Wow, I really loved her until she blew her credibility like that by saying my head's not small. It's fucked up. Another 20K down the drain. Oh my God. There's no way I can eat anymore, by the way.
Well,
I can try.
There's Kanafa on the way.
I can try the dessert, but if they got like another thing of chicken coming, I'm not gonna be able to eat that.
Should we just ask them to go for dessert? I can do dessert. Yeah, pretty cool.
Oh, wow.
Did it make you sleepy?
No, I mean, I
You're
slept
like,
for
I'm
like
trying
10,
to rally.
I slept for like 10 hours last night.
Sounds really nice.
I had to do a shoot all day.
Yeah.
Yesterday I had to do the live stream, and before that I did a photo shoot, and then after that I did another photo shoot for the same magazine. There was a nighttime portion of it, so I didn't get done until like 12.
What's the magazine? Are you allowed to say?
Days Middle East.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And they did Mahmoud as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. The same guy. He's very talented.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited. It's leaked. I mean, it doesn't matter. I was actually just not telling you what magazine it is for funsies, chat. Yeah, it's not leaked. But yeah. And then tomorrow I'm doing Trevor Noah and
Oh, nice.
Simone
exciting.
Zimmerman's podcast too. The Beyond Israelism one.
Yeah. That's really
Oh,
cool. That's a really good podcast, also.
Beyond Israelism?
Yeah. Yeah, I think she brings on some really interesting.
I love Simone. She's great.
Yeah.
So what are your days like? You just walk us through walk us through the day in the life of someone running for Congress.
Every day is really different. Some days, sorry. Every day is really different. Some days I'm, going from community event to community event, or canvassing, or doing a lot of fundraising. One of the things that we were talking about earlier was with the fundraising is that as a working class candidate, like you have to just like sit and do call time and like call folks to get them to support the campaign. And one of the most frustrating parts about that to me is that like because of the influence of money in our politics, it means that you take so much time away from actually talking to voters about like the issues that matter to them. And there's just no way to build a competitive campaign without doing that kind of fundraising. But each day is different. Some days we're on the phones, hitting the dialer. Other days we are, talking to folks about what their needs are in the day-to-day. What are the policies that have made their lives harder, that have made their lives easier, and how do we push for policies that actually make things better for people here?
You just go, sometimes when you wake up in the morning, you're like, I'm not going to do it today?
No.
No?
No. This is like an all gas, no brakes situation, right? We got 29 days to the election. And from the very beginning, I knew that this would be a really hard thing to do, but it's something that I've been incredibly honored to have people trust me with, right? This is something that I was nominated for, like Justice Dems reached out to me because they said that my community had nominated me to do this, and the fact that so many folks trusted me with it is not something that I take lightly.
That's cool.
It's a lot of work, I won't lie. Like it is, every single day is a grind, and it's work that I'm like really grateful that folks have entrusted me with and that folks are willing to put into themselves.
Are you getting a good amount of, how does the DSA stuff work? Are you getting support from DSA New York City?
Yeah, absolutely. DSA has been out.
New York City DSA?
So they've been supporting us on a number of things on the campaign, including with canvassing and building our field operation. We have some incredible field organizers on our team. Also with, doing like the small dollar fundraisers across the district, across the city. And also just building, doing the work of building the infrastructure day to day, right? But this is really like a coalition that we've really built out of local organizations like Uptown Community Democrats, of Justice Dems, who were the ones who asked me to consider running, of Jewish Voice for Peace Action, PALPAC, a number of different organizations that have really come together to help make this possible. I truly would not be able to do any of this without all of them, because just as a working class candidate, there's so much stacked against you. But we've built out an incredible campaign that I'm really proud of, and I'm really proud of the folks who've come into it.
That's cool. What do you watch? Do you watch TV?
Well, not these days.
What do you do for entertainment?
But I do watch TV. My favorite TV show right now is Abbott Elementary. I think it's one of the few shows that actually makes you belly laugh. Have you seen it?
No, I mean I know of it. I haven't seen it. I haven't watched it. But I know I've met Quinta before.
Yeah.
Because she was at BuzzFeed.
She is hilarious.
She was pretty funny back then as well. But I don't know. I haven't watched the show. Wait, was Jabuki on it too?
He was, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean it's got a great cast. What else do you watch?
I watch a lot of
What do you do to entertain yourself?
I watch Love Island, or things that help me turn off my brain. Sometimes I just need to turn it off.
Uh-huh.
I
don't know. I like go out really in the city.
Oh, you party?
Well, not party. I feel like I left
Where
my
do you go
party
out?
girl stage behind me. But like, I mean, like I go out in the city, I hang out with folks, like just different things. We have a lot of really incredible museums here.
Yeah.
And a lot of really, now that it's like nice out, a lot of the gardens are so nice to just like hang out in. I think like touching grass is so underrated, especially in like a city. And I think I just spend a lot of time in the parks. I think more people should
What's
do
your
that.
favorite museum?
The Museum of the History of New York, the Museum of the City of New York is one of my favorites. The Studio Museum of Harlem is like my favorite, I would say.
Yeah, we tried to go there, but
yeah, it's incredible. They just redid it.
but they wouldn't have us.
Yeah, I know.
So
I
they're
love
dead
them,
to
though. I still love them. You should go.
They're dead to me.
You should still go next time you're in the city.
My mom loves New York and loves museums.
Yeah.
And is an architecture historian, art historian, and art specifically with focus on architecture. She used to teach at NJIT.
Oh wow.
And now she doesn't teach.
Yeah.
But she loves New York and specifically the museums.
They're great museums.
So she'll appreciate it. You said your favorite is the studio?
The Studio Museum.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so beautiful, the new building. They have like a rooftop terrace now. You can see both sides of it, like from either side of the building, you can see all of Manhattan. And it's incredible.
My mom, I jokingly say, wanted me to be gay and like tried to make me into a gay man. And part of that was always taking me to museums, but mostly opera, Broadway
so
musicals.
So you associate the arts with being gay?
No, I mean, I drew my whole life, so it was important to me. But I just hated museums for that reason. I like it more now that it's like up to me.
Yeah.
I can't believe there's another, I can't.
You know, right?
Yeah, you guys dig in, I can't.
That's a very big plate. Can we show it? We saw so much rice and mensa up. Brandon is very sad that the plate was stripped from in front of him.
There are other museums in the district. Museum of the City of New York.
Museum of the Museum of the City El Barrio, Met Cloisters. There is the Soy Hispanico. Is that the one that on 50s? I'm trying to think where else.
What's your favorite museum in New York outside of the City of New York?
She asked, what's your favorite museum in the city of New York outside of the Studio Museum?
Well, the Museum of the City of New York. They have a really great exhibit called Activist New York. That's really fun. There's, I don't know. I know it's kind of cheesy to say, but I do love the Met. They have like a lot of incredible exhibits there. The Brooklyn Museum is a lot of fun.
I like the Met.
Yeah. What's your favorite wing in the Met?
What's my favorite what?
Wing in the Met.
My favorite wing in the Met? I don't have a favorite wing.
Okay.
It's a crazy question.
Mine is the Impressionists, so.
Oh, my mom would love that.
But
I have no dog in this fight at all.
you're just like museums, good.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll go
Yeah.
just to see it.
A lot of galleries and museums had their funding cut by the NEA, and it's a big problem. So that's another thing to fight for.
Yeah,
National Endowment of Arts.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing about it is that artists are really in the front lines of how we think about combating fascism, right? And it's no shock to me that the second folks who are fascists get into office, that's the first thing they cut, right?
Yeah, and now, I mean, even fascists initially had futurism, but we have our own version now. It's AI art. Modern fascists don't even have like an artistic expression that is organic, that's like born out of this movement. So even fascism is a more reduced version of itself.
Yeah.
There's nothing. It's awful.
No, you're right.
You all right?
Yeah, we're good. I'm out.
Oh, you're out?
Bye, Brandon.
Bye, chat. That's what we do.
Brandon had his last plate of chicken and was like, I'm good.
You're running a canefe?
Nah.
Nice to meet you, man.
I gotta walk my dog. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, hold on. Let me do this.
Here, well, you need a mic.
Need a mic?
Yeah, give me the mic.
Can we get it?
All right, look, chat. If you're in New York 13, Harlem, the Heights, Inwood, West Bronx, all that, vote for Daria Lisa on June 23rd. Early voting starts June 13th, 15th. Early voting starts at some point before June 23rd.
This is why you only
Get
get a
out
box
there.
of Krispy Kremes for food.
Nah, look, this is true. Now you got me.
That's why they cut your food.
It's true. Now, they cut my pay. They cut my food. We need money. Give us money so we can get more than Krispy Kreme, and I can learn what day early voting starts.
Yeah.
Please. All right, that's it. Bye. Good night.
I promise we make sure everyone on our team eats.
Oh my God, they're asking. Not roast chicken.
Oh my God.
About what?
Oh my God. Okay.
What's
Bianca has come up with this.
There's types of people.
Yes. So Bianca has come up with this icebreaker for our team. That is, if you had to pick which one of these you would be, which would you be? A rat, a roach, or a pigeon?
Oh, gross.
And why? Right, it is very disgusting. Like, what about it? I don't know why they decided to go with all of.
I mean, I guess pigeon.
Why
Which
pigeon?
is you don't like that? Why pigeon? Because it's the rat of the air.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
But why? But
No,
why
I like to
why do I
have.
identify
If I'm
with
gonna
that?
rat it up, I like to do full spectrum coverage. I'm not just ratting it up on the ground. A rat can only squirm around on the ground. A pigeon, on the other hand, can be a threat in so many different.
Pigeons are a threat to you?
It can
I
be.
will say the number of times that a pigeon has just flown into my head is just.
Or
I don't
shit.
understand.
Or
I don't know what it is.
Pigeons can deploy unguided gravity munitions. They can drop shit on your
Okay, so
head.
you're just an agent of chaos, is what you're saying.
Yes, I feel like it's a much more, it's a multi-tool, multifaceted rodent, space rodent.
Why?
Okay, you can't make the game up and then also be this angry.
He really has made the rules, to be fair. Yeah.
That's
Do
crazy.
you want to explain why yours is rat? Oh, you want me to explain mine? Okay.
What are you?
I will preface this by saying I am absolutely terrified of roaches and rats. I think like I just cannot be in a space with them. But I would be a roach simply because if they were like end of times, like roaches would still survive, and I just feel like I've got that kind of spider ferret in me. Like I would survive that, you know? And
Yeah, but they can't survive being stepped on.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I see a roach, I step on it.
This is why rat is the right answer.
so okay, Bianca's about to explain why rat is the right answer to this question
All right,
that they
let's
came
hear
up
it.
with.
Also, do you want to say hi?
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm Faraz. Vote for Daria Lisa. What do you do?
Okay, we're back to the rat. We're back to the rat. We're back to the rat.
Oh
First
my
of all,
God.
you've got uptown rats. You've got downtown rats. It's called variety, number one. Number two, they love to scurry. Number three, people are like actually scared of them. You encounter a rat when you're not expecting to it, it's a fucking problem. Even when you are expecting it, it's still a fucking problem.
I disagree.
You disagree what?
I don't think rats are scary.
Well, you live in LA, don't you?
Yeah, there's big ass rats in LA too.
No, it's not.
My
the
mom
same.
freaks out about rats. Like she zero chill when she sees a rat. I think they're like a smaller raccoon. Who cares?
No.
They have rabies. Raccoons have rabies. Rats are pretty terrifying.
Very, very, very few. But the right answer is rat. Pigeon is the normie answer.
Yeah, I'm a normie.
Okay, well, I guess that ends that conversation.
I like that. I'm a normie.
This is the first time you've been called a normie?
No, I've never been called a normie. I think I have a good answer for why it's a pigeon.
That you can like drop bombs on people?
Yes, I can shit on people's heads, and I can go to most places that rats can go to. I am literally a flying rat. Bird flu? Okay, bird flu.
Okay, Bianca is insisting on the bubonic plague.
Bird flu could be more devastating than the bubonic plague, in my opinion. if they tried hard enough. and I would organize my fellow pigeons to destroy the planet. Hitchcock's Birds, terrifying.
You really enjoy like dystopian novels and movies, don't you?
Maybe.
Have you seen Silo?
I didn't like it that much.
Oh, okay.
You
That
watched
was the
Silo?
last one I saw, last dystopian show.
And I
saw.
normally loved like dystopian future flicks. Like one of my favorite movies, even though it's a dog shit movie, is Elysium.
I've never seen this. What's it about?
Elysium is a Matt Damon movie about a future where like all the wealthy are living in this like anarcho-capitalist society. All the normal working class people are being dominated by robots. Artificial intelligence and robots are like forcing them to work in factories. Matt Damon has an immediate relative, I think, who has like a like a debilitating injury or some kind of health complication.
Yeah.
And he gets it in his head that like all the billionaires, the super wealthy, they live in space, in a space station. All the humans are stuck on the planet. And he gets in his head that he wants to like bring his relative to that space station because they have med beds, like the ones that Donald Trump talked about, where you go into this med bed and then you get healed.
Yeah.
It's just like accelerated capitalist dystopia. I like it a lot.
Did you see this? I'm blanking on the name of it now. It was like Mikey 17 or something like that?
Yeah, Mickey 17.
Mickey 17.
I think that it was all right. I was kind of underwhelmed by it.
Okay.
I also think that, what's his face, a really good actor?
Robert Pattinson?
Robert Pattinson, yeah. A really good actor, but it was actually, I think, that director's worst work.
Is he also the one who did Parasite?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was also good.
Dari, your craziest subway story.
My craziest subway story? There are so many. I was actually on the train when that blackout happened a few years back. Yeah. Yeah.
How long?
I don't even remember. It was hours.
What were you doing?
Was it
I
hot?
was on the train. So the blackout was like around, it was in Midtown, and we were I was taking the A from like 125th downtown, and so it was that stop between 59th Street and 125th. And all of a sudden we just stop, underground, no service, no one knows what's happening, and we're all just there for hours.
In the dark.
No, luckily it's somebody's birthday. Happy birthday, dear so-and-so.
Whose birthday is it?
I have no idea. That's why I said so-and-so.
Woo!
Dear friend.
Wait,
I didn't finish my
Chat celebrating.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
How do I feel about astrology?
Wait, I didn't finish my subway story.
Oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
It was so crazy because like we were there for hours, and there was a girl who really had to pee. And
So she popped the squad?
No, so literally the entire train was trying to figure out how to help this poor girl because she had nowhere to go.
What do you do in that situation?
Well, this is what we did. So the girlies teamed up. We bought a bunch of jackets. We took her to between the two cars, and we just blocked everything with the
And that's on mutual aid.
And that is on mutual aid. So we all came together. We helped our girl out. She got back on the train. Everyone was like, "Hey!" And you know, it was just a beautiful moment of New Yorkers coming together. But it
How
was
was there only
literally hours.
one woman who needed to pee?
I think honestly that is the craziest part of this because it was a packed train.
People probably pissed themselves.
I thankfully did not smell that. So, but no, we were there for
you're
hours,
just-
and
you're just
eventually
used
we they put the trains together, and then we ended up just like walking down like multiple train cars, and we got to 59th Street, and it was like pitch black. So that's
What
probably
was it? What happened?
I don't know. There was just some kind of blackout. Yeah, and then I couldn't tell anybody. Like I was meeting with friends. I couldn't tell them like what was happening. Everyone, I like got out of the train and I just had like a million texts like, "Are you alive? Like what's happening?" And yeah, and that's why Con Ed sucks. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, are you into astrology?
No.
No. Do you know your sign?
Well, I'm a Leo.
Okay, I see that. That's
What does
actually
that
very.
mean? What does it mean?
I mean, the fact that you have one of the most viewed Twitch streams is very Leo coded.
Okay. What is your sign?
I'm a Sagittarius, but I'm a Capricorn rising.
What does that mean?
So Sag is like very like nerds. We're nerds, but we're also like wanderers, which can mean like we like to travel, but also we like to like explore different ideas. And then Capricorn, I'm very like type A. Like I am always like working in some way, and just very serious about the work that we do.
Typical
Thank you.
Sagittarius. I have no idea what that means.
Someone said I'm a typical Sagittarius.
Yeah, but then they said I have no idea what that means. And
You wanna?
we got Turkish coffee. What does Capricorn rising mean, you said? Type A and
I'm very
work?
type A. I was always like I can't even do this. Hold on.
You want me to do it?
Yes, please.
Hold on, I got it.
This angle is very hard.
Sorry, can you put the can?
The can? They're very pretty.
You want more?
No, I'm okay. You guys want some?
Just keep it over there. Over there.
Okay. Last time I was with Mahmoud, I put water on it, and he freaked out on me.
You put water on the coffee?
And he will never let me live it down. Every time I've seen him since, he'd be like, remember when you put water in your coffee? What the fuck was that?
Actually, that is kind of crazy. Why would you do
I
that?
always do that because like it's too cold. It's too warm. It's too warm.
It's too warm?
It's too hot.
You put seltzer in your coffee? That sounds disgusting. I'm really sorry.
It's just funny that he like had just gotten out of prison.
And
that was the most
you were
horrifying.
insulting
He
his
looked at me.
coffee.
He looked
Yeah,
at me
no.
like that was the most horrifying thing he had seen in months.
I do think it's kind of crazy that you did that. Are you gonna do that now?
No, I'm just gonna wait.
Okay.
But I stand by that. I think like a little bit of water in coffee is fine.
Do you just make yours more diluted?
What?
Do you just make yours more diluted?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
fine.
that makes sense.
No, I mean I always do like Nespressos is the same way. Like Nespressos are very they're already heavy.
Yeah.
So it's fine if you dilute it a little bit. It's an Americano.
Yes, that's
right?
true. I guess that's
Would you ban Zins?
Would I what? Ban
Would you
Zins?
ban Zins? I'm asking for myself.
It's a coffee nicotine pack. I actually don't think I've seen this.
You've never seen a Zin?
I don't think I have.
Damn.
Interesting.
It's a nicotine pouch. It's not
Okay.
even, there's no tobacco. It's just like, it's like a snus, but with just nicotine. Oh.
So do you know beyond Leo what else your big three are?
No, I have no idea, but chat might know.
Oh, they probably already have your birth chart on lock. If someone in the chat has it.
Chat, what's my
let me know.
birth chart? So you're really into
I
astrology?
think it's a lot of fun.
Okay. Do you believe in it?
I mean, to the extent that you believe in anything that like can just be a mirror to think about
Yeah.
your life, you know. I think Chani is really great, actually. So shout out to her.
There's a website that
Yeah,
has it.
AstroChart. Oh, they already had it. Let's see. Okay, your moon is in Capricorn.
What does that mean?
That you also share some Capricorn traits. Your sun is in Leo, moon in Capricorn. Where's your ascendant?
Does it not say?
I don't see it. Oh, yeah, because we don't know what time you were born. but
I feel like I've revealed that information before,
well,
but I guess not. Chat, what's my ascendant?
the fact that you could just ask them this about yourself.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Chat, what time was I born?
The big edit.
I think your mom said 11:01 p.m.
Not your mom said.
Yeah, my mom, yeah.
Did she come on the stream and say that?
Probably. I don't remember, but
That's hilarious.
it's good.
And you didn't water it down.
No, I don't need to water it down. I always water it down for
temperature purposes.
for how hot it is. I'm fucking dying. Stop entertaining this. Hassan needs some water to dilute his coffee. Yeah. Hassan, you said it before 8:06 p.m.
So is it 11 or is it 8?
I don't know. I don't know what that means
You're gonna have to call
anyway.
your mom. And then your mom's gonna be like, what Astro Girly is asking you about your birth time. But it's really the chat. Everyone wants to know.
She's used to it. Did not have full chart for Hassan on my list.
Did not have what? Birth
full
chart?
full birth chart. Yeah, there's like people that do my birth chart on the internet.
Yeah.
Like they'll do a zodiac
They do it
stuff.
of
for me.
like different celebrities and they just like put it up there.
Yeah. I don't know what it means, but they say nice things sometimes, so I'm happy about it.
I have same big 3 as Jane Fonda, which I've always thought was great. So
She's interesting. She's one of the coolest, but like on Israel, she's like, which is so
I know
strange.
it's kind of
How are you Hanoi Jane, and then you're like pro-Israel? How is that possible?
that part makes me sad for sure.
Yeah, and he also, she also married, what's his face? The billionaire, the cool billionaire. Whoa!
Oh, look at this.
Wait, what do they put in them? Is there ice cream in between?
Yes. Goat cheese ice cream. Goat milk ice cream.
Oh, is the ice cream like the Turkish ice cream? Oh, hell yeah.
I think I might have got it caught under.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay, Kanefa's on the way.
Oh my God.
Can I pass it? Thank you. This looks really good. Okay.
So I think they cut it and put ice cream in between.
Dari, what are the must-eat places in New York 13?
There's so many. Most must-eat places in New York 13. Okay. Soto Casa is one of my favorite pizza shops.
What is it?
Soto Casa is one of my favorite pizza shops. Around here, there's quite a bit. There's like really good Vietnamese. There's like Saiget. There's Thai. Then we got Kanafa.
What's this?
Okay, this is a lot.
You put tahini in the baklava too. It's halva.
Okay, I'm gonna try the Kanafa.
It's so good. Oh. Is the ice cream mado? It says Turkish ice cream, no? Actually, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's like gummy. Yeah. Yeah, and we have our very devious ice cream merchants that trick people, and it should be illegal, but it's not. To trick a child like this. I've had many formative memories reaching out for a cone of ice cream, only to have it taken away from me. It's devastating.
It's not working.
That's where I developed my anti-capitalist, anti-small business, anti-petite bourgeois mentality.
All right, we got one more for you guys.
That's crazy. I know, but it's too much.
I don't think we have room on the table.
I mean, we can eat it. Listen, if you want it.
Want some coffee? Here.
Towards the other side of the table.
I'll take some cups if you want.
Man, the Zin ad, come on, brother.
I love Zin.
Okay, but you do have to move the cup eventually.
There you go. Thank you. This is way too much.
Yeah, I don't think we could.
Just try a little bit of everything.
I don't
It's
have
all
to.
good. I will say that.
There's always room for the bus driver, no matter how full the bus gets. And the same thing is true for dessert.
My cousin always says dessert goes in a second stomach. Like, it doesn't matter how full you get, there's always room for dessert.
It was amazing.
Got a separate stomach for dessert.
Cows have a separate stomach.
They have like 4 stomachs, I think.
Cannot confirm.
I'm pretty sure.
You know, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a veterinarian. So if I had gone down that route, if I had gone down the route of being a veterinarian, I would know about the number of stomachs that cows have. But
So wait, what did you study?
in undergrad, I studied Middle Eastern Studies, and then for grad school, I studied sociology. I was looking at sociology of deportation.
No wonder you're so woke. Sociology, the woke science. We gotta stop it.
You know?
We gotta put an
They
end.
already got it. Didn't they shut
I
down
mean,
now?
didn't they shut down what?
The Middle Eastern Department of Columbia?
No, they didn't shut it down, but they put it under, essentially.
Conservatorship.
Conservatorship, yeah.
Yeah. Good.
It's pretty serious.
You shouldn't even need to learn about the Middle East, honestly. Unless you're learning about Israel, which is the most important country in the Middle East, I think. And only learn about it in a good way. Yeah, that's what I say.
Do you have any favorite members of the slate?
Of the DSA slate? I love all the members of the DSA slate.
Who's your least favorite, and why is it Orkin? I'm kidding.
What I will say, I have known Abir the longest. And so it was just like really exciting when we both realized that we were both nominated to run in our districts, right? And like looking at each other like, have you made your decision yet? And so that's, that's the kind of bonding that I don't think most people get. We met through organizing, doing a lot of organizing. We do very similar organizing around immigration justice, around Palestine, and so we just like cross paths in that way.
She's dope.
Yeah. Yeah, I love a beer. Shout out to her.
Wait, someone else found my birth chart.
Okay. Birth chart. Chad is searching for his birth chart. We're gonna figure out what his rising sign is.
What would you guess his rising sign is?
I honestly can't. I wouldn't have guessed Capricorn moon, so. Interesting.
Rising, why?
There's this,
Scorpio rising.
and then you press it again,
It goes down.
and then you press the bottom if you want to
Okay,
see.
let's see.
I'm so full.
Aries rising.
Actually, that Fox.
What is that?
That does track.
What?
Aries rising, Leo sun,
Baklava.
Capricorn moon. Okay, so I am also double fire sign, Capricorn rising or Capricorn.
What does that mean?
So I am a Sagittarius sun, a Leo moon, Capricorn rising. You are a Leo sun, Aries rising, Capricorn moon. So Sagittarius, Leo are both, and Aries are all fire signs.
But like, give me the qualities. What does that mean?
So like fire signs are like like energy, like energetic. You like also like are in many ways like dynamic. Like people like feel like drawn to what you have to say or like to you generally. And then Capricorn is very like much a hard worker. Like we kind of like go through it in life a lot to like learn the lessons from the very beginning. But generally that also means that we like become really good at what we do.
Okay.
Because like we learn every single lesson that there is to learn about that path. So
I feel like I keep repeating the same mistakes, so I don't know how well I'm learning.
You're learning from every angle about it.
Okay. All fire signs crazy mama.
I'm not all fire signs. But still, I think it'd be cool if we were.
Oh. Alright.
We need fire signs in office, actually.
Alright.
That's what's gonna make us have fighters in office.
Darlisa, before we end it,
Okay.
I have like a speed round of questions I'm gonna ask you.
Let's do it.
We'll just do it here. I know I said we'll do it in a more quiet place, but honestly, I was lying. It was because I was very hungry and I wanted to eat food.
And there's a lot of desserts still in front of us.
So I'm just gonna ask you, speed round. Rapid fire. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
Raising taxes on billionaires?
Yes.
Raising the minimum wage?
Absolutely.
Implementing the Green New Deal?
Yes.
Ending Citizens United?
Yes.
Banning private prisons?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Ending America's war on Iran?
Absolutely.
Ending America's embargo on Cuba?
Absolutely.
Ending aid to Israel?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sanctioning Israel?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Absolutely.
Nixon 4?
Nixon?
Nixon
No, Nix.
4.
Nix, yeah. Absolutely. I was
Okay.
like, Nixon, like the president?
Yeah. A poll from March had you within striking distance of Espaillat.
Yes.
And you've made some ground since then, but there's still a while to go, a ways to go. Polling shows you beat him by 11 points once voters hear about what you have to say. So in an informed poll, you all of a sudden beat him by 11 points.
Yeah.
For the people hearing about you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions? And also, if they like what they had to hear, how can they contribute to the campaign?
Yeah, we are fighting to create a politic of life instead of the politics of death that we've had for so long, to make sure that we actually have representation in Washington that is fighting for our people and not for their donors. That's why we're fighting to win housing for all, to invest in our babies, not bombs, and to abolish ICE. And I think this election is incredibly important. This election in this district in particular, because it matters not just that we send Democrats to Washington, but the types of Democrats that we send. And apparently it's somebody's birthday again. So,
that's awesome.
But yeah, no, I think it really is important that in this district, we have the opportunity to take out AIPAC and corporate funded incumbents. And to show that the left can come together and do that. And it's going to have a ripple effect all across the country.
And it'll be like every day's a birthday.
And it would be like every day is your birthday.
Yeah, they're clapping for you. They loved your speech.
So yeah, please come knock doors.
Yeah.
Help us get the message out. Please, 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 if you're able, donate whatever you can to help us win this. And yeah, thank you so much, Hasan.
Yeah, no, this was great. Thank you so much for coming on.
Can we get a shout out and talk to her for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Do you want to come tell us about
Thank you.
Aya?
Pass the mic real quick?
Yeah. You take the microphone.
Thank you. Where do I think you just like go like this maybe? I don't know.
It's that side. Oh.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's this side. You speak into that. That's the mic.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
So my name's Hanifa Abbasi. I'm head of communications for Ayat.
We're so happy to have you. We're all about community and intersectionality and supporting one another. So we're so happy that you could come and have this conversation here today and celebrate our opening at Hinds Hall. Obviously, Abdul Al-Anani, the CEO and founder, opened Hinds Hall to honor Hind Rajab, who was killed by the IOF. So this place really represents the loss of innocent life everywhere in any kind of genocide conflict. So really we're all about community and coming together, and so it's great that you guys are here and you can have us, and we're spoiling you with all this food. And Hasan, you should be used to this kind of Turkish hospitality.
It's true, I am, but it's still tough to put it all down.
What was your favorite meal?
It was the lamb.
The lamb?
Yeah, that was insane.
Okay, the mansaf.
Yeah. I like that the most, for sure. The mezzes were really good too.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes, I feel like, I was saying this earlier, if the apps are really good, then the mains are not. And if the mains are really good, the apps are not. But this place had both, for sure. So it was excellent. And the desserts were excellent too.
Yeah.
Everything was great. I don't know what to say. It's awesome.
Great. Thank you. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
And you guys have something that you're doing, right? A community dinner?
Yes, so we're hosting a free public dinner on Friday, May 29th at 7 p.m. Everyone and anyone is welcome, regardless of any faith, any background. It's just a way for us to say thank you to the community for being so welcoming to us. And to all proceeds from the event will go to Hind Rajab's mother and her family. And she actually gave Abdul her blessing to open this place, so we're very excited about that. So yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. I'm going to give you guys primary voting information once again. You register by June 13th. Early voting is for Daraliza's. Early voting is June 13th to June 21st. Primaries on the June 23rd. Polls open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Once again, voter registration deadline is in person for June 13th, by mail received by June 13th, and online by June 13th. And the absentee mail-in ballot request deadline for in-person is by June 22nd, by mail received by June 13th, and online June 13th. Absentee mail-in ballot return deadline is by in-person June 23rd, and by mail postmarked by June 23rd. Polls are open on Election Day from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. All right, this was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks so
Thank
much
you
for
for your
having me.
hospitality. This was incredible. And chat, I'll be live tomorrow once again, but that will do it for today. Thank you for coming on this journey, and go donate to her campaign. Go donate to Daraliza's campaign, and also go door knock for her. Let's make it happen.
And donate.